So have they gone through 4 groups already? This might be the second time through for the 4. I think they did. I know all the time showed up from gold. Unless it's just black and gold going back and forth, maybe?
They may have done that. I'm not sure.
I think black and gold, then green and gray, green and gray.
Yeah. I was about to say, because they got through those quick.
Yeah, I think they've gone to 2 groups back to back.
Yeah.
What do you say, Steve? Are we getting close? Well, they didn't turn around very long there. Check out those numbers. Unless we're waiting for one more camera.
Okay, now we got the green team starting. I think that's what they did, is go black. Black, yellow, yeah.
Yeah. Tell me when. Good morning and welcome to the 2023 Perfect Game Junior National Showcase from the East Cobb Complex in Marietta, Georgia, outside of Atlanta. Day one is underway with our 60s. I'm Brett Dolan with Cam McElwaney. We're jumping right in, Cam. We've missed the black and the gold, but getting a chance to see the green and the gray to kick off this big, lengthy event.
Absolutely. Brett, we're looking at some of the biggest talent in the country. It's going to be a fun week. Just get to look at all these guys, get numbers on them. And just see what they do this entire week.
We're going to try and jump right in with the gray and the green. We'll introduce you to a few of these athletes and runners, and Cam will be getting some times as well. Looks like we got Reed Worley 15 on the left, Quinn Shambo on the right. These guys will run twice. They'll run the 60s. Both groups have gone back-to-back. Seeing 16, Lincoln Garcia, Jet Kennedy, 17. Seen several sub-7 times already. And again, we'll get you a leaderboard a little bit later on. What's a number that jumps out at you, Cam?
Anything in the sixes, really. Sixes is moving very well. Anything really under 6.6 is you have really good top-end speed there. I look at the 10-yard splits as well, their get-off, how fast they get to their top speed, just because that's a big deal when trying to steal bases and do the things that you have to do on the field.
Dustin Rape, Chase Sutherland just ran. That's Cole Lasher, 20. He's on the left side of your screen. And again, these guys will run on two different occasions. See if they can better that time. It may also have been Trevor Goldenetz. 25 is Dane Ray, 22 on the right. Clemson Julian. He's from Hawaii, so he had a lengthy trip to get here. And again, I think, Cam, probably worth mentioning, we may have had a bit of a hammy there running early in Atlanta. It goes off your start time. There's not a gun or anything like that. You determine when the clock begins.
Yeah, absolutely. We have stopwatches on the guys. The things that you see on the ground, those are lasers. So we do hand times and we do lasers. So we're getting the most accurate 60 times possible on these guys.
Keegan Russell and Gabriel Coltman there running. Trent Grenlinger, the last for the gray to run. He is on the right. We'll also, I believe, rerun an extra player before we jump in with the green squad. So Campbell there on the left.
We had some big times in that first group. A bunch of 6.6s, bunch of 6.7s. These guys are moving out here really early.
My hat's off to them for being the first ones out of the gates running the 60s.
Yeah. Takes a little while longer to warm up nowadays.
Indeed, and it's not the normal hot Atlanta day. It's in the 60s there today in Marietta, a little bit different.
Yeah, it'll change soon.
It'll get steamy on that carpet a little bit later on. We are running a few players out of order, the white squad. I think this is Ryan Soloni out of Ontario, Canada. So mixing in a few guys outside the top 4 teams. And now we get a chance to look at the green. 3 is Joey Erase. He is on the left. 1 on the right is Jordan Yost from Tampa, Florida.
Goes to one of the top high schools in the country in Sickles. We had them really high this year. They were a good bunch.
Is this the first time through for this green team?
This is the second.
Okay.
Yep, they're running their second 60s right now.
So that's Luke Billings on the left. He is number 11. Running with the headband on. Look at a few of these times for you as well as they complete the 60s. Also, we've got Joseph Perillo on the left. 12 is Andrew Duncan from Bethesda, Maryland. See the greens and the golds ready to get their second times done before they move on to more of the skills competition. A.J. Terry is 14. He's on the right. On the left is Austin Wiegand from Miami, Florida. Good competitive heat.
Absolutely. I love seeing these guys run side by side. Gives them a little bit of a competitive edge.
Indeed, it does.
Trying to beat the guy next to him.
Especially when your partner takes off a little bit early. That's Demarion
Exactly.
Abrams on the right. 17 is Christopher Hemmings from Tampa Jesuit.
Another great program down in the Tampa area.
Peter Visconti, 19 on the left. I think that's Jack Pellit on the right from Cedarburg, Wisconsin. You can hear the phone buzzing in the background. The times are rolling in. So, Cam, as you get a couple that jump out at you, don't hesitate to throw those in. I know we joined you a little bit late. Nate Shoemaker, 2021 is Casey Carpenter. Carpenter on the left, Shoemaker on the right. Shoemaker from Tucson, Arizona. Cycling through, 23 is Austin Weiss, Rockville, Maryland. What's your top time so far? 6:63, that's the number to beat. For some of these guys, it's more about beating their best time than the best time. Chase Buckles.
Yeah, a bunch of these guys have come to some of our regional showcases and have earned junior national, sophomore national, and national invites from those. So they're trying to beat their times that they set very shortly.
Tyler Wood on the right. 30 is Preston Armstrong from Goodyear, Arizona on the left. We talk a lot about these guys, how they've improved over the last year. Size and strength, I think, is really, and speed is where a lot of these young men, the class of 2025, have improved over the last, say, calendar year, as now we're continuing to run back with the Gray squad.
Yeah, absolutely. You see these guys, we start seeing them super young, and it's fun to get to see them develop into the men that they become. It's a big jump from sophomore to junior year, from junior to senior year. You see the body develop, and they get stronger, and it improves every part of the game.
Roventini and Melendez just ran. It's Sawyer Deering, 11. I'm going to get this right from Hawaii. Alakahaki Keakana. Don't hold me to that, but we might get a chance to say that again.
Roventini turns in a 6.74.
Nice.
Yeah.
Harbor, New York native. Reed Worley running, 15. I think that's Quinn Shambo from Libertyville, Illinois. 14 running on the right.
Really excited to see Worley on the mound. He's had a big spring season in high school and has started really well in the summer. So excited to get to see him on the mound.
Lincoln Garcia on the right. That's Kennedy from Carlsbad, California on the left. Again, this should be the second time through for these young men. We've seen Dustin Rape. We kind of joined in progress when Rape was running 18, Sutherland 19, another Hawaii native. Got a catcher and a pitcher running side by side in these later rounds.
That gets competitive.
Cole Lasher is 20, Fort Lauderdale 21. Trevor Goldenetz from Huntington Beach, California.
Yeah. It's cool to see all these guys from all over the country join up together and put their skills to the test against one another. So
12 different teams represented. We're looking at the first four here in day one. Dwayne Ray's 25, Keegan Russell 26. He's from Ontario, Canada, so not just around the country, but also we'll mix in some Canadians.
Exactly.
6.63, I believe, to this point was the best number that we have seen. Roventini had a 6.74. Trent Renlinger from Huntington Beach running against Gabriel Coltman from Portland, Oregon.
Golden Nets came close. Golden Nets came close to breaking that record with a 6.77, so we're starting to get closer to it.
It's the TCU product is Golden Nets. Got a few extra young men jumping in from our white team, which is not part of our sequence today, but guys have different travel schedules. 16 is Joshua Campbell. He's from IMG. That's his second turn through the 60s. I think we've run through them all.
Yep. That was quick. On to the outfield.
We're going to welcome you again, Brett Oldham, Cam McElwaney. Delighted to have you with us. Again, this is day one from the Perfect Game Junior National Showcase, so there are 6 more days to follow. But Cam, this is really the opportunity for us to see these young men's skills. We've seen the 60s. Now we'll see them throw from the outfielders. We'll see the infielders throw, the catchers as well, and the first baseman. Some will have multiple positions, but really a chance to kind of introduce their skill set and to see where they have improved from maybe 6-7 months ago or even a year.
Exactly. We see these guys so much, and to get them out here and get numbers on them, and it's so important. We get to see their actions in the outfield. We get to see their arm strength, how they carry their weight through. Super good to get to see these guys out here in action and in a PG showcase.
We'd love the batting practices as well. Swing in the wood to see where that bat speed has developed as well.
Absolutely.
See the ball jump, and a good chance for a number of swings to be able to put some PG grades. And I know there's a lot of your scouting colleagues who are obviously on site behind the plate, taking a lot of notes and writing down everything they need to know.
Absolutely. We take about as in-depth of notes as you're going to see. BP is always fun, especially with this group. You always see some pretty loud BPs whenever you get this much talent put together. So it'll be interesting to see who stands out today.
We will also see this group play a couple of games, and some teams or some of the 4 groups will start with games, go to the skills. Obviously, these young men who are cranking up the day and the event start with the skills, so they get those 60s out of the way, which is always maybe a little bit difficult in the early morning, especially for those West Coast kids. But I think the fun part, too, is these pitchers, we get to see them throw multiple innings. And then, of course, not just in BP where we get to witness these hitters, but then we get to see them face these top-notch pitchers.
Absolutely. When you see these hitters facing off against this level of arms, it really gives you a different perspective on what they're capable of. I mean, when you're seeing 90 and it's getting on top of you pretty quick, if you can put the barrel on it, chances are you're a really good player. So it'll be interesting to see these pitchers and face these hitters, especially, like I said before, with this amount of talent out here.
All right, Cam, take us through the routine here from the outfielders as far as the number of throws, where they go, and what you are looking for, not just from a velocity standpoint on the gun, but maybe mechanics as well.
Yeah, absolutely. They throw 3 to third, 2 home. I may have messed that up. They may do 2 to third, 3 home. They get 5 throws. I know that. All I'm looking for is actions, how you look, the bounce to your step. Obviously, if it's clean and you have a projectable body, I mean, we can work with that if the velo isn't there completely. But ideally, it's all of the above. I mean, big arm, good actions, just everything. But I know a lot of guys look at just arm strength, but it's a little bit more than that for most of us.
I think you used a good term, clean fluidity, just those outfielder instincts. And obviously, much like running the 60 on multiple occasions to get the best time, you have a chance to put up a number between your throws to third and home and play those bounces off the carpet. So everybody good and loose here early this morning at that East Cobb complex.
Yeah, it's a cool morning out there, so hopefully everybody's gotten loose. And they ran their 60s, so the legs should be under them. So this will be fun.
Looks like Bennett Gary might be the first man up. So we'll get a chance to identify these young men. Our black squad, our gold team, our green, and our gray are the 4 different teams that we're looking for in this first group, day 1 for the 2023 Perfect Game Junior National Showcase. from Marietta. Have to kind of set up the alignment, get everybody out with the radar guns and ready to go.
Yep. This will be an interesting group with Jacob Kendall, Dean Moss, and a bunch of other guys. We have a bunch of highly ranked guys in here, so this will be a fun group to watch. So,
in fact, even our black team, and not everybody I will mention is an outfielder, but we have commits already from Florida and Vandy and Pittsburgh, Georgia Tech, Virginia Tech, Louisville, Arkansas, and Arkansas. And for these young men to commit, Cam, that means they beat the recruiting guidelines that came into play. They had to recruit or get their commitments in before the new rules took place. So these are the elite of the elite.
Absolutely. With the new NCAA policy, everything's been moved back a few years. So these guys are already committed, and they got to it before they changed that rule. So they've already locked in where they're going to be playing for the next 3-4 years. So it's good that they've got that locked in.
Now, for those that haven't committed, that got caught up in that new legislation, the new rules, the good news is for them, it'll be soon. Once they get through this summer, they'll have an opportunity.
Exactly.
Maybe they've been on campus, they've had some visits already, but it'll go fast for a lot of these kids that aren't committed that we're going to witness here this week.
Yeah. The recruiting process, it gets pretty hectic at times. So I'm excited for these guys to be in front of a bunch of eyeballs this week and hopefully stand out and get talked to by some colleges this weekend.
So Ben and Gary from Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. We all unfortunately remember that school, but the young man from Parkland, Florida, left-handed outfielder, will be our first to crank things up.
Yeah, thank you.
They're one of the top. They went undefeated this year in the high school season, so one of the best programs in the country by far.
We'll be incorporating some of the velos. Cam's going to get some radar readings. We've got the scouts on site feeding them to us as quickly as they can, despite the fact this does go fairly rapid fire once it gets underway.
He's got a real bounce to his actions. He's bouncing around out there. Everything looks fluid. He's throwing mid-80s from out there, so this is a really good arm and good action. So this is a good one to kick off the outfield workout for the black team.
You see these guys try and get behind a little crow hop to generate some extra velo when they get good and loose over the course of their 5 throws. I think that should be it. He wants one more, but that'll do it. Jacob Kendall, next man in from St. Augustine, Florida. He's one of our commits. He's a Florida commit.
Yes.
Yeah, we have him ranked number 5 in the country. So this is a kid that we've known about for quite a long time. The actions in the outfield are good. The pop at the plate is really what stands out. He has some monster juice.
He's a young man that's made the transition from infield to outfield, so getting to showcase those skills. He'll discard that hat. That's usually something that gets in the way.
Yeah.
Well, he's got a projectable, lean and lanky frame.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's impressive the amount of bat speed that he generates, and the arm's really showing off right now. 87, 89. Last one was 88. That's some impressive stuff right there from Kendall.
So 2 down for the black team. Next man in is J.C. Martinez. Martinez from Coconut Creek, Florida.
This is the biggest arm we've had so far. Last throw was 93, so the ball's really jumping out of his hand. It looks like he's coming out good. He's got some strength, too. He looks like a strong player.
Well, he had the 6.75 60, so he's putting up some eye-popping numbers between running the 60 and throwing. We're not even a half an hour into the event.
Exactly. This is a big showing right here.
What was the top velo you've seen so far for Martinez?
Last one I got was 93, so.
Loose and easy.
Oh, man, there we go. We got a 97 there on the last throw. So.
How about that?
Oh, man.
This is Dean Moss from IMG Academy. He's a California native. He's got his sunglasses and cap everywhere,
Yeah.
but Dean Moss, next man in.
Another kid, another player that we know a lot about. We've had him ranked super high. Everything looks nice and easy out there. Arm speed, actions, super fluid athlete. So this is a guy that we've known quite a bit about. And
He is
it's
a
cool to
Vandy
see him
commit.
out here. Yeah.
He had to extend a bit to reach to play that hop. Probably getting a little extra behind the throw from Dean Moss.
Last one was 88, so another good arm on display here. What a group. What an early round.
Well, you could say that again. To pick up his paraphernalia. I think the next man in, well, the top velo so far, 97. That came from J.C. Martinez a couple of outfielders ago. This is Gabe Hilsing, St. Louis, Missouri native, left-handed outfielder.
Moss's last throw was 92, so we got one close to Martinez at least.
Indeed, good number. A few more for Hilsing.
He's carrying the weight really well through, fielding it off to the side with one hand. He's clean arm, so I'm excited to get these numbers on him.
Bit of a slinger. See what he puts up from a velocity standpoint.
Yeah. 89 was the top one we got on that one.
I like it. And already underway with, I think this is Damian Gatson. He ran a 6.75 earlier.
Yeah. South Alabama commit. They've been doing a good job on the trail, too. Getting some guys from Alabama that are extremely talented.
We've had several lefties already in this first group.
Yeah.
So Damian Gatson might be one of the last outfitters from the black team, the first of our 4 squads we're looking at today in this first morning for the Junior National Showcase. See his ranking, the 6.75 60, so he's off to a good start.
Another impressive arm on display from the black team. 89 again, so we've got some big arms on that black team.
This is Caden KT Thompson, Flowery Branch, Georgia. Cherokee Bluff High School. He ran a 6.8, I believe, at least one of his 2 times in the 60s.
Yeah, I've seen KT play a few times out at Cherokee Bluff during the spring. This is a tall, lean player that really projects. He's got good actions, can really swing the bat, handle the barrel. This is a really intriguing player.
He's a basketball player as well, as you might gather from that frame. That does not look like a 20-25. That almost looks like a grown man.
Yeah.
See if this is the last throw. I think it is for KT Thompson, completing our black squad. And we're off and rolling with the goal. This is Carlos Colon from Puerto Rico. He ran a 6.76 already this morning.
That black team, you might not want to run on them in games.
I would say not.
Every guy was upper 80s, low 90s. So
might be hard
Martinez
to get those outfielders on the field.
Too, so yeah.
Is that right? Martinez with a 97?
Yep. On the J.C. Martinez, the top velo of the day. So
Florida native.
Yeah. Don't be running on the black team in game action this weekend from the outfield. So
Carlos Colon kicking things off for the gold team. Again, the Alabama State commit, Puerto Rico native.
Yep. It's always cool to see the players from Puerto Rico come and put their skills on display. I know we've been doing some stuff down there, showcases, tournaments. So it's really cool to get to see those guys out here.
This is Vaughn Coleman, Claremont, California native. He is an Arizona State commit for the Sun Devils. He got behind that throw.
Oh yeah, that one looked like it came out well. I'm interested to see what that velo was.
I think we've seen some 92s maybe.
Yep.
From Vaughn Coleman.
Yep. That's a big arm. The actions are really good too.
I was going to say, you have to like the mechanics involved with him too, correct?
Yeah, it's super fluid movements out there. That's pretty much what you're looking for, is just a fluid athlete out there that can just handle fielding the ball, catching the ball. The arm's just a plus.
Another Canadian here, I believe, from Ontario, Quinn Carson. A handful of Canadians, Puerto Rico native already.
Another physical build, 6'3", 195. So
I would say with a few of these gentlemen we've seen throwing from the outfield, you don't have to project their frame. We already see it. They have their grown man height at least.
Yeah, exactly. They're tall, they're athletic, they're strong. It seems to be getting younger and younger where they're looking like they're grown men out there. So
that's a good point. This is Gabe Grollo from Jupiter, Florida.
Low slot. Looks like another fluid athlete out there. Throws have been accurate, so this is something that's really intriguing.
He is uncommitted, says his sister goes to Florida. He'd love to commit there as well. Gators had a big win last night in the Super Regional at home.
Yep. Ran a 6.63 to get the day started too. This is a really intriguing uncommitted player.
Is that right? A 6.63 earlier for Grollo?
Yep.
Nice job. All right, next man in, Connor Jones from my neck of the woods, Spring, Texas, Concordia Lutheran High School, pitcher and outfielder. Yeah,
this is long gather. Arm really works well. This is yet another intriguing one. I've heard some good things about Connor from Isaiah, our guy out in Texas. So I was intrigued to see him this weekend.
He went quick. Did Jones? He might have another one or so. I think he said he's heard from a ton of schools before the rules changed. So for a lot of these young men that are uncommitted, a chance to showcase themselves not only today and throughout the showcase and in the games, but really kind of the beginning of the summer calendar for these young men. The next couple of months will be very busy with tournaments and events and travel.
Yep, the summer really kicks off with Junior National. This is like this is the first big one, and then right as this ends, our WWBA's pick up. So this is the summer right here. This is the start of it.
Carlos Rivera Fortuno, I believe, from Puerto Rico. Got behind that throw nicely. One of his 5 throws outfielders will get.
Going back to Grollo, the arm really looked good, but he was up to 92, so another impressive arm from out there.
We've seen a lot of low 90s already.
Yeah. Velos, they just continue to tick up. It gets younger and younger every year, it seems like.
Fortuno finishes his tosses. Another outfielder, next man in, is Angel Lea from San Diego, California, East Lake High School. He's an Oregon commit. Probably stayed up late watching that game last night. Ducks came from 8-0 down to defeat Oral Roberts in game 1 of a Super.
That was one of the best games I've ever seen.
It was crazy. It was a little crazy.
Yeah.
East Lakewood Baseball School there in San Diego. See his rank, 119. And again, these are 2025s.
Yeah, this is a good group. The 2025 class has been really fun to follow. It was one of my first groups that when I came in and was a scouting intern assistant, it was the first group that like I really got to see a lot of. So it's been really fun to get to follow them.
I know from year to year it's tough to maybe compare an entire class, but do you feel like this unit has some pretty good depth of talent? I know we're seeing a lot here already in day 1.
Yeah. This is every class seems to have that top end talent that is just unbelievable. But this 25 class looks to have a lot of depth, so it's a really impressive class.
This is Luke Billings, our green team rolling now. Prosper, Texas. He is a Tennessee commit, and he is a highly ranked young man. You see his rank there at 46.
Another big and strong kid, 6'2", 190. Interested to see what he's throwing from out there, too.
Radar readings have popped in pretty quickly. We've seen a lot of high 80s, some low 90s. See what Luke Billings might have as he rolls on to our green squad, our third of 4 teams here this morning. And it'll roll into Andrew Duncan from Bethesda, Maryland. And Duncan's a Duke commit, so there's another young man who was probably pretty excited. We've had a handful of super regional winners represented between Duke and Oregon.
We know what they were watching last night. It's been really impressive seeing this group. Every group, every team that's strolled out there has been just turning in big number after big number. So this has been extremely fun to kick the morning off.
Yeah, I would say if our future groups are going to equal or surpass what we've seen already, we know we're in for quite a bit of talent this week.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun week.
Tomorrow we'll have to dress this a little bit better because I want to put these things in the bag in case it rains, so that way
rotating some of the catchers in to handle those throws to the plate, also seeing throws to third base, part of this routine. I think we're ready to roll with the next man. That is Joseph Perillo from Porter High School, Kingwood, Texas.
Yeah, that's something that nobody talks about really is when we're watching these outfielders throw, we're also evaluating the third baseman and the catchers. See how they handle throws. That's a really big part of it too. It's just seeing how they work around the plate, how they work around third. That's something that we always take into account as well.
Just a few extra reps, few extra things to identify and watch with these individuals.
Absolutely, we're trying to see every part of the game. So anytime we can get eyes on them, is something that we'll always do.
Rolling through our green outfielders. Next man up, Austin Wiegand, Miami, Florida, Westminster Christian High School.
This is one of the more fluid rounds we've seen. He's moving really well out there. Has a nice bounce to the step. Carrying the weight through. Long gather, arm looks really good. This is an uncommitted player that is really having a good round. So hopefully he continues it and has a really good week too.
I wouldn't say there's anxiety, but maybe a few butterflies for these young men. If nothing else, you go up against some of the other top talent around the country, you realize you're on display and trying to put forth your best performances.
Yeah, absolutely. You always want to compare yourself and be around the best. So this is one of the best events to get around the best. We do a really good job. of getting the top talent here. So this is one of the best events of the summer. It's one of my favorites as well. It's 15 minutes from the house too, which makes it a lot easier. So this is a fun one.
Easy commute for you. This is Demarion Abrams, Fort Meade High School, Fort Meade, Florida. If I'm not mistaken, that's the same high school that Andrew McCutcheon went to.
Yeah. Yep.
I believe he's had some interactions with McCutcheon, as you could imagine, a pretty big role model from that same area, same high school for Abrams.
Absolutely. Not many guys better to model your game after than one of the best center fielders to ever play the game.
This is Christopher Hemmings, another one of our good baseball schools, Tampa Jesuit, Tampa, Florida native.
Absolutely. Tampa Jesuit was at the top of our high school rankings throughout the high school season, so he's been around the best and continues to be here at East Cobb.
And for some of these top players that have gone into the ranks of state championships and whatnot, they've been rolling throughout these last couple of weeks. I think Texas finishes today, for example, in their state championship games.
Yeah, we finished up here in Georgia a few weeks ago, so we've been wrapped up for a little bit. The summer really kicked off about a month ago, so we've been rolling with the summer. I know the northern schools they're just now picking up with playoffs, so everybody's on a little bit different time schedule whenever they start the summer, but
continuing with our green outfielders, the gray to follow. This is Austin Weiss, Rockville, Maryland commit.
Primary left-handed pitcher too, so the arm should be really good from out there. We've had him up to 89 in NPG events last year, so this is an arm that we'll be watching this week at some point.
Well, he's an athlete, not just pitching an outfielder.
Yeah.
He says he can do a windmill dunk. So you get the idea of the athleticism these young men bring to the plate.
Yeah, absolutely. We're always.
We might have to
looking for
incorporate
the most
that into your
athletic.
junior showcases.
Yeah.
Put the basketball hoop out there, and we'll see if anybody
Yeah.
can dunk.
Yeah, exactly. Put it out on the center field wall, and let's see who can go up and get it. I'd take him, though, if he can do a windmill.
I think so, too.
I'm not going to bet on anybody else.
Tyler Wood, Lee Summit, Missouri, in the Kansas City area, a Tennessee commit. Tony Vitello also and always does extremely well throughout that region of the country.
Absolutely. The 24 classes and 25 classes that he's put together are some of the most impressive classes I've seen. So they're consistently winning with Tony. So it's that Tennessee train isn't stopping anytime soon. I don't believe.
No, I would agree with that. There's no doubt.
They're just retooling. So
Tyler
another
also
top
plays,
40 kid in the country. So
how about that? Ranked 39, plays for the Royals scout team when he's not at some of these big events. I think that completes our green team. So we've seen 3 of the 4 from the outfield with 1 more to go. This is the gray squad, and the first man in is Damian Montanez from Killeen, Texas. Shoemaker High School, you see the rank inside the top 300 in the country. I do like this side-by-side split, get a chance to see the accuracy and whether there's 1 or 2 bounces on the way to the plate.
Absolutely. I always like when the guys long hop it. Makes it easier for the catcher. It's always good to get to see whether they're throwing the ball around the catcher, or so that's a big part of it as well. I want to say, if I saw that right, Tyler Wood, 93 from the outfield, so another big arm on display.
That would explain that high ranking of his and where he comes out in the class.
Yeah, he's an impressive-looking player, too.
Jack Roventini, Bell Harbor, New York. I think he ran a 6.74 earlier. Had to back up for that, bounce off the carpet, but beginning his round from the outfield. And again, all outfielders throw from right. Infielders throw from first, or I should say from short, with the exception of the first baseman. So they all come from the same spot, regardless if you're a center fielder or a left fielder.
Exactly. This has been a really good round so far. He's just the bounce to the energetic movements out there is just it always gets me fired up to see the guys out there bouncing around and making all the throws. So
I like that word. That's one I incorporate with my kids when I'm talking about playing. I want to see bounce. I want to see just that athleticism, that enjoyment of being on display.
Exactly. You always want the guys to have that bounce and have that energy, and it's something that I would look for in a player, that I look for in showcase settings. I look for it in tournament settings as well. So it's something that really stands out and sets people apart from most of their peers.
This is Alakai Kiakona, and I appreciate his phonetic spelling on his bio. All 597 pages on these bios. I think we're over 600 now with some late additions, but he phonetically spelled out his name, so hopefully I did it justice as he completes his round. This is Quinn Shambo, Illinois native.
Another solid start to the round, and he's hitting the third baseman right in the chest. So this is as good as it gets.
He's a high school quarterback on his football team. Still have several multi-sport athletes at this age. Sometimes they start to concentrate even on fewer events or just baseball, but there's some very talented athletic players part of this 2025 group.
Absolutely. I know there's differing opinions in the scouting world of the two-sport guys. I personally love guys that play two sports. First off, it gives you a break from one of them and helps you love it even more, but it also gives you different skill sets. You have to have different skill sets in each sport, so it just makes you a better athlete, and it's something that always stands out.
Cole Lasher from Fort Lauderdale, next man in.
Another good high school program in St. Thomas Aquinas. So this is another player that's been around winning quite a bit.
And another player, I think, like so many, that has really just grown into their body, getting bigger and stronger, as he's pointed out.
Yeah, like I said before, the junior year, the summer of your junior year is probably one of the bigger ones in terms of physical development. Any off season when you can just dedicate yourself to the weight room is big, but it seems like that the summer going into your junior year seems to always be one of the bigger ones.
Saw Goldenets run a 6.67 earlier. California kid going to TCU, getting his throws in from the outfield. He's getting caught between hops out there. You don't want that.
Yeah, no. The arm looks good though. You could tell from the 60 that he's got some twitch and that the arm really works well. I'm interested to see what the velo was from out there.
He's trying to get behind a few of those throws. Almost through our outfielders. Gabriel Coltman from Portland, Oregon, I believe will go. We do have a few individuals we're going to work in from the white team before we completely wrap, but this is Coltman.
Another big player. 6'4", 220. He's super physical and he looks the part. He's got good movements out there too. This has been pretty good so far.
little extra hop before his throw comes into the plate. You'd really love to consistently kind of put up maybe the same radar readings, but if not, have a chance to kind of get loose after a couple of throws before your fourth or fifth and final tosses.
Absolutely. You got to let one rip at least.
You do. I would agree. You got to put one to the backstop if you can.
Yeah, exactly. Doesn't matter where it goes, just throw it as hard as you can on one of them.
We saw Joshua Campbell jumping in and joining the running groups earlier. The Michigan native, Michigan commit, but IMG Academy player. Kind of lost that one, but hopefully doesn't step on it. Another one for Campbell. Obviously, you pay attention to these IMG young men, knowing the competition they have faced throughout their spring.
Yeah, another one of the teams that we saw a bit of out at the PG Showdown in Hoover. They were just, the amount of talent on that team this year was unbelievable, and they held our top spot for quite a long time. So they were the cream of the crop this year.
That's a good point. Able to see the entire team at some of the PG events.
Yeah. Yeah, the PG Showdown, it's a great event that you get to see the guys in more of a high school environment than a travel ball tournament. So it's a little bit different in that sense, but it's a fantastic event that's just, you get to see the guys around the guys that they play with the entire spring, so it's always fun.
See Ryan, he is another one of our Canadians. Mississauga, Ontario, just outside of Toronto. So we've gone through our four teams, mixing in a couple of our white players. We've gone through the gray, the black, the gold, and the green. We will also see the infielders, the catchers, from these same four groups before we get batting practices, and they will wrap up their first day. A couple of games later on for our afternoon crew.
It's been really fun to see the Canadian players come down. I know one of our cross-checkers, Brian Sikowski, he's been doing a bunch of Canadian stuff with the CPBL, and it's been awesome to see all those guys. We have a Canadian team that comes to Jupiter, so get to see those guys. It's really awesome.
Brett Oldham, Cam McElwaney. I would say Cam, after we just went through our 60s, but really kind of was able to see the entire outfield group. We had some fantastic outfielders we just witnessed throwing. I can't wait to see them swing the bat later on and play, because they were very impressive with their throws and just, I think, their overall strength, athleticism, and fluidity.
Yeah, the strength and the athleticism really stood out in that round. The arms were big. We saw multiple 90-plus velos from out there. So it's a physically impressive group. The skills really stand out. So that was a fun group to get to watch.
Same thing from the infield, though. We'll see 5 throws. They'll come from shortstop. We'll see a couple of backhands. We'll see the finish with the soft ground ball where you're throwing on the run to first base. But we may see a couple of individuals that were both outfielders and infielders, but it's also a chance for us to see a different group that we haven't seen yet.
Absolutely. It's the infield's always one of my favorites. It's the workout that we put them through is it's a really strenuous workout. I mean, they're covering a lot of ground, showing off the arm. The slow roller is a really big thing, how you move, how you can change slots when throwing to first. So, the infield workout's always one of my favorites.
Kicked off day one, morning one, with the 60s, of course. So again, a tip of the hat to these young men that were out there running their 60s. First thing today, running twice, getting that best time. Saw some eye-popping numbers again early, and now we're going through the outfield, the infield. We'll see the catchers, the first baseman throw as well before we get towards batting practice. But I guess we'll say it again, it's worth repeating. We saw an impressive group of outfielders, so I would think the infielders would have to kind of step up their game to match what we've seen already with these arms.
Exactly. The outfielders set the bar high, that's for sure.
We have 12 different teams, so we're seeing 4. We saw a couple of players from the white squad mixed in, so maybe just a few individuals that had some travel circumstances that threw them into this group. But, this is a busy week, and I think we're already set to jump into these infield. So it didn't take long to set things up. Christopher Levy Gutierrez, Florida native, first man up from short.
Good start to the round there. That looked extremely smooth. The hands really work.
You're right there.
Get a chance to watch them either backhand work through balls.
That ability to change slots is such a big deal. He just showed it off there on that backhand.
That's probably the angle where you get the best throw, isn't it? Where you're up the middle and you're able to plant, kind of get behind it.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the one where kids will let it rip. So that the last one is probably the most important to me. Just seeing how they move on the charge, because that's a play that happens pretty frequently. So getting to see them move on the charge, change slots, that's a big one.
Jack Zeller from Pleasant Prairie, Wisconsin. Next shortstop in.
This has been really fluid so far. He's got good range to both sides. That right there, the changing of the slot is so big. Being able to throw from multiple arm angles is such a big deal. You can make every play if you can throw from multiple arm slots. So
I think that's probably worth repeating as we really try and identify some velocities. It's also important to see the movements, and sometimes you might make a throw from a different arm slot that might not be your highest velo, but might give you a more natural shortstop instinct.
Absolutely. We're looking for shortstop instincts, the ability to just have good footwork, the hands really shine, and then being able to throw the ball across, accurate, good movements, just natural feel for the position that's a big thing.
How about this? 2 Pleasant Prairie, Wisconsin kids have already gone from differing high schools. So maybe they travel together?
Man. They may have. This is Ryan Mitchell. This is a player that really stood out. I went over to Hoover for a little bit in the high school season, and I got to see Houston play where he goes to high school, and it's a tall, lean frame with really good movement and tons of projection, top of the order speed. I mean, this is a potential 5-tool guy that is really on a lot of people's radar.
Should be. Georgia Tech commit inside the top 50. Some of my velos have stopped rolling in. If you get a few, Cam, that jump out at you, please incorporate those into the telecast, because this does go quick with these 5 throws as we cycle through our infielders. I think Ethan Moore is the next man in from River Forest, Illinois. Louisville commit. Louisville loves those Chicago kids.
Oh, they love them. Chicago's been producing some really, really good players as well. There's a lot of talent coming out of Chicago, so it's natural for Louisville, for any college, to love them.
Coach Mack likes those blue-collar Illinois kids. Ethan Moore, a big Francisco Lindor fan, as most of these infielders are.
Yeah. It was a really fluid round. He looked really comfortable moving around, and he's got a clean funnel. The arm really works, up to 87. So that was really good.
This is Landon Schaefer. There's a Fayetteville kid. See the rank, 19, Arkansas commit. His dad is the assistant women's basketball coach on campus.
This is a player we've seen. This is a player we've seen a lot of. He's one of the highest ranked prospects in the country in the class of 2025. So this is one of the bigger names that we have at this event. It's going to be fun to see him this week and get to see him out in this showcase setting. So that was a really, really good round that that he just turned in.
Just had a top 50-ish player in the class and then a top 20. So we've gone through the blacks.
Yeah.
We're cycling on to the golds. Preston Yautcher from Verona, Wisconsin, ran a 6.93 earlier, at least one of his 2 times that I was able to gather.
Another Wisconsinite.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of Wisconsin kids with a couple of Chicagos mixed in.
Yeah, yep.
Some Ontarios and some Floridas and Californias in the first 4 groups.
Good play. That was on the charges. I've said it before, but that's such a big play. It's good to show how you move around and how athletic you are, and that was really good.
Cooper Fleming from Melissa Viejo High School, Laguna Beach High School in California. I don't know about you, Cam, but it's amazing when these kids are fluid how fast these 5 ground balls go.
Yeah.
Because you're just watching them before you know it. It is over in a blink of an eye.
Exactly. It goes quick, especially with how fluid they are getting rid of the ball. It goes quick, but you get to see everything that you need to see from them. In these 5 ground balls, you get to see the one right at them, the 2 backhands, the one up the middle, and then the slow roller. So it moves quick, but you get to see everything you need to.
This is Jones from Concordia Lutheran High School, Spring, Texas. Pretty good baseball program in the northernmost Houston suburbs.
He had a good outfield round earlier as well. So
that's right. It's one of those we've seen at both positions. So we see a lot of two-way players, both pitchers and position players. We also see position players that are both outfielders and infielders, or maybe catch from time to time.
Yeah, you see these players everywhere. Most of them were playing multiple spots, so you get to gauge what they're like from both spots. So it's always cool to see kids go from outfield to infield. Some of them catch, some of them will get on the mound for an inning in game. It's really cool to see.
Here we got another Wisconsin kid. Stop the presses. Jackson Clayton from Brookfield.
We sure have had a lot of Wisconsinites early on in this round.
Tatis Jr. fan finishes up his 5 throws from short for Clayton. Working through our second of 4 teams from the shortstop position. Rashad Hayes from Oakland, California. He's inside the top 100. You see his rank at 87, and he is a Stanford commit.
Yeah, this is one of the best players in the country, best players in the class out in California. So this is my first look at him. He's moving around super well, looks super athletic and making all the throws. This has been a really, really impressive round so far. We'll get to see the slow roller here.
Accurate throw to finish.
That was really, really good. That was as fluid as it gets. So he looked really comfortable out there.
This was Rashad Hayes, Oakland. This is Emmanuel. He goes by Manny Lantigua, Delray Beach, Florida. Another top 30-ish player, a Florida State commit.
Yeah, there's some serious two-way intrigue here with him with the bat and him on the mound as well. We've had him up to 90. He was a player that really, really shined down at a PG main event at the end of 2022. So this is a player that we've seen quite a bit, and it'll be interesting to see him on the mound later this week as well, because there's some real two-way intrigue there.
As you can imagine, it does not take long to go from one to the next. I think this is Brock Silvers, and is a Kentucky commit, an Idaho native. He said Coach Mingione was regaling his family with fishing stories when he, he committed, maybe even in Idaho, so they had a connection.
That's awesome. It's cool to see these players connect on such personal levels with all the people that they encounter in the baseball world. So he's turned in a really good round, and then top 130. This is a player that we know a lot about as well.
That might be it for the gold team. So we're halfway through our infielders. We've segued onto the green. And this is Jordan Yost from Tampa, Florida. He's a Florida commit.
Goes to one of the top high schools in the country as well in Sickles. I think I said that earlier, but they won the
6A Florida State Championship, didn't they?
They were a really good bunch this year. And they were a team that flew up our high school rankings this year. So,
and I believe Jordan had a brother on the team too.
Yeah.
He just cruised through his
5
throws to kick off our green team. This is Joey Erace. He's from New Jersey.
I want to say this is our first player from Jersey that we've seen in this infield round.
I think it is. Probably won't be our last.
Yeah.
Goes by the nickname Joey Baseball.
That was a super fluid round. The range up the middle was really, really good. The arm looked really strong across.
Yeah, Joey Baseball finishes his round. Luis Rodriguez, Goodyear, Arizona.
Committed to Arizona inside our top 500. So this is a player that we've seen a little bit, and it'll be good to get some numbers on him out here. And he's had a solid round so far.
Just saw his head coach Chip Hale and recruiting coordinator Trip Couch a couple of days ago, and Arizona came to Northwest Arkansas for the regional. This is Luke Billings, next man in. Prosper, Texas, Tennessee commit is Billings.
He turned in one of the better outfield performances as well. So intriguing to see what he does on the infield, how the hands work.
North Texas Longhorns, his travel team. That's the throw right there where you can really kind of cut it loose. You can plant, get as much behind it as you possibly can.
Absolutely. You see some of the players, they'll take a little bit of a bigger gather there and really let one rip.
It's a good baseball term. Let it rip.
Yeah, exactly.
This is A.J. Terry, Randolph, New Jersey, North Carolina commit.
Yeah, I've heard some good things about AJ from some of our scouts up in the Northeast. So I was really looking forward to getting to see him this week.
Big Trey Turner fan. No shortage of infielders that follow that same pattern. A little bobble there that cost him a chance to unload that throw.
Yeah. He looked like he was going to let that one eat a little bit.
Yeah, he was going to gather, plant, and crank.
Yeah.
Jack Palit from Cedarburg, Wisconsin. Ready to roll. He has big aspirations. Most of these guys expect to be in the big leagues. He also wants to be an architect or an engineer. A Gavin Lux guy, another Wisconsin native, home state product to follow.
it's awesome to see the dreams off the field that these players have. It's something.
Kim, I'll tell you one thing. As I've gone through these bios, again, 640 pages, the number of 4.0 students, the number of, say, 3.75 GPAs or better, AP classes, I mean, it is incredibly impressive. Volunteer hours for these young men. Peter Visconti is next man in.
It's awesome to see the guys that they are off the field. Doing this job, you get to know some of them very well, and they're all such good young men. It's awesome to follow them.
No, it was extremely impressive just to look collectively at this class.
Yeah.
As Visconti goes, I mean, here's another guy we talked about multiple sports. He's also a varsity soccer athlete. So, talking about guys that are gearing it up in the classroom, volunteering in their community, playing multiple sports or multiple positions within a sport. Nate Shoemaker from, I think this is Shoemaker. This is Casey Carpenter, I believe. Is it a 20? Oh, it is 20. It is Shoemaker from Catalina Foothills in Tucson.
Yeah, going back to the two-sport thing, that's such an overlooked thing. It just molds the athlete into a much better athlete. It's kind of wild to see that the playing football helps you become a better athlete on the baseball field, or playing soccer helps you. Any other sport, it just develops you into such a better athlete. So it's something that's always good to do.
I think they're just different, right? I mean, soccer is different than baseball and football, and I think the skills that come with them and the muscles and the body movements and rhythms have some carryover.
Yeah, exactly. Everything carries over. If you move around and you're running a lot, it'll help you on the field. It's just the different things that you learn just translate into baseball. Baseball is just it's a sport where you have to move around in so many awkward ways.
For example, Carpenter is a club soccer guy, I believe, from his background.
Yeah, it's awesome to see these guys playing two sports.
Hey, 3 teams now. We're on to our 4th. This is the gray team, Tanner Fahino from Honolulu, Hawaii. I'd like to have the travel miles from this first group between Ontario and Hawaii and Portland and Arizona.
Yeah. Yeah, the Hawaiian push has been turning up for the past couple of years, and we've been really getting to see a lot of the Hawaiian players out on the summer circuit, and it's always super fun. They're so fundamental. They're such good athletes. It's been really fun to see the Hawaiian movement in the game of baseball.
A few of them have said on their different bios that, hey, when we play in Honolulu and Hawaii, we know everybody. So a chance to get out and see different individuals and different players and different teams, really beneficial to them. As Gustavo Melendez, the Wake Forest commit, well underway with his round.
Yeah, Gustavo is another player that we know a lot about. Top 100 player in the country. Big arm across. He's really fluid in his movements. Good footwork. The hands work out front really well. Changes slots there. That was a really good round. Really, really good actions, and just a good bounce to his step. He looked super energetic there.
Link Garcia from Huntington Beach, California, the Vandy commit.
Yeah, good start to the round. He's a taller player. He's moving around really well. Good backhand.
National, his summer team.
Trotsky's always one that I try and follow during the bigger events. They always have really, really good players. They're always one of the teams that I try and make it out and see at least once, if not twice.
Those last 2 throws, I think the 4th one where you go up the middle, plant, and as you said, turn it loose is fun, and I love that final one just to see the athleticism on the slow roller and throwing across your body is Chet Kennedy from Carlsbad, California, steps in.
Yeah, the one up the middle and the one, the slow rollers. It's a great way to end the round. Let you get your one throw to really just let it go across the middle, and then you kind of got to regather yourself, and you're not going to get as much velo on the last one, but you got to show off that you can move your arm around a little bit and make an accurate throw over there. So
Kennedy finishes. I think he had 7 home runs in his varsity high school season this year. Getting a chance to see him at short before we see him and everybody else take batting practice coming up a little bit later.
Yeah.
Dane Ray from Tupelo, Mississippi.
He gets the glove down really early. It's good glove presentation. Hands are really soft. He shows off the range there. As we said, he let that one go a little bit, and then we get to finish up with this slow roller.
Talk more about his self-scouting report when we see him in the games. I thought he had the best self-scouting report ever, and these guys and these kids have gotten really good as far as describing their game. Like they hired a PR agent to kind of fill in the bios for them.
Yeah.
But I think we've completed our shortstop. So we've run the 60s. We have seen our outfielders throw. We've seen a few of the same individuals as well throw from the infield. So, Cam, I would kind of reiterate what we have seen already today. We have seen some high-level talent between just these stations that we've witnessed.
Yeah, it's been really fun to see these guys. We saw the 60s. We saw some pretty big numbers in the mid 6.6s. We see the outfield velos. Those are super big. For it being early in the morning, they're out there throwing low 90s, upper 90s. I mean, and then that was a super impressive infield group as well. Just moving around, arms really stood out, and just the athleticism in this group is really, really impressive.
Now, sometimes when you're watching 12 teams, as we get kind of a review of some of the plays that we've just witnessed, you might think, well, these groups are loaded with talent more so than the next 4 or whatnot, or maybe you see 3 or 4 guys right out of the gates and you're thinking, well, this is top heavy, and then you realize it's top to bottom as far as the overall talent level. That's why these kids are here, part of the Junior National Showcase.
Exactly. This is an invite-only showcase, so we're out on the road the entire spring, trying to get as many looks at these guys as possible, and then we're sending in notes to try and get these guys here, so they can put their skills to the test against the nation's best.
I think that's great insight, talking about the PG scouts that have been putting eyes on these young men. And I would imagine there may have been a few late additions, but there's also several guys that you've known for quite a while, and we're already throwing. Our first baseman will throw towards third, and this is Colin Lynch. He is a Pennsylvania native and a Pitt commit.
Good. Come hold him on.
First basemen are always interesting with how their feet work around the bag and their fundamentals, just making throws to multiple bags. And
see some throws to second, some throws to third.
Love that
Colin
camera
Lynch,
angle.
Let's us
see the accuracy of that other camera angle.
This is KT Thompson. We've seen him throw from the outfield already, correct?
Yep. Yeah, he threw from the outfield. It was, I want to say it was upper 80s. Maybe I want to say maybe up to 92. Don't quote me on that, but maybe. He played at one of the best high schools in the state this year, Cherokee Bluff. They got beat out early on in the playoffs, but they had a super impressive run throughout the high school season. I want to say we looked up and they were like 20-0 or something. We were like, oh man, we got to get them in there somewhere.
Got a Floridian from Coral Springs, beginning his sequence here from first base. Ruchik This almost feels lightning fast more so than the infielders, the way those balls come at these guys.
Yeah, they're always moving around. They get multiple ground balls in different spots. It's always interesting to see how they work around the bag. We make sure to put them where they're holding a guy on and they can bounce off, so we get to see their bounce off the bag, how the feet work, how the hands work, and then how accurate you are with your throws. So,
Braden Rosenthal, Calvary Christian Academy. Is that the high
Really
school that Rod
athletic.
Halliday coached at way back when? Calvary Christian?
I'm not totally sure, honestly. I know they were real good too this year. That's another Florida team that was unbelievably talented this year.
Joseph Perillo, we saw him throw from the outfield as well. Now working from first. Porter High School, Kingwood, Texas.
Really, really big arm from the outfield. And it translates right here too. Those throws look to be getting to the bag really quick.
Northern Houston area, Kingwood's where Mason Wynn, a former PG All-American, came through at a different high school.
Another big arm. One of the biggest in baseball right now.
May stay that way too, even though they keep getting bigger and stronger and faster. It might be hard to beat what he can bring.
Yeah.
This is Nate Shoemaker, Tucson, Arizona, Catalina Foothills High School.
He looks big and strong and physical. They keep getting bigger and stronger too, which is the crazy part.
Kim, you think about some of these kids and you might say, well, you know, we've seen them from the outfield, now we're seeing them from the infield. As you could imagine, they may have a different position with their high school team than they do for their travel team when there's a different caliber of roster.
Absolutely. You see some of these guys in different spots in the spring season. We try and make it out to as many high school games as possible, and you see these guys playing most of the time. The most athletic players playing short. So some of the times you see players that are natural outfielders in the summer ball season playing short. So you get to see them in a different way. See, if you go through outfield workouts and you go through infield, it's a completely different skill set that you have to have.
We saw Charlie Buckles nearly buckle with a jackknife on that first throw, but he came out of that okay, unscathed maybe, and finished his round with his 5 tosses. This is John Rodriguez, Boca Raton, Florida.
A little bobble there, but arm strength looks really good.
I think it's a good reminder, no matter how good these guys are, you know, you're a little bit anxious to make that strong throw, but those mechanics of gathering and bringing the ball into your body, into your glove, still first and foremost before that throw.
Absolutely. You have to trust your hands. You have to be able to field the ball and just have fluid movements right into the throw.
It's John Rodriguez. Now we're on to the gray team. Clemson Julian, another Hawaii kid, another left-hander.
This has been really, really good so far. He's moving around really well. He's a really good athlete. You can see him bouncing off the bag there. It's such a big thing. It replicates game action as well, so.
So Julian is done quickly. Continuing on with our first baseman here from the gray team, Keegan Russell from Ontario. Still have catchers to go before BP, so we know there'll be a handful from each of these squads, but rounding through our first baseman for the fourth and final team here at the first group, first quartet of teams of the 12, I believe, that we'll see over the course of this week before the sophomores get their chance later.
It was a really good group of first basemen there. It looked really fluid. So
tell you what, it's been a consistent theme, though. Impressed with our outfielders, infielders as well. Maybe not as many first basemen as we might normally have, but we'll see catchers now coming up next.
Yeah.
Give us an idea as we jump into the catcher's cam. Obviously, we're still looking for mechanics, still looking for rhythm. What are some of the pop time readings or measurements that get your attention?
Yeah, it's anything in the 1.9s, high 1.8s, 1.9s is an unbelievable time. Ball's getting out of your glove super quick. It's getting to the second baseman super quick. You gotta have quick feet, quick foot, and quick hands, and just get the throws down there. Big arm. So anything in that range is really, really impressive.
Have that tendency maybe to creep or cheat just a little bit because there is no batter. So you have that opportunity really to get into that throwing rhythm, which might allow you to just shave off just a little bit of time on your pop sequence. But regardless, I know that's what you scouts are looking for. You're looking for the fluidity and the game rhythm as much as you can.
Yeah, absolutely. We're looking for guys that just move around well. If you have the actions back there and the arm isn't there just yet, we can work with that because we know you're a solid fundamental catcher. And then in game action as well, we sit back there and get pop times during those too. So it's a continuous thing throughout the event of us timing guys and getting pop times on these guys.
I will say, once we get to game action, we do see a lot of stolen base attempts. We see the courtesy runners and whatnot, and these catchers will have, dare I say, quite a few opportunities to try and throw out some runners once we get into these real innings, real games.
Absolutely. They get 5 throws here, and then however many guys try and steal, they get as many as they need in the game as well. So we get to see them quite a bit.
Another gentleman from Puerto Rico, Diego Rosa Burgos, the first of our catchers working through this black squad, our number 1 team. Also looking at the gold and green and the gray here this morning of day 1.
I know I asked earlier.
It's a little bit higher of a setup, but he gains a lot of ground, and the arm
it is a higher setup.
Really, really good. Yeah.
Think about all the conversation around catchers, and it usually entails them with their kind of leg on the ground and whatnot. He has an entirely different setup.
Yeah, that's the one knee down is the new movement in the game. I know some people are for it, some people are against it, but either way, it's here to stay, I believe. We're not seeing much change in baseball yet, so that's a big arm. I'm not sure what the feel was, but that ball got to the second baseman quick.
My text chain is stopped, so if you get a couple of pop times, throw those babies in.
I think my phone's overloaded with text.
I do too. There's a lot of spitting going on right now as Charlie Wortham from St. Peters, Missouri gets his opportunity.
Yeah, it's cool to see the from one catcher to the next how different it can be. Baseball's not a game of one size fits all. It's you see different bodies, you see different movements, but it can all work. So the first one we saw was a little bit higher of a setup. The second was a little bit lower, and both of them worked really well. So
we're going to jump ahead of the gold. This might be Isaiah Ibarra, if that's 19, from West Covina, California. Looks like a 19 for Ibarra.
Yeah.
He's a USC commit.
was a really cool camera on the side that got you. It lets you see the footwork. You can. It just gives you a little bit different perspective of how much ground they're gathering towards second. So.
Fun first name to say. He goes by Barbie for a nickname. That might be easier than Isaiah Ibarra, but he's done with his 5 throws. And again, it goes quick when these gentlemen get out there and get into a certain rhythm.
It's always cool to see the different body styles that you have. You have the smaller catchers and you have the bigger ones. Summers is a little bit bigger of a one, but everything looks really, really fluid and smooth here.
Yeah, taller frame for the Dayton commit and Virginia native Justin Summers.
Comes
also
right
with that side-by-side
too.
shot, Cam, we also get a chance kind of to see the accuracy on a few of those throws.
Absolutely. That's such a big thing is we make the throws right on the bag, and we can really, really work with that.
This should be Joe Forbes, and is. Peoria, Arizona native, Arizona commit. Mountain Ridge High School.
Another lower setup here. He's got really quick hands, quick transfer. The feet are really, really quick, and that was a really good round.
We've gone through the gold. Now we're on to the 9s. You see a sub-2 pop time, which is always kind of a number that gets everybody's attention when there's a 1 to start things off.
Absolutely. Anything with a 1 is really, really good.
We saw Luke Billings in the outfield. Now we're seeing him behind the plate.
Yeah. Yeah, this is really intriguing. You don't see many catchers that are outfielders and play both positions at a premium level. So throws have been right around the bag too. That was a good round.
That was Billings. This should be Austin Wiegand. That is 15.
Yeah. He gains a lot of ground towards second. Really low setup.
This is a little bit of that creep I mentioned. You know, that anticipation is to kind of go get that ball and to kind of come out of that crouch so you're ready to put off your best and accurate and strongest throw.
Absolutely.
Might be Visconti. Hard to see that number. I think it is Visconti from Illinois. Peter concludes his 5 throws. That's pop time that'll get your attention there at 191.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, like we've said, anything in the 1s is just, you're getting the ball down there really quickly. Everything's pretty fluid, and you're getting it out really quick.
Preston Armstrong, another Arizona kid. Good year.
Another bigger bodied catcher that everything looks super smooth and looks athletic, getting out of the crouch. He's got good bend in the lower half. That was a really good round.
And on to our gray team, our 4th and final squad. Quinn Shambo from Illinois. Of course, sometimes in those high school games, you might not have many base runners against quality catchers, and then you're making 5 throws in about 20 seconds here at the junior showcase.
Yeah, it's quick. We've had him. He came to a different showcase, and we had him up to 81 from behind the plate. So, looking for a number similar to that in that round.
We've seen a handful of sub-2s on the pop times.
Yeah.
Chase Sutherland. Another Hawaii kid.
I'm telling you that the Hawaii movement is happening, and it's been so fun to see it.
I mean, that is part of your scouting territory.
That'd be a lot of sky miles.
Best part, though, when you live in Atlanta, they come to you.
Exactly. Everything comes through here travel-wise, so.
Should be it for Chase Sutherland. A few more catchers from our gray team yet to throw before we can pull out the cages and get to the batting practice rounds.
Absolutely. He had a pop time of 2.03, but everything was right there on the bag, and everything looked really good from a fundamental standpoint back there. So it's definitely a number that you can work with and throw guys out with.
I believe this is Grinlinger, Trent Grinlinger from Huntington Beach.
I've heard really, really good things from our California scouts about him. He had a big spring, and this is a name to watch this week.
That's it for Trent. I think that concludes our catchers. Day one of the Perfect Game Junior National Showcase from the famous East Cobb Baseball Complex in Marietta, Georgia, just outside of Atlanta. Cooler morning than maybe normal in hot Atlanta. And I think the players working out early this morning on the carpet, probably appreciative of that. But we have gone through the 60s, each player running twice. We've seen the outfielders throw, the infielders from short. We've gone through a handful of first basemen and catchers. So, Cam, now we get batting practice, and I don't know about you, but I know I enjoy seeing them throw from the outfield and infield, but I really love swinging the wood and taking the swings.
Absolutely. BP is always one of the most fun things we do at the showcases. It gets them 10 swings to really show what they can do with the bat, and then we get to see them in game action, see if it translates. So BP is always a fun time.
All right, are you watching the flight of the baseball? Are you analyzing the bat speed? I would imagine a little bit of everything, but kind of give me an idea when you sit down and you watch 10 swings from a gentleman, what you're going to kind of focus in on.
Yeah, absolutely. So first thing that I look for is just a setup. So we're looking, how's he set up in the box? What's the timing mechanism? Is it a toe tap? Is it a knee lift? Like what exactly he's doing, like fundamental wise in the swing, and then obviously looking for bat speed. Bat speed's always like one of the biggest things, and then I'm looking for a guy that most of these guys can leave the park to the pool side, but I'm looking for guys that pepper the gaps. So yeah, we've seen in previous events all these guys just hammering the balls all over the place. So it'll be a fun group of BP here early on.
Kind of took a look back at some of the events we've already seen today. Most recently, the catchers throwing, analyzing their pop times. We had several sub-twos watching the first baseman throw as well. So I think things kind of vary a little bit, maybe player to player or team to team. But I would say we're off to a really good start from the talent that we've witnessed. Absolutely.
This is the cream of the crop here. This is one of our biggest showcases. There's so much talent here. It's been a fun group to watch so far this morning, and I can't wait for BP. This is going to be pretty loud.
From a number standpoint, what are we looking at? 200-ish, 250 players or more?
Probably a little bit more than that. I'm not sure of the exact number, but somewhere in that range.
Starting to do the setup as well. Our BP throwers are fantastic with their consistency. They've done this a time or two. I guess we'll say it's not their first rodeo when it comes to some of these showcase events, because the one thing you want as a hitter, you want that consistent BP so that when you have those 10 swings, you can get up there and take your cracks and not be standing around.
Absolutely. I'm a little bit biased to the BP guys we have here. They do our regional showcases in Georgia too, and they're two of the best in the business in terms of throwing BP. It's consistent. It's same velocity. It's really, really good BP. So They're not trying to trick you or anything.
I'm surprised we don't have Tommy John surgeries on a regular basis with these gentlemen, but they are true Iron Men because this is just what they do. They throw BP, and the guys are lined up. Obviously, Cam, though, they've come off, these players have their high school seasons where they're swinging the middle bats, and now you go to the wood for the summer and for perfect games. So how do you think that affects them maybe early in the summer when they haven't been swinging wood as consistently as they will by the end of the summer?
I think the metal bats just give you a little bit more of leeway of like getting maybe not finding the barrel as much and still hitting the ball hard. But the wood bat, it gives you none. If you hit it off the handle, it's probably going to break in half. So it's just all about putting the ball on the barrel. That's the biggest thing.
Yeah, I know a good bat store in Atlanta if you break a few. Dad's been there a time or two.
Yeah.
Refreshing the bat bag. We're going to step aside and come back quickly. We have batting practice up next. Perfect Game Junior National Showcase, Day 1, Morning 1. Back in a moment. Practice. We are off and rolling. Here we go with our BP sessions. Brett Dolan, Cam McElwaney from the Perfect Game Junior National Showcase. Should be Christopher Levy Gutierrez with our black team. So nothing like being the first guy right out of the gates.
Yeah, pressure's put on you pretty quickly with being the first guy. RBP is like it's pretty intimidating with especially with the amount of people that are there. No turtle at all, so you're just out there in the open. you got 10 swings to put on a show. So
Well, we do love those side swings. We need to get a few of those screens moved out of our way. But chance to see Christopher Levy Gutierrez from Florida, a shortstop primarily, lead things off. There we go.
Really simple swing too. Really simple. Just put the barrel on the ball. Gap to gap guy. It was a pretty good BP. So I'm excited to get rolling with this black team. We have some pretty loud BPs coming up.
Mason Kinshin from Spring, Texas, jumps in. I don't remember seeing him throw yet, but now watching him swing the bat.
Another really simple swing. Super well connected. The hands are really quick. Pulls the bat through hard. He's been all over the barrel this entire round. He's getting extended pretty early on, so this has been pretty good.
Primary left-handed pitcher. Big golfer too. I really enjoy these side-by-side angles.
Yeah.
Both behind home plate and the side swing. Get an idea of kind of where that ball's traveling, where it's going, in addition to some of the mechanics for Mason and others.
Absolutely. It's always good to get to see the swing mechanics and ball trajectory and all the things that come with hitting BP.
Another lefty ready to roll. Should be Bennett Gary from Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida.
We're good, Rico. Thank you.
I'm really intrigued to see this BP. He's had a good day so far. Let's see how he follows everything up with this round.
I would certainly say some of these young men have been able to put together some momentum between the 60s, their times, outfield, infield velocities, and evaluations, and now, of course, the fun part.
Absolutely. BP is always the thing that gets people the most excited. They're ready to see some balls fly. So. He's got good balance. The hands really work. He's been hitting the ball to the middle of the field. He'd love to see that. Line drives just right into the middle of the field.
Is there time to kind of take a BP approach where maybe you're looking opposite field for the first swing or two and kind of unload towards the end, or do you just want these guys to step in and just kind of cut it loose for 10 swings?
It differs upon who's at the event, what they want to see. I like to see guys going gap to gap with for the first few swings, and then obviously like to see them try and get one out of the park. But it's just showing what you are as an overall hitter. We obviously love to see the ball flying out of the park. Everybody does, but whenever you can just put the barrel on the ball and hit line drives into the gaps, sooner or later that translates into home runs and game action. So it's such a big thing, just going gap to gap.
Sedler, one of our Wisconsinites, and I would imagine these kids, along with you, they love to see a few balls fly over the fence too, especially when you have a limited number of swings. And this is a cozy ballpark. This, it's 315 down the line and left with the monster. I think it's 380-ish, maybe 385 to center. So it's within reason for these young men, even though they're 20-25s. A lot of these guys have their man strength. You will see balls jump into those trees.
Oh yeah, you'll see some balls flying soon. We have Jacob Kendall coming up now. this has a chance to be pretty loud. This has been one of the best hitters in the country that we've seen quite a bit. So this could be really, really good.
Florida commit is Kendall.
It's one of the prettiest left-handed swings you'll see.
Fun part when I work with David Ronsley is the comps that come in.
Yeah.
I mean, you might see somebody and he immediately reminds you of a collegiate player, a major league player, a former PG All-American, has a similar stance, similar body type.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of comps out there. I'm not sure which one I'd roll with yet for Kendall. I know he's still putting some muscle onto the frame, so I don't think it's completely done filling out yet. But I mean, it is one of the most gorgeous left-handed swings that you'll come across in any class. Honestly, this is one of the best ones.
Smooth round from Jacob Kendall.
Yeah, I saw him for the first time last year, and the first swing that I saw from him, he hit a home run over the scoreboard. So
nice.
That was it was quite the way to get the first look at him. So
only get one chance to make a first impression. Is J.C. Martinez.
And
next man in.
Made a better one.
And I would say if my numbers are accurate, and this thing goes fast and furious, but I had Martinez down for maybe a 6'7", 560 and throwing up to 97 from the outfield.
Yeah, this has been one of the loudest days that we've had so far in this young junior national. Up to 97 from the outfield, 6'7" runner. I mean, if he puts together a round of BP right now, that looks really good. He could fly up the rankings. So this has been really loud.
I would say that 498 rank.
Yeah.
Might change.
Yeah,
quickly.
it might be climbing here soon.
You see the various cameras set up behind home plate as well.
Yeah.
A lot of analytics going on, a lot of cameras.
Yeah, absolutely. We have Skillshow out there for the players' profiles, and then the scouts have cameras. Our scouts have cameras. We're constantly videoing everything you do. So as much video as humanly possible.
What could you see from that round with Martinez?
Just a lot of strength. He's a strong player, really simple swing, and he really trusts his hands and gets the barrel through. That was a really, really good swing, just super simple.
This is Dean Moss, California native, Vanderbilt commit.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen Dean a lot. He's played in countless PG events. Had one of the most famous swings of the summer last year at East Cobb when he hit a home run in the 15U WWBA championship. So we've seen him a lot. The bat to ball skills are really starting to shine. We've always seen the pop. So this is one of the more intriguing rounds that I was looking forward to seeing today.
Both he and Kendall really kind of keep those hands up pretty high from their start. I mean, up around kind of that ear flap.
Yep. Yeah, they both have humongous bat speed and just monstrous juice to the pull side. These two are two of the top left-handed hitters in the country. It's honestly super impressive to see what they're doing.
Working through our black team, first of our four through the batting practice sessions here in morning one, day one of the Perfect Game Junior National Showcase. I believe this is Diego Rosa Burgos from Puerto Rico, primary catcher, right-handed batter obviously, getting his first cracks at 10.
Yeah, really good round behind the plate in that catcher workout. He was I believe he was the first one to go, and that was really good, and really interested to see this round right here. It's got really good rhythm to the swing. He's getting the barrel out front and hitting the ball hard to the pull side.
Tell that one went straight back to the screen with the rattle with our cameras.
Yeah. Yeah, these rounds of BP move quick, so you gotta use the first few to establish a rhythm. or else you're just going to be behind the 8 ball pretty early on. And
yeah, that's the tough part, right? I mean, you kind of get that rhythm early, you're feeling it, and if you don't, you're kind of swimming upstream for a few seconds.
Absolutely. And it's such a big thing. Nobody thinks about it, but the no turtle, you're so used to having it. For any other BP, like in high school, you have the net around you, so it's like some kind of barrier protecting you. Out here, you're just in the open, so it's a completely different feel to BP in our showcases.
Yeah, you're on stage, no doubt. Charlie Wortham in.
Yeah, you are the only player on the field that everybody's watching, so it can be intimidating. You can see the strength in his lower half. He's got big legs and uses them well.
A pretty simple approach for Charlie. Love to kind of get into a rhythm, much like a home run derby, but you're just trying to get into that hard contact with 3 or 4 swings in a row.
Absolutely. You want to be on the barrel as much as humanly possible. Most of these guys have the power in their swing to leave the ballpark at any point. It's all about getting into a rhythm in the early part of the round that's so big.
Continuing on with our Wisconsin Knights, Ethan Bauer-Schmidt. Pleasant Prairie, primary shortstop.
Tall, lean. He had a really good round at shortstop. So this was one I was looking forward to. Let's see what he does. I mean, a big leg kick, hitting the ball to all field. So there's a lot of power to project on here as he continues to add some muscle onto this build.
Ranked in this class is Ethan Bauer-Schmidt. Colin Lynch, next man in, Pennsylvania native, Pitt commit.
Not the best start to the round, but he could get into a rhythm here. Those first 2 or 3 pitches are so important.
They do. They really kind of set the tone. I think sometimes just mentally, where you feel like you have to make up for a couple of swings that didn't go your way, or a few that are fouled back that he's had into the screen.
Yep.
Kind of an odd round for Colin. He's fouled back several.
Yeah, not the best round today, but that's what the games are for too. If he comes back in the game action and hits the ball off the wall as well. So
that's a good way to finish though on that last swing.
Absolutely. Yeah, he got that one.
I didn't see any outfielders moving, so that thing may have gotten up and out and disappeared.
Yeah.
This is Ryan Mitchell, top 50 player, Georgia Tech commit.
Yeah, like I said earlier, I saw him quite a bit in the spring season, and it was always it's such an intriguing profile that he has. He's tall, lean. It's a ton of twitch and just high-level athlete that can do everything on the field. He's got a good arm from short. As he fills out the frame, he's going to start hitting for more pop. And this is one of the top players in the country.
I jotted down a 6.86 earlier.
Yeah.
I like those gnats right there. Hear the crack of the bat.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a really simple swing. It's really repeatable, and he does a good job of just putting the barrel on the ball. And then
I think he juiced that one.
He can cause havoc whenever he gets on the base pass as well.
Pretty good round. I think he wanted a better grand finale on that last swing. But as you mentioned, that's what these games are for too. We get an idea mechanics-wise what it looks like, how their swing plays before they get to face some legitimate pitchers in a couple of games.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is a vital part of the showcase, but it isn't everything. If you have an average round of BP and then you go into the game and you hit a bomb and you hit a double, that speaks more volume because you're doing it against high-level arms, especially here at Junior National.
Ethan Moore, Louisville commit.
This bat speed is big. He's got some loft to the path.
Ooh, we're going to turn around.
Ooh. That left-hand swing was really good. Let's see what the right-hand swing was like. Same setup. He's just all over the barrel this entire round.
I don't know about you, but sometimes when we see switch hitters, it feels like there is definitely a strong side and maybe a weak side.
Yeah.
Fun part about Ethan Moore, he's just come out smoking them from both.
Yeah. Usually whenever you see a switch hitter at this kind of event and you're taking notes on him and he hits from the left side, and it's better than the right side, then you almost want to say don't hit from the right side, but then you have guys like that he was absolutely hammering balls from both sides. So that was really, really impressive there.
I would say so. Gabe Hilsing, St. Louis, Missouri.
Really wide start in the stance.
We're reloading with some of the baseballs before
Yeah.
Hilsing gets his chance.
Yeah, this has been a really impressive round so far. I'm interested to see what Helsing does here. This black team's been really lighting everything up today, from outfield workouts, 60s, and infield workouts, and catchers, first baseman, and now BP. This has been a really, really good group.
No, it's a good point. I think when we started and we joined a little bit late with the 60s, we mentioned this black team has commits to Florida, Vandy, Pitt, Georgia Tech, Virginia Tech, Louisville, Arkansas, and keep in mind this is the class of kids most affected by the new recruiting rules, or there would be even more committed by this point.
Absolutely. These are some of the highest ranked players in the country, so they've definitely had conversations at some point. I know the NCAA, the new rule doesn't allow it anymore, so but these are some of the most highly touted players in the country, so these are they definitely had that opportunity at some point.
Switch out some catchers, continue on with our black team as we work through the first of four teams in their batting practice sessions. I'm hearing those birds chirp in the background. I feel like I'm at Augusta. Landon Schaefer, here we go. Arkansas Razorback commit.
Yeah, I was out there this morning for check-in, and those birds were chirping then. So pretty majestic day out at East Cobb.
As I sit right now, I'm about half a mile from Landon's high school baseball facility, Fayetteville High School, which is only a couple of miles away from Baumwalker Stadium, where he is committed. So we're all packed in here. Start this out. It's a long and lanky kid, though. Those levers,
Yeah.
I'm sure you're always curious how the levers work when you've grown so much.
Absolutely. It's such a, they grow so quick, and usually whenever you do, it kind of gets you a little bit uncoordinated, but Landon is, everything looks so smooth and easy. Pretty sure he left the park in that round. So the power's there as well.
It's fun to see.
Yeah.
Mark Brissy, this is another Arkansas commit. Batesville, Arkansas native. Both a right-handed pitcher, I believe, and a left-handed batter. Actually, I think it's Damian Gatson, right? We snuck him in, 25.
Yeah.
Gatson,
Yep.
he wasn't on my original roster, but he should have been because he ran a 6.75 60. Did you see right there on the graphic?
Yeah, and he's putting together a good round here. The ball really jumps off his barrel. He's got a strong look to him as well. It's big bat speed, really simple swing. It's
Wide
not
base.
too much movement. Yeah, not too much movement. Repeatable. This is a really, really good swing. I'll probably say that a lot today, but
Well, I'm always intrigued. Some guys, you talk about the leg kick, leg lift, I think, as Ronsley will call it, and you get some guys that have very little movement. And it's a lot easier when you're a 30-year-old man not to have that movement than you are when you're 16, 17 years old.
Yeah, the swings are so different. Like I said before, there's no one size fits all. It's as long as you can get the barrel to the ball and hit the ball hard, we can work with your swing. It's fun. You don't have to have a leg lift or have to have a simple stride or anything. So it's cool to see different types of swings.
This is Mark Brissy, Batesville, Arkansas native.
.6'3", 210. So this is a really big player that is just showing really big power right now. Everything's been to the pull side in this round too, that I've seen. So he's really getting the barrel extended and just hitting the ball really hard to left field. So that was a really good round.
Pretty horizontal, flat position, then generates some bat speed for Mark Brissy. A couple of pitchers that will not hit, so that'll bring us up to Caden Thompson. Flowery Branch, Georgia.
Yeah, he had a really good spring out at Cherokee Bluff. So this was one when I saw the rosters, when they released the rosters, I made sure to catch him in action.
One of the many benefits of living in that Atlanta area, chance to see a lot of talented players. And you think about, we've talked about a few Houston kids, a few Tampa and Florida natives. And Arizona's well represented. We've seen Wisconsin in addition to Ontario and Puerto Rico and such. But there are some true baseball hotbeds. And this event takes place in one of the very few. Yeah,
Georgia's definitely a hotbed. I'm probably a 30-minute drive from some of the best baseball players in the country. So everything it makes it a little bit easier to go see good baseball. But that's the cool thing about this event is I'm getting to see guys from all over the country. So they're in my backyard, but I'm getting to see the best of the best right here, 15 minutes from the house, you know.
You better believe it, kind of a cross-checking event to be able to compare some to others. And that's really the challenge, I think, when you're evaluating these classes, because, you know, the goal for these young men next year is to be part of the National Showcase. And if you're part of the National Showcase, you hope to be part of that All-American Classic where you're talking about 50 of the best players in the country, or kind of a roundabout number. So this is where you start to get maybe some separation, and obviously trying to continue to work your way up those rankings.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a ginormous event. It has a big impact on our rankings. It has a big impact on who we pick for the inaugural PG All-Star game that we're going to have out at Chase Field. 2025 versus 2025 versus 2026s. So this is a really good event that it really kickstarts the summer. So it's going to be interesting to follow this week.
I think those are two kind of conflicting thoughts, but both accurate. This does truly kick off the summer for these young men. Even though we've seen a few in the spring, we'll see some over the summer and fall. But it also is really one of the first opportunities where I think you can see some movement within the rankings because of the fact that they're all here at the same time.
Absolutely. When you get to see guys go back-to-back in BP and we have one ranked ahead of the other, and everything kind of equals out, but you get to see the best players in the country. So we get to compare and contrast, and it makes it a little bit easier to make some changes. So.
Here we go with our gold team. Carlo Colon from Puerto Rico, an Alabama State commit, first man up for his BP session. I hit him for a 6.76 earlier today in the 60.
It's wild that was about the median time this morning. That everybody's running 6.7s now. It just shows you how athletic the game is getting now. It's not just the big burly guys that used to play. I mean, you still have them, but there's a lot of athleticism coming. He's gotten into a solid rhythm here later on in the round.
You jinxed him on that last swing. That's not the way he wanted to finish, but he did have a nice run. I'm with you. I mean, that's where you really start to feel it. You get 3 or 4 good swings in a row, and you really start to feel like you are truly showcasing your best abilities. Absolutely.
Yeah, you get those 3 hard hit balls off the wall in a row, and you start to feel really good.
Kristen Yaucher, Verona, Wisconsin, a primary shortstop.
One of our Wisconsinites here in the early groups.
One of the many.
He had a really good round in Infield. He was one of the ones that really stood out to me. Just moving around, you could see how athletic he was. The hands were really good.
I spent 6 years in Wisconsin, so I enjoy to see this state represented from a baseball standpoint.
He's been hitting the ball to all fields, too, just peppering that right center gap. This will be a cool one to see in game action. It's a really simple swing.
Yeah, well done. Good round. Preston? Tell you what, we have been just cruising through these rounds, these perfect game folks. They've done this a time or two as Vaughn Coleman steps in. Claremont, California native.
These showcases, they move quick, but you get to see everything you need to, and then game action is just such a big thing that we get to see. You get to see the guys on the field playing side by side, so they move quick.
Game action takes place later on this afternoon on PerfectGame.tv when David Ronsley and Steve Lennox will take over. We'll free you from the closet that you're in right now and get you out on the fields as well.
I heard a little bit of a cheer out at the field, so maybe you got one.
Yeah, we need a bell, a home run bell, or a siren of some sort every time
Yeah.
one shoots out.
Yeah. Whenever I head out there, I'll go by I'll go by the Dollar Tree and grab one.
No, I think that's a perfect plan. I think we've come on to something just out of the blue.
Yeah. I'll put it right next to the mic.
Here's Quinn Carson. When we were in Fort Myers for many years, the sirens for other things like lightning delays. But Quinn Carson, one of our Ontario natives, Canadians.
Really short and compact swing. He's pulling the hands through like really close, and he's got really long arms too. So it's good to see
observation.
him. It's good to see him on the barrel.
Do long arms bring into a long swing, or do you still need to stay compact within the course of that?
It just depends. Sometimes guys with long arms can get compact and they can do damage. Sometimes they need to be a little bit longer, but it just depends on the guy. I know long arms are something that kind of worry some people, but if you can get everything timed up, I mean, I'd love to have a guy with lots of leverage and just being able to hit the ball out of the park.
I think the reason why I ask, we talk about this age group. This is where some of these kids have grown 4 or 5 inches. I mean, some of these kids have really kind of found their adult bodies. At the same time, they're trying to make sure all those levers work in cooperation, as Cooper Fleming.
Absolutely. I've said it on here before, but the junior year, the summer of your junior years, it's where your body develops the most. Yep. At least that's what I've gathered through my few years of doing this, and so just being able to see the guys that are starting to grow into it, and they're still coordinated and athletic, and that's what you love to see.
I would agree, Cam, because I think some kids are still growing from a height standpoint. Those that have stopped, then you need to get in that weight room and then fill out that frame, and that's where that adult strength comes into play.
Exactly, and you start to see it more and more. They have a short break right after Jupiter that before their high school season kicks off, that they can just dedicate themselves to the weight room. So you see the guys in Jupiter, and then you see them start with their high school season. It looks like a completely different player. So it's good to see.
Should be Gabe Groldo from Jupiter, Florida.
That round that Cooper Fleming just put together was really, really good. He was hitting the ball really, really hard that entire round. So
consistent.
Yeah, really, really long and loose swing from the left side. It was really well connected and good balance, and he was just all over the barrel. This is another really simple swing. There's not much of a timing mechanism here. It's just lift and go, and he's been hitting the ball hard so far.
I think the side swing provides a perfect example of what you're saying. Very simple. There, you don't see the big leg lift. You don't see a lot of movement, maybe from that body, that drift forward. Yeah,
it's just a slight heel lift. That's his timing mechanism. So he's getting on time, and just with a little bit shorter of a move, and he's just a completely different swing than we've seen before.
Sometimes there have been some years where we see a guy in BP, Cam, and he has the big leg lift. He's kind of a home run derby, and then you get into a game where you're facing 90, and it looks different. I got to believe if that is your setup, that it will translate as well to the same type of thing in the game.
Absolutely. The big leg lift is a good timing mechanism for some guys. Some guys it messes up their timing. It's not a one swing does everything right, but the little bit shorter of a timing is a little bit preferable when you're facing velo. Just personally, I think, because it just allows your hands to work and be on time. It just makes everything simpler, and the game's hard enough. So whenever you're facing good velo, it's hard enough to hit it. So you got to stay short.
Connor Jones about halfway through his round for the Texan.
He's had a really good morning.
you're excited for these young men that get off to a good start, whether it's a 60 time, whether it's a velo or mechanics from the outfield and infield, or even BP, because it just sets you up for what could be a very enjoyable and worthwhile week.
Absolutely. I wish every guy could go out there and have the best week of their prep lives, honestly. I'd love to see every kid run a 6.6 and hit 4 or 5 home runs in BP and just fly up the rankings. I would love to see that from every guy. So just getting off to a fast start's the biggest thing, though, and it all starts with that 60. The 60s.
You're right.
Everything starts with that. If you get off to a good start, you feel a little bit better about the day you're about to have. So
Carlos Rivera Fortuno, Puerto Rico native.
Another kid with really, really long levers. High waist, super projectable frame. He's got the natural ability to lift the ball. He's hitting the ball really, really hard in the air.
You jinxed him again.
I know.
You think that is kind of just a natural ability some guys have? That I think you use the term lift the ball.
Yeah, it's built into some guys' swings. Some guys have to work on it. It's just the movement in baseball now. Just getting the ball in the air. I mean, we saw it with Jordan Walker in the big leagues getting moved down to AAA because he wasn't lifting the ball enough. It's such a big thing in the game now of trying to hit home runs. You have to put the ball in the air. So
and if it does come naturally, then kudos to you, because it'll make for an easier process of not maybe having to go through something like Walker did.
Absolutely. Some guys have to work on it. Some guys just have that natural ability. So it doesn't make it right or wrong, but that's just the movement in the game now. So guys are starting to build their swing a little bit different than they used to.
Coral Springs, Florida native, Carter Wojcik.
I'm scared to jinx another guy.
I think you've got it out of your system now, but this is a big-bodied hitter.
Yeah. He looks the part. He's big, physical. The ball's really jumping off his barrel. He's got a ton of strength in the path. I mean, it's just the hands are really, really heavy, and he's just been all over the barrel.
I think that's a good phrase. That ball jumping off the bat, even from that angle on the right. I mean, that thing comes off there quickly, and it's disappearing from our screen, our vantage point.
Yeah, that's something that I write a lot in my notes with guys that I really like their swings, is that the ball is just jumping off the barrel. It's something that you can't really teach. You just have to be really strong and have a really good swing, and the ball tends to jump. So
it's Jackson Clayton. About halfway through the gold team. We've already completed our black rosters with the green and gray to come. If you're a scout, a coach, a parent, a grandparent tuning in on perfectgame.tv for the first of many days of telethon-like coverage of the Junior National Showcase from Marietta, Georgia.
Another really athletic looking player here. He's got a high waist, and he's pretty lean and has a good amount of room to fill, and it's a handsy swing, but it's working really well. So he's got good rhythm to his swing. The load, the hands get into a really good spot. So it was
that side swing
round.
kind of provides a good example of that.
Yeah.
Should be Ibarra. Isaiah Ibarra. That is 19. West Covina, California, USC commit.
The ball was hit really, really well. I don't have the best eye, so I'm not tracking it the best, but
Maybe another swing or two for Ibarra before the take. I think he might have been in a state title game in California as well over the course of this spring into the early summer.
Another really, really simple load. You're starting to, we've seen it a few times so far where it's just, there's not much movement. It's just a slight load that just helps them get into a rhythm. So
it's been kind of a theme, and I'm with you, Cam. Sometimes I see guys, and there seems like it's kind of that gorilla hack, leg lift, leg kick, but it's been just the opposite for a lot of these gentlemen today.
Yeah, that's the main thing we're starting to see, especially within these first couple groups, is everything looks super simple and compact. There's not a whole bunch of movement. Everything's super repeatable, and like they're finding the barrel at a really, really high rate. So it's been a really fun couple groups so far, and looking forward to finishing out the gold team and rolling into the final two.
Might give an opportunity for guys such as Angel Lea and others just to kind of showcase their ability without getting too far out of whack, out of rhythm. If you're trying to, pop 3 balls over the fence rather than go gap to gap, as you said, you kind of identify or look for.
Yeah. He's been. This is a really, really good left-handed swing. This is my first time seeing Lea, and this is a really, really impressive BP. Just he's hitting the ball hard to all fields. That ball is hit really, really hard to left, and just that's pretty much what I look for. It's just the ability to hit the ball hard to all fields. It's such an important thing.
Good round indeed. Braden Rosenthal, Delray Beach, Florida.
That ball might be gone. Not a better way to start your round, though. I mean, first swing and
can't imagine
hitting the ball at the wall.
I mentioned earlier that Calvary Christian Academy just kind of caught my attention because Roy Halladay coached there, and that was the case. I kind of just threw that out, but the late Doc.
Yeah, Rosenthal's been. This has been pretty good so far. The first swing of the BP was really loud, and he's followed it up with some really, really good swings. There's a slight hand drop to the load, but it's been really, really good.
When you homer on your first swing, you might be just tempted just to let that back go and just walk off.
Exactly.
They'll never forget that round. One and done.
Yeah, one and done. Just hit it and walk off.
We'll be talking about that for 10 years to come. Remember that Rosenthal kid? He took one swing.
Oh, yeah.
He was done.
Yeah, next Junior National, that would definitely be a story.
Rashad Hayes, young man from Oakland.
His infield round. His infield round was really, really good. He was moving around really good with just a ton of fluid movements in the infield. And I think this is going to be a really, really good round of BP.
I got a feeling when there's a few individuals you haven't seen, and based in Atlanta, probably haven't seen Hayes, but you see a kid who looks really good from the infield, and you can't wait to see him swing the bat. Or if you see him swing the bat, then you're really curious what he looks like when he's out in the field to put the kind of the picture together.
Exactly. It takes it for some guys. It's seeing them in the field, and then they kind of stick out a little bit with how much ground they're covering, and you're like, all right, well, I'm just going to stay around and watch this next at bat. That happens quite a bit, especially down here in Georgia. You find these guys where it's like, oh, like I really, really like that. I like everything that he does, and so like a guy like Hayes he turned in that impressive infield performance and just followed it up with a really, really loud BP, and we have him ranked inside the top 100, but that was some really, really impressive stuff.
Working through the gold team here from the batting practice sessions. Just saw Hayes. This is Manny Lentiga, Florida State commit. You see that ranking, which will catch your attention too, at 24.
Yeah. I said earlier, he was a guy that came to main event, and it was just loud the entire week. or weekend. It was over the 3 days. He may have been the loudest performance of the event. It was 90s on the mound, low 90s across the infield, like just really loud BP. Everything that you wanted to see from a 2025 grad, he has. And it's.
I had a note, maybe him being a switch hitter. There we go. All right. Yeah. I was wondering if I was seeing things. He took more than maybe 5 or 6 swings from the left side, but he was in such a good groove, no one stopped him.
Yeah. Yeah, he got into a really, really good groove in that round. So
that physique almost looks like a college athlete right now out of 2025.
Exactly. He's a really, really physically built player that is just, he is so strong and so athletic, and it all. Some guys have strength and athleticism that doesn't really translate. Everything that he has translates to the field. So he's a name that we have ranked super high and just continues to impress in every single look.
We've had a few in succession now that have certainly not just caught our attention, but worth a few extra notes on the tablet. Justin Summers, Virginia native.
Another tall and lean player. He's starting to get into a rhythm. The last 2 swings have been really good. Both hit right back up the middle, really hard.
Few line drives off the L screen right back at the pitcher.
Yeah.
Don't hurt either.
Yeah. Another really simple swing. I think that's been the trend today. Everything just looks super, super simple.
Well, he starts with those hands quite a far away from that body, doesn't he? A little separation to begin with.
Yep. Yeah, he's got good separation, and it kind of shrinks back, and then it separates more, and he gets the barrel through with pretty good bat speed. So that was a good round. Took him a few pitches to get into rhythm, but it was a solid round.
Austin Dean, future Hokie, primary left-handed pitcher. Getting that ball airborne, a lot of pull side swings.
Yep. Yeah, it's a longer swing, and the hands work pretty well. So, another tall and lean player. This is like the prototypical left-handed pitcher body and this has been a solid round, and it'll be intriguing to see him on the mound too with that frame. See what he has.
One or two more for Dean. That'll wrap up his round of 10. A couple more left for the gold team. We'll be halfway through the 4 squads taking BP here in our first morning. This is Joe Forbes.
He's got some really quick hands.
Mountain Ridge High School product.
That ability to lift the ball is just such a separator. It's the bat speed, everything looks really, really good with Forbes.
It's a young man who broke his ankle in a game a while back, so that was something he had to kind of work through and overcome. But not uncommon for some of these kids to have had a few setbacks here or there. But happy to be here putting on a show in BP today.
Absolutely, that was a really, really good round. He got into a rhythm early, and just the bat speed really, really stood out.
Brock Silvers, our Kentucky commit, Idaho native, is going to conclude the Gold team's batting practice sessions.
This is what I was kind of saying earlier with the one swing doesn't fit all. We've seen the more simple swings with the smaller leg kick, and then you've got guys like Silvers with a little bit bigger one that is still just peppering the wall on left field. So this is really big bat speed and tons of leverage, and he's just
trying to generate some juice, isn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, he's doing a good job of it so far.
He makes it to Kentucky. He's going to play in a big ballpark where they like to run and do some different things, but he might provide them an element of some pop and some power.
Yeah, yeah. He's definitely got that look to him. He's a taller. He looks more lean now, with some strength there and just more coming soon. But he looks every bit of the part.
All right, 2 teams down, 2 to go here in our BP sessions. And Cam, any overall thoughts as far as some of the kids we've seen? I know they kind of whetted our appetite watching them throw and run. It doesn't seem like they've disappointed at all once we put a bat in their hands.
No, absolutely not. The expectations after the first couple of things that they did was it got set
it was
pretty high. But the BP's been really, really good so far. Everybody's been finding the barrel. I didn't see one round of BP that I didn't like. I mean, it was some of the loudest BP that I've seen. I mean, just quite simple. We had some of the top ranked players in the country, so that always tends to be pretty loud. So
it's amazing how that works, right? When you get some of the top players, you're wondering why are they ranked, or how do they know when they haven't seen this player go up against this player? Then you see them step in the box, and you realize the scouting that went into it and the evaluation, because obviously these guys can put on a pretty good show when it comes to the skills that we've seen today and probably will continue to see this week.
Yeah, absolutely. I kind of have a little bit of bias towards our scouts because I think we do a fantastic job of covering as many players as humanly possible and trying to get the best guys out here. So, overall, I think the amount of talent out here it's always good, but this group seems to be really, really good this year. So this week will be a really, really fun one.
On we go to the green team. Jordan Yost, Tampa, Florida. Start things off for his squad.
Yeah, this is an intriguing profile with Yost. It's left-handed hitting middle infielder that is still growing into the body, but this could be one that we look at in a few years, and we're looking at him as one of a really, really highly ranked player. Just the infield round was really good. This swing is really, really well connected, and he's got some bat speed. So
maybe no surprise he's a Corey Seager fan. Maybe we can step in from that side and play that position. This
has been really fun to see Yost today. This is my first look at him, so quite the first impression that he's made.
It's also the benefit of the scouts saying some different players because you've seen a lot of these guys, but then you get to put your eyes on a few that you've heard about but haven't seen, really one of the benefits.
Exactly. We do so much in Georgia that I know the Georgia classes pretty much by heart. I try at least. I try and know everybody in Georgia, but the guys from all over the country, it's so much fun seeing them come to East Cobb and showcase everything that they have. So
got our New Jersey native in, big Volpe fan. No surprise there either. He calls himself a scrappy middle infielder and has really made some big strides with his speed, and now we're getting a chance to see him swing the bat.
Yeah, he creates really good separation in the hands, and the hands are really quick, getting through the zone. He has a little bit smaller stature, but this looks like a top of the order type hitter that ran a 6.8 and had a good round to infield. So
Joey Baseball, gotta love that nickname.
Yeah,
as he finishes.
That might be the top nickname out here.
It's a good one.
Yeah.
This is Rodriguez. Leo Rodriguez. Centennial High School product.
It's good to see that swing there. Had a tough start to the round, but the second to last swing that he hit down to right field that ball was hit really hard.
Sometimes one good swing can turn around the round that you're not thrilled with to start.
Absolutely, same thing with games. One swing can turn a slump
right.
into a hot streak. So we're just looking for one swing to get this round back into a rhythm.
It's like we're talking about golf, right? That one swing keeps you coming back.
Yeah.
The rest of the day might have you thinking about a different sport.
Yeah. The last time I played, I'm not sure if I'm going to – I didn't have that one swing. So.
You didn't have that one swing?
No. It's just a bunch of bad ones on the day, so.
Here's Luke Billings, future Volunteer.
This could be pretty loud. Just looking at the frame, the athleticism that he's shown in the workouts, and it looks like a really, really good swing, loose and rhythmic, and he's got some big bat speed.
I think if I was a college hitter, I'd like to play in Knoxville, Tennessee.
Oh.
That's a cozy little facility.
Yeah, I was up there last summer for one of our Perfect Game events, and we didn't have any bombs that week, but I was sitting in the backstop, and I was like, I could see why this is a launching pad, but you get those college hitters, and there are some grown men in the college ranks right now, so.
Top 50 player is Luke Billings. Got a little waggle to that bat, too. I kind of enjoy.
Yeah, he's got good rhythm to it, and bigger leg lift, but it's getting down, and the lower half's engaged, and the ball might be getting out of there, too.
I think you're right. Well hit.
I've seen a few home runs. Yeah. I've seen a few home runs early on in this summer at East Cobb, but that one looked like it was hit really hard.
Andrew Duncan now jumps in from Bethesda, Maryland. Georgetown Prep.
Duke's done a really good job of. I think they've always done a really good job of going up and getting those Northeast kids. I don't think it's a new thing, but they've done a really good job.
And obviously they've accelerated their program to within one win of the College World Series.
Yeah. That's a really fun team.
We'll say I've never heard of Andrew's travel team. Dig in 16U?
I'm not sure if I've seen them.
Okay. I like to have a new one every once in a while just to see if we're paying attention.
Absolutely. We always got to have new ones. So
make one up just to see if we catch it, too.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll make sure to go see him this summer if Duncan's playing.
That'll do it for Andrew. Working our way through the green team, 3rd of 4. A couple of games later on this afternoon, but this is Joseph Perillo. Kingwood, Texas in the Houston area. We saw him in the outfield and at first. Now with that left-handed swing, he'll step in.
He had a really big arm from the outfield and from first, so this will be interesting to see how he backs it up with this BP.
It's almost like he kind of catches that ball with that bat and then lifts it.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it's a little bit shorter of a leg lift, and the hands kind of tuck a little bit, but he's still getting the barrel to the ball, so shorter follow through as well.
Yep, good point.
It's a good one to end on as well.
Yeah, you like to end on that good swing.
Yeah, always end on a good one.
Should be H.A. Terry from Randolph, New Jersey, North Carolina Tar Heel commit.
This is another kid that it just looks like he has that natural ability to lift the ball. It looks like it's built into his path. So it's just all about finding the barrel that you'll see the power start shining.
Is your crew charting exit velocity at all?
They probably are for this BP. I know we have our PG Tech cage.
Correct.
That will always have exit velos from there. We may also be getting live exit velos in BP. I'm not totally sure. I'm not sure which systems we have running. I know we have a few, but
and correct me if I'm wrong, but the PG Tech, the exit velocity, that's off a tee. That's off a stationary.
Yep.
Situation rather than obviously facing a pitcher.
Yeah, it's a different setup, but I find it useful in terms of just power that they can generate just from them. They're not relying on any outside forces.
Right.
So
and you compare it to others, so that's the benchmark.
Yeah,
that
exactly.
you use.
Exactly.
Westminster Christian High School product. That's the A-Rod High School right there, Westminster?
I believe so.
I think it is. I like to ask random questions and throw it out there. Just keep your toes.
He's got a little bit of a narrow setup with.
And that's an affirmative to A-Rod in Westminster.
Yeah.
Pretty upright stance. He really kind of gets a wide finish.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a narrow stance, and he strides out pretty long, so He generates some power from the bottom, from his lower half. He has really quick hands.
We're getting a little deeper into these BPs. Maybe these kids kind of getting their morning coffee in them. They've really started to string together some impressive performances.
Yeah, it's not your normal.
First guy out there.
It's not your normal June day in Georgia today.
You're right.
It probably will be later whenever I go out there, but
it'll get you. Fort Meade, Florida native, as I mentioned, the same hometown as Andrew McCutcheon.
This is a player that he really stood out physically when I was at check-in. He walked by me and I did a double take. I was like, man, that's a really physical kid. He looks so strong, and you can see
scouts are always evaluating people, even at check-in. You've got the notepad out.
Yep. Yeah, we tend to look at everything. So
looking at mom and dad.
Yeah. Sometimes we can. We're not doing genotherapy, but you can look at mom and dad and see a rough estimate of what they can be. But he looked super physically impressive at check-in and just turned in a good round there.
Indeed he did. Christopher Hemmings from Tampa Jesuit. Ready for his cracks.
It's a simple move forward load. It's not too big or too little. The hands are really close to his chest too. So
we talked about a lot of these kids being uncommitted. I think for a guy like Hemmings, a few of these kids have had visits. I think he mentioned one to Baton Rouge and LSU. So obviously when they're looking at you, many others are doing the same thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
A bullpen with Wes Johnson, who's now the new head coach at Georgia.
Yeah. The new NCAA rule has disallowed all of it until I believe August of this year for these guys.
That's correct.
But before the rule, that most of these guys had gone to places and talked to coaches. So this is the group that got affected most by it. I would imagine.
Yep, and I think the elite players that we're seeing at this event, a lot of them have had conversations with coaches before the rules, so they'll just resume at some point.
Exactly.
But they certainly were impacted. We see more commits. That's a good start for Jack Pellit.
Exactly, and these kinds of events that Perfect Game puts on, even if they can't talk to you, they can still be sitting in the stands, you know. So
or watching.
So we put on these events, and even though the NCAA ruled that they can't communicate with them, it doesn't mean they can't watch them. So I don't think we'll see any kind of tick down in watching the players, and it'll just make August of your junior year kind of wild.
I think it makes for a better overall system. I've talked to a few college coaches that just in the last week with the transfer portal said they were talking to 2024s and 24-year-olds in the portal. So it's a wide range, but they're no longer talking to 14-year-olds. Yeah,
they're not talking to 28s anymore. So I think everybody can get behind that part of it. Personally, I probably would have put it August of sophomore year of high school, just because most of the guys have played some varsity baseball at that point. But in any circumstance, I don't think anybody was really enjoying the 2028s committing. So, but it is what it is. That was just how it happened. So.
Peter Visconti be the next man in as we work through first morning Yeah, from the Perfect Game Junior National Showcase, East Cobb, Marietta, Georgia. Brett Dolan along with Cam McElwaney.
It's been a really fun morning. These first 4 groups have been really, really good.
I would say they have set the bar where the next couple of quartets worth of groups, they better bring their A game, because we've seen it from these 4 teams.
I hope they come out and they put on better performances, because if they put on better performances, we're going to have a really fun week out at East Cobb. Another really simple swing here. He's slightly open, hands are in a good spot, quick bat, simple move forward. It's a really repeatable swing and really fluid.
That should do it for Peter and Will as he concludes his round. Nate Shoemaker from Tucson, ready for his 10 cuts.
Another physical kid, 6'2", 195, really well built. He had a good infield round and is putting together a good BP here. Super compact, not a lot of moving parts here at all. It's a knee lift trigger, but he gets it down really early, allows the hands to work. Hitting the ball really hard to the middle of the field. The ball, it's jumping.
Would agree. A little too much lift on those last 2 swings. Let's see if Nate can finish strong. I think he did.
Yeah, it looked like it. We can't see the left field corner, but
up, out, and gone.
Yeah, it might be in the parking lot.
Casey Carpenter, Bel Air, Maryland. Intrigued by that third base primary position. You see so many shortstops, center fielders, maybe first or catch. You don't always see the second baseman, third baseman primary position, but some guys have certainly settled in.
Yeah, some guys settle into their position pretty early on. Some get asked to move at some point, but it's cool seeing a primary third baseman that has already settled into that spot and is just working over there. He's gotten into a good rhythm here too.
Yes.
Hopefully I don't jinx it. I've jinxed a few, but
no, I think we've lost your jinx. That was a good finish.
Yeah, that was a really good finish that round.
Austin Weiss, Rockville, Maryland commit. This was the young man I mentioned earlier that says he can do a windmill dunk on the basketball court.
Yeah. I'm still in favor of making that a part of the showcase.
Completely agree.
He's got primary left-handed pitcher, but he's got some really good bat speed.
Yeah, I would say this is a good start to his round.
Yeah.
Playing with house money when you get those first 3, 4, 5 swings to your liking.
Exactly.
You get extra bonus points when you're evaluating a player if there's a little bit of opposite field power. Maybe, you can understand pull side power like that swing. But if you could drive a ball to the opposite field with good velo.
Absolutely. It's something that I look for personally, and a guy we know most of these guys can leave the yard pull side. If you hit a home run to right center, that's really impressive. That shows that you have grown man strength, because there's not many people, especially rising juniors in high school, that can leave the yard to right center or left center, depending on which side you hit from. So, yeah, they get a few extra points in my book if they're peppering that opposite field wall.
This is Charlie Buckles. Interesting, a Maryland kid that committed to Tulane. He said he just loved it when he got on campus, felt the vibe of New Orleans, and it's not far from downtown, and went ahead and committed to the Green Wave.
Yeah. Yeah, one of the biggest stories in the NCAA tournament this year.
Yes. Running through the American Conference to reach the regional.
Yep. One of the real surprises. Another tall and lean player. He's physically impressive. There's a lot of projection here. Maybe next year he's added some strength and the ball's really jumping even more. It's already coming off hot though.
He's going to like that swing.
Yeah.
Or at least the result. Couple of shots for Charlie Buckles to conclude his round. John Rodriguez from Boca Raton. Primary pitcher, also swinging the bat. And that's certainly not uncommon. We see a lot of guys, not just maybe outfitters / infielders or pitchers and hitters, truly doing both. As a pitcher, you'll come here and get your 2 innings more than likely in a game, but also showcasing your hitting ability.
Absolutely. You're starting to see more pitchers take BP. I call it the Shohei Ohtani effect, just because all the pitchers. I was a pitcher, so I can talk about it. So all the pitchers think that they can hit, and so. You're starting to see it more and more. He's starting to get into a rhythm here. Not the best start, but starting to get into a rhythm. So but you're seeing it more and more at showcases.
I'd agree. Rodriguez, part of the Rangers scout team, big Max Scherzer fan.
North Broward Prep, they were a team that came to the high school showdown out in Hoover, and we got to see them quite a bit. So,
when does that event take place?
It takes place in March in Hoover, Alabama. So
kind of right around the spring break for a lot of the schools.
Yeah, I think it's right before. We get together 3 or 4 brackets worth of high school teams and put them all against each other. So it turns out to be a really fun event. It's a lot of energy. Nobody wants to lose with their high school team. So.
Would agree. Tyler Wood, it's so different than the showcase events where it is truly about showcasing your abilities. You get into the winning and losing when you're representing your high school team, so you see a different level of intensity from the competition standpoint, at least within the games, obviously. Absolutely.
Yeah, you're playing with some of your best friends that you played with for a long time, and there tends to be a lot more energy.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I think we saw Wood throw 92, 93 from the outfield.
Yeah. That if I remember correctly, the texts have pretty much blocked up. But He's been awfully impressive today.
Yeah, I'm going to need a new phone at some point. Mine just checked out.
Yeah,
It stopped.
Mine's. I'll get them tonight at 6 o'clock.
That's exactly right. It'll all come
Whenever I get on
rolling
Wi-Fi. Yep.
Tyler with the Tennessee commit, 39th ranked to that 2025 class. I think sometimes there's the fun aspect for scouts, Cam, is watching players you haven't seen that really make jumps up the leaderboard. But I think sometimes when you have a guy ranked inside that top 40 who comes into an event and proves it and earns it, pretty exciting too. Kind of validates their ranking and their spot.
Absolutely. It's always fun to see those guys. They come to a lot of our events. We see them a lot. And then they come to tournaments and showcases are two completely different vibes. And they come out to a showcase and they turn in a performance like that. And it really validates everything that we thought they were. And that it's fun to see the guys that are unranked that come out here and put on shows too. So it's just these are the best events to cover and to watch the best players in the country.
Preston Armstrong from Goodyear, Arizona. Primary catcher.
He has a really fast bat. And he is as physical as you'll come across. He looks so strong.
That body starts to drift just a little bit forward, but those hands stay back, and then those hands come through like a lightning bolt all at once.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's got serious twitch to his hands. He's gotten into a solid rhythm in this round.
Yes. I mean, that's really fun. That last couple of shots ripped out towards left. When you really see a guy kind of just extend not just 2 or 3 good swings in a row, but maybe 5 or 6.
Yeah. Yeah, he had 4 swings in a row that were probably one hop in the wall at least. I mean, he was hitting the ball really, really hard.
We've concluded 3 teams. I think we're going to jump in with a couple of players from the white squad who we saw earlier today that ran the 60s that might just not necessarily be shifting teams, but getting a chance to showcase early. Ryan Stoloni from Ontario, Canada, taking his BP.
Another super simple swing. That's been something I've said a lot today, but it's a trend that's really caught my eye.
And I think sometimes when we see young men with a lot of moving parts, it gets your attention because you obviously wonder if you have a big leg lift, you got a lot of hand movement, does that play as you continue to face better pitching? I think sometimes with a little simpler approach, it might be something that you could maintain, whether it's BP games, high school season, travel season, whatever. Yeah,
that's what the game action's for too. Is you want to see the guys that maybe you saw in BP and it was a little bit more hand movement and a bigger leg lift, but sometimes in games their swing's completely different than their BP because they're trying to drive the ball out of the park in BP, and in game they're trying to put the ball in play and do a job. So it's interesting to see how swings change from BP to games. So some of them don't, but some of them do. It's just part of it.
Joshua Campbell is starting to write an interesting story from Bloomfield Hills, Michigan, in the Detroit area, going to IMG down in Florida for high school, but is committed back to the Michigan Wolverines.
he's had a really good day so far. This is a player that I haven't laid eyes on until today, but he's definitely going to be one that I follow for the coming years.
If you're a guy like Joshua and you see that rank at 101, you're just trying to knock triple digits down to double digits, right?
Yeah, you just want to get to 99.
That's right.
Just make it 2. Yeah, IMG is well known for the baseball program that they have, and it seems like they have another guy coming.
This guy's too old for you. That swing reminded me a little bit of like a Reggie Sanders going back in the early 2000s in the big league level. But regardless, a couple of players jumped in from the white team, leaving only the gray. So, Cam, we've gone through 3 of our 4 groups, and I know we always kind of look forward to BP, and it's lived up to the billing.
Absolutely. This has been the first 3 groups have set the bar extremely high for the next 9. So we'll see if they can keep swinging it well with this amount of talent. I mean, you can't really doubt them too much. I think we'll see some extremely loud BPs here soon.
How many scouts would be behind home plate right now with PG, kind of taking notes, whether it's going through the cameras, whatever the case may be?
Probably 5 or 6.
Okay.
That would be my guess. So we have a few doing notes, doing social media stuff, doing a little bit of everything. So
this is Tanner Fahino from Honolulu. Shows you how important this event is for young men, the number of kids we've seen from, I mean, Hawaii we know is U.S., but it's a harder trip than probably Ontario, Canada is, or Puerto Rico, and really kind of spreading out. And our game truly is not just nationwide, but universal, and it's well represented in these 4 teams. Yeah,
absolutely. The national showcases are a ginormous deal, anywhere from 13U to the national showcase for the rising seniors. It's all the national showcases are a big deal. That's where the most eyes are on you. So having multiple players from Hawaii is a really big deal to PG, and we're happy that they could make it out here and put on their put display on their talents.
Agreed. I think this is Damian Montanez. He takes a swing for us. It is Killeen, Texas, right in the heart of the state.
He engages his legs really well.
It's off to a pretty good start. Damian.
A little bit smaller of a build at 5'10", 165, but the bat speed and the ball's really jumping. He's getting extended and hitting the ball to all fields. And he uses, I said it, but he uses his lower half really well. This is pretty impressive.
I think that's probably being maybe an undersized guy where it's important, it's essential for him to do it. But we've seen him kind of go gap to gap, which is kind of the very first phrase you used today.
Absolutely.
In BP.
Absolutely. That's such an important thing. The home runs are really nice and really pretty, but the guys that can spray the ball all over the field it impresses me a little bit more than some, I would imagine.
It's Jack Roventini, Bell Harbor, New York. Ran a 6.74 earlier today when we started with our 60s, the crack of dawn.
Another really pretty left-handed swing. We've seen it from all the way from the first group of BP until here. All the left-handed swings have been really, really good.
Feels like we've seen our fair share of lefties.
Yeah.
Today. And I think we It dawned on us when we were watching him throw from the outfield. Because you're not going to have a lot of lefty infielders.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it stood out early on, and the first it felt like the first 6 or 7 guys that we saw throwing from the outfield were all throwing left-handed. So it doesn't really shock me that there are this many left-handed hitters, but it's impressive to just the swings that they're putting on display. They're really, really good left-handed swings, and we have another one here.
See if this is Gustavo Melendez. Trying to see if that's a 5. Looks like it is.
Yep.
A little more of a leg swing on that front leg to kind of generate some power.
Yep.
Or a hover.
Yeah, he is a really, really good player. This BP has been good, but I think the game action will really show, and obviously the infield workout was unbelievable too. So this is a player that we know a lot about, but it's awesome to see him doing it here.
You like the result of that path or trajectory.
Yeah. Yeah, that was it's one of the prettiest left-handed swings in the class. He didn't have the kind of round that I'm sure he wanted, but you can just see that it's really good.
This is Deering in Nashua, Wisconsin.
Another kid with really, really long arms and long legs, and it can kind of worry you a little bit with how long the swing can get and the swing and miss, but this has been really good.
Kimberly High School. I think he's a little more on the Minnesota edge of Wisconsin than some of the kids we've seen from the Milwaukee area. But again, a lot of Wisconsin natives here in our first 4 teams.
I'm not sure if we could have asked for a better 4 groups to kick this event off.
Really, this kind of whet your appetite for what could be next over the next few days.
Yeah. Yeah, the showcase part of it is a blast. The game action is so much fun. The game action it's the best part for me.
This is our friend Alakai Kiakona. I'm just showing off now. I'm not going to attempt his school, though. That's rather wordy.
Yeah.
On our graphic.
Good approach.
He can break that bat. Uh-oh. I heard some oohs and ahs, and I thought it was one of 2 things. It was the path of the ball, or it was a new stick needed.
Yeah.
First one today, I think.
Yep.
Went down for the count.
Yeah, really simple approach here that he's showing. He's hitting the ball to the middle of the field and working gap to gap.
That's one he didn't want. You hate the check swing, ball put in play. Swinging a different bat. This might not even be the same type of model he's used to.
Yeah.
That's it for Kiakona. Quinn Shambo, Illinois kid, next man in.
First swing wasn't the best, but the last two have been really, really good. The ball's really jumping off his bat. He's got some strength to the frame, and
see his rank at 165. That's nationally, but I believe he's 4th in the state of Illinois, so starts to get your attention for that 2025 class. And you can be one of the very elite top players in your state.
Absolutely. Being inside the top 10 in your state, or top 5 at least in Shambo's case, it's such a big deal, and being inside the top 500 nationally is a ginormous deal as well.
Indeed. Means you're going to get some help with that college expense.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's always good.
Some variation of that 11.7 will be coming your way.
Oh, yeah. That ball is hit hard to finish the round.
Yeah, strong finish for Quinn.
Yep.
Slink Garcia from Huntington Beach, Vandy commit. Real wide start and base for Link.
The hands are set in a loaded position, and you don't really move them too much. It's a long and loose path, and it's pretty simple. Toe tap.
His scouting report talked about his power, and the one thing he said is handles velocity. So I think that's a good sign when you're starting to see a lot of it at this level, if you haven't already.
Absolutely, and he'll see quite a bit of it this weekend as well. I know we've been super impressed with the bats, but I think we'll be super impressed with the arms as well.
I think the fun part about this group at 2025s, you have a lot of these kids as sophomores that have just been key players or starters for some major high school programs within their region, within their states. And when you're a sophomore playing against juniors and seniors at big-time high school programs, and then you're on this circuit, you know that you're going to be challenged really the entire year or season.
Absolutely. Look at a couple of the schools that we've seen so far. Garcia's from Huntington Beach. They're one of the best schools in California. You have Sickles. You have Stoneman Douglas. You have some of the best programs in the country. And
Jesuit.
Yeah, Jesuit. I mean, you have some of the best schools in the country, and you're playing there. You're just so used to being around competition every single day that it almost seems to calm their nerves a lot.
Yeah. Rising tide lifts all ships. Here's Kennedy.
Yep.
Cal commit. Carl Spad.
This has been good from swing one. He's been hitting the ball really hard to the pull side.
We asked these kids where they're going to be in 10 years, and I tell you what, they really get creative. Jet said, I'm going to be playing Major League Baseball for the Padres, and you'll see me walking with my parents around the city because I will have bought them an apartment downtown in San Diego. I like it.
That's awesome. You got to buy the parents something if you get drafted.
I tell you what, the kids really get creative. We're going to have fun over the next few days because some of them talked about being in the 3rd year of the majors, and they'd have a pretty wife and a dog, and they'd be living on the beach. And I'm like, all right, young man, go get it.
Yeah, I hope they do it.
Hope all works for you. That's a big swing from Kennedy. That doesn't look like his last. Maybe another 1 or 2 left. Just about the time he's ready, those big contracts for the Padres will be expired.
Yeah, exactly.
Dustin Raitt from Freeport, Pennsylvania, a Penn State commit. We've seen a few Big Ten guys today at Maryland and Michigan, and here's a Penn Stater.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard good things about him. I'm expecting a good BP here.
Mentioned he's from Freeport, Pennsylvania. I think that's in the Pittsburgh area.
Yeah. That ball looked like it was hit really hard. We can't see where they're going, but that one had
there was a little look upwards on that last one.
Yeah. He's hitting the
getting
ball
some
really
loft.
hard. He's been hitting the ball really hard this entire round.
Pretty strong BP from Dustin. Should be Chase Sutherland, another one of our Hawaii natives, another one of our catchers primarily.
Yeah, he had a really good round behind the plate in his catcher workout. So, good movements and looked as athletic as any player out there. So, this should be a good round. It's really compact.
That's a pretty good last swing. It's one of the few guys that kind of lets that top hand go.
Yep. Yeah, this has been a really good round.
Well, consistently good, correct?
Yeah. Yeah, Sutherland's opened a lot of eyes, including mine today, with his catcher workout and then doing this in BP. This is super impressive.
That might have been one of the more consistent rounds we've seen from pitch 1 to pitch 10.
Absolutely. Yeah, he was on the barrel the entire time.
It's Cole Lasher. St. Thomas Aquinas High School in Fort Lauderdale. Talk about these young men really kind of getting bigger and stronger over this last year, and I'm going to punctuate that point if I can find it through my 600 pages of bios on Cole Lasher. In the past year and a half, he has gained 40 pounds of muscle, 10 pounds since January. Wow.
That Lasher, it seems like he's just a guy that lives in the weight room from those numbers. I mean, that is an impressive amount of weight, especially muscle mass, to put onto a body in that amount of time.
And maintain your speed and agility. And the one part about his self-scouting report that I loved, and I think it played true, he said he peppers the gaps. And I think we saw a little bit of that in BP.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's something that we've reiterated throughout this is the guys that can go gap to gap is those are some of my favorite, at least.
Trevor Goldenetz from Huntington Beach, TCU commit.
It's a flatter bat path through the zone. He's starting to get a little bit more loft in there now, but he looks like a guy that left-handed hitter with tons of twitch and good bat speed.
course, this group, and there you see Trevor's identification. They've had to sit around and watch the preceding 3 kind of go through.
Mhm.
Would they be using the PG Tech when they're not, if they're in the
Yeah.
last group here,
Yeah.
VP?
Yeah, we rotate them in and out, so nobody's just standing around doing nothing. So, yeah, we
Might
we make
actually
sure
help
they're
to go
always
do
doing
the
something.
Tech first and then come do your swing.
Yeah, exactly. You're in there just trying to hit the ball as hard as possible, and then you come out here and you let some swings go as well. Golden Nets has turned in a really good day. 676, 60, 83 from the outfield, and then that was a really good round of BP. So
Clemson Julian, another Hawaii native, continues on with the great team as we get kind of towards the bottom of this 4th and final team taking BP. And when we do kind of wrap up, Cam, I'm going to ask you for maybe 3 to 5 names that, and I know it might be hard to limit just to 3 to 5, but when we wrap up this great team, I want to hear a couple of names that either reinforced what you thought or really made a nice impression through their efforts today and their skills.
absolutely.
A few more guys to go, though, here for our great team. David Ronsley, Steve Lennox will be along this afternoon. Couple of games this afternoon, and then we'll just keep right on rolling through Sunday, Monday, and on into next week.
Yeah, it's gonna be a fun 3 or 4 days into early next week of Junior National, and then we get started with Sophomore National and the National Uncommitted Showcase, which is always one of my favorites. So. Julian has really, really good rhythm to this swing. He's got good
results,
bat
too.
speed. Yeah. This has been a good round. Not the best finish, but
Oh, he
he's
might
got
get one more. Might have talked his way into one more
Yeah.
swing. You don't want to walk out after 9,
No.
and you don't want to finish on that either. So just keep on rolling. There we go.
Now he's getting back into it.
Thought he might take about 15 swings once he came back, but he got his money's worth for that
Yeah.
round, and a good round it was.
Absolutely. That was a good one.
Dane Ray from Tupelo, Mississippi. You been to Tupelo, Cam?
I have not.
It's a home of Elvis. You need to go.
I've heard that I need to make that trip over.
You can tell I cover a lot of football in the SEC. There's a lot of miles back and forth across the lower portion of our country.
I can only imagine. Yeah, I need to make that drive out to Tupelo. Ray's had a good day today. It's not the loudest numbers that have been turned in the showcase so far, but he's just been consistently good at everything he's done.
I tell you what, I think he won the best self-scouting report I have ever seen a kid put down. And, I know sometimes you get help from the parents or whatnot, but I'm going to read it to you if I could find it, the self-scouting report from Dane Ray. He said he's a student of the game, an exceptional leader, a high baseball IQ, a positive influence in the clubhouse, and coachable. Those are his bullet points on his self-scouting report.
That number 4 that he threw on there is probably the biggest one that he has. The coachable part. That's such a big thing.
I think that gets coaches' attention. You put that down.
Absolutely.
I mean, sometimes you're trying to separate. How am I different than everybody else? Well, here's what I can bring on the field, off the field. I'm ready to listen. I'm going to get better. I'm going to keep working.
Yeah, absolutely. The players that have the talent and then they want to get coached, those always seem to be the guys that turn out to be big leaguers. So
This is Keegan Russell, and we asked these guys, the players that they really like watching. And, a couple of years ago it was all Mike Trout. We see a lot of Acuñas now. I give Keegan Russell credit, and this is a young man from Ontario. But the player he enjoys watching is Jack Caglione, or Jack Tani, I guess, from the Florida Gators.
Absolutely. Yeah, he's been Cags was a guy that we had ranked really high coming out of high school, and he's been the best player in college baseball other than Dylan Cruz and Paul Skeens. So, he's in conversation for that number 1 pick next year.
Better believe it.
It's cool to see these guys saying that college baseball players are their favorite players, because that used to not be a thing. College baseball has gotten the product is so good now that I really enjoy watching college baseball now.
Keegan finishes up, and it's not just the product, it's the television coverage and everything else that comes with it.
Absolutely. The ability to just see it now is so big.
Gabriel Coltman from Portland, Oregon. Beginning to get towards the end of our gray squad. He's had to wait a little while. We'll see if he can put on a show.
Yeah, he's another tall and lean player that has just been finding the barrel this round. So
really does get a lot of lean backwards, doesn't he?
Yeah. He's got some good
goes
bat
back
speeds
must
too.
come forward.
Yeah. Yeah, the toe tap it's getting him into good rhythm in the swing, and he's been hitting the ball really hard. It's a little bit different of a swing, but it's working for him. So, he was all over the barrel. So there's no sense in trying to change it when it's working.
This is Grinlinger. He goes by Rowdy Red for a nickname, the Huntington Beach, California native.
He was a player that was really good this spring, from what I've heard. We have him ranked as such, but I've heard that he was really, really good for Huntington Beach this year.
Another kid from his self-scouting report, you talk about a catcher, he just says, I'm a good wingman for my pitchers. So, you're there to help them out, make them better.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want in a backstop. So any guy that can make the pitchers look good, I'll sit there and watch them all day.
You're talking about a freshman or a sophomore that's catching on varsity and handling older pitchers.
Yeah.
It forces you to really elevate your performance and your game.
Absolutely, especially at the high school he's at. If he's handling arms out there, you have a guy, because Huntington Beach is that's one of the best programs in the state of California. So California is known for their high school baseball. So it's super impressive, and he's been good to start this week.
Trent's got a couple of baseball-playing brothers as well.
Yeah.
He says all three of us want to be in the big leagues. It'll be fun to watch their progress.
Absolutely. I've seen his little brother play a little bit. Really intriguing young left-handed pitcher. So it's a good baseball family.
Extra swing or two for Trent, and that will do it. I think we might have concluded our gray, unless someone else wants to sneak in. Trent's going to help pick up some baseballs. But batting practice never disappoints.
No.
And we went through the four teams with a couple of add-ons from the white squad, and I do think that'll round up our skills competition here for morning one and day one. And Kim, as I was asking earlier, I want to hear a handful of names from you, maybe a couple of people that impressed you, kind of jumped off the page, or those that you're going to be taking down some notes if you haven't already.
Absolutely. So A few of them are the guys who already have ranked super high, and Dean Moss and Jacob Kendall. Both turned in really good rounds of BP. Both looked really good in the outfield. And then one of the guys that we have ranked but not as high is J.C. Martinez. I mean, throws 97 from the outfield. Good runner, good BP. I mean, everything about the kid is really good. And then we moving down, Manny Lantigua. I mean, he just continues to show what he showed at main event. I mean, he's one of the top players in the country. So those are the guys that I have that I'm looking for this week. I'm really looking forward to getting out there and seeing them with my own eyes.
All right, final thought before we wrap up this session. I will say, and we pointed at a couple of times, if these next groups of 4 teams come in are as exceptional or as talented as the 4 that we just witnessed going through the skills competition, it's going to be a great week.
Oh, it's going to be so much fun if the first 4 groups set the bar really high, but I think the last 8 will follow them up pretty well.
We have games coming up this afternoon. David Ronsley, Steve Lennox will be on the call. Cam and I will be back throughout the course of this week. You're not getting rid of us anytime soon because a lot of baseball coming up. That's going to do it for the morning session here from day one. Cam, thanks for your help.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much.
So for Cam McElwainey, I'm Brett Dolan. Thanks for joining us right here on PerfectGame.tv for the Perfect Game Junior National Showcase from the East Cobb Baseball Complex in Marietta, Georgia. Back with some games later on this afternoon. Thanks for tuning in.
And welcome everyone to the 2023 Perfect Game Junior National Showcase from the East Cobb Baseball Complex in Marietta, Georgia, along with Dave Ronsley from Perfect Game. I'm Steve Lennox. We are delighted to have you on board with us as we get set for our first games over the next 5 days. We'll have Team Gold versus Team Black, and we've got plenty of terrific young talent. These young players will be juniors for the upcoming school year. Their sophomore year is just wrapping up. And Dave, kind of give us an idea of who we're going to be looking at here on day one with 2 games on the schedule. We've already seen them go through their workouts earlier today. And Dave, there were some impressive bats during the batting practice session that just wrapped up about 40 minutes ago or so.
Yeah, I was over there at East Cobb now. I'm in the studio now joining you for these broadcasts. But it was nice being down in the field and seeing these guys. I've got a lot of experience with them. I saw a lot of these players play. Jacob Kendall, Dean Moss, Manny Antigua and stuff when they were in the 14U Festival a couple years ago. So this is a class I particularly enjoy and am close to many of the players. And it's fun watching them see how they improve from year to year. First time I saw most of them was when they're 14 years old. And now they're 16 going on 17 and starting to more look like young men than they did back then, certainly. But the idea behind this showcase is to get together 300 plus of the best 20-25 players in the country. It's annually one of our biggest showcases along with main event and, of course, the national showcase. It's going to be coming up next month. But it's a fun event, lots of great players. We're going to be seeing a lot of fun things the next 5 days, Steve.
Again, the first 4 teams taking batting practice and going through their on-field routine and workouts earlier today. And we'll take a look at some of those results. And what sticks out for you, Dave, in the 60-yard dash from the results earlier?
I actually thought we'd get a few faster times. I guess we didn't have any of the burners in this group. It was fun seeing Dean Moss, who I believe is number 6 in the 2025 class nationally, run that 6.78 down there at the bottom, because he's a young man that's just steadily gotten more and more athletic over the last couple of years. J.C. Martinez, I think of all the players in that first group in workouts, really opened the most eyes. You see he has a 6.7 up there, and he threw 97 from the outfield as well. So J.C. Martinez, another guy from that list that jumps out.
Carlo Colon, Team Gold, we'll see him in the top runner in the 60, Gabe Grallo from earlier today running a 6.63 as well. Steve Lennox, Dave Ronsley getting you set for what is game number 1 of 2 on this first day of 5 for the 2023 Perfect Game Junior National Showcase from Marietta, Georgia. And just to kind of give you an idea, we have 2 games today with the top 4 teams in terms of their number, really. Not top 4 in terms of rankings, but we'll certainly talk rankings throughout the course of the day today. And this runs all the way through Wednesday. We'll have workouts again tomorrow and Monday, games, full slate of games, 4 games total on Tuesday, and then it wraps up with a pair of games on Wednesday. Then we've got the sophomore showcase starting on Wednesday. That will run Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday here in Marietta, Georgia. And we'll have that all right here on PerfectGame.tv. Some of the runners from earlier today running the 60 here at the East Cobb Baseball Complex.
And, of course, the East Cobb Complex, all turf, so the running time should be good. They're always faster on the turf. I expect to see some 6.3s, 6.4s later in the week. But speed is something that kids improve on, as they get stronger. When you see a young runner, a freshman or something running in the 6.5, 6.6 range, that really, really stands out. But along with arm strength, pitching velocity, those are really the 2 tools that can improve the most as you get stronger and more physically mature.
And Dave, it's amazing to me, a lot of these young men, they've got strength and conditioning coaches, but they've also got speed and agility coaches worked in there as well. Sometimes they're 2 separate coaches that they're dealing with.
Oh yeah, most of these kids work. It would be more the exception more to find kids who aren't doing that sort of stuff, who don't have organized weight work, organized conditioning work. I mean, the stakes are high. There's a lot of people involved now that weren't involved in baseball in this level even 5-10 years ago. And of course the advances in the technology, all the things we measure, those aren't just big league things that you hear the big leaguers talking about, the analytics and the analytical staff. We're doing that here at this level too. So I think we must have 7 or 8 different types of cameras just in the drills focusing on the BP hitters. It's really incredible to see what the technology behind the game has done.
And Dave, you said something there that sort of piqued my interest. You touched on earlier, you've seen these kids at 13, 14 years old. They're almost veterans now coming to these showcases. Do you see that now that it's no longer new to them? They understand the different things that they're doing. Yes, the pressure's still between the ears. It's on their shoulders. They're certainly going to carry it from time to time. But do you see that from now that they're 15, 16 years old, that that they're a little bit more seasoned than they were when you saw them a few years ago?
Oh, there's no question about that, Steve. And not to say that everybody at this Junior National Showcase has been at a PG event or a PG showcase before. So some of them might not know the routines with the 60 and the drills and the games and the game rules. But I would say the majority have, and certainly the other ones have been to Perfect Game showcases and see some of the production values, if you will, that we have, organizing these events. But these kids play together so much. Each other. You just saw from the picture before, guys joking around. They might play for the same travel team. They might have played against each other, who knows where. So these kids are like their own little community now into themselves because they're so familiar with this events and with the PG events in particular.
Dave, touch on the pitching while we have a few moments before game number 1 gets underway between Team Black and Team Gold here in Marietta, Georgia. Touch on the pitching. We know they run the 60. They do infield. The catchers do their pop times. Outfielders throw from the outfield. They get the radar readings and the velocity on those different things. But the pitchers, what are they doing over the course of the next 5 days outside of pitching their innings during games?
Well, first of all, this is one big event. Like I said, 12 teams and over 300 players. It's actually kind of like 3 small events. So the players you see here on the black and the gold and the other 2 teams are only here for really 2 days. And then they move on. After we get done with the 2 games tomorrow, they are done. They move on. We bring in a whole nother group of players. So it's really like 3 smaller showcases. But the pitchers' main thing, we had pitchers hit today in BP. Not all of them chose to. Some pitchers threw in drills. We prefer them not to tell you the truth, because we don't want them getting their arms tired. But the games are where the pitchers get their chance to shine. All the primary pitchers, I believe, are throwing 2 innings. They'll throw, their 30 or 40 pitches, and that gives the scouts, a full opportunity to evaluate their stuff and their mechanics and where they are now. And, of course, we're recording all this from multiple angles and getting all the TrackMan technology on their raw stuff and their deliveries and such too, and that's all part of the whole package.
Give us a player or two in the upcoming first game that we have. You mentioned Dean Moss earlier, but some of the other guys that you're going to sort of watch and pay close attention to.
Well, on the black team, I've mentioned, of course, Dean Moss, the number 6 ranked player in the class. He's not the highest ranked player on that team. Jacob Kendall, fine outfielder from St. Augustine, is the 5th ranked player in the class, and he's transitioned from the infield to the outfield, but he's always been one of the top hitters in the country. And of course, then again for black, J.C. Martinez was the real standout in drills. Flipping the page to gold, and I'm going off I'm going off the numbers. I'm sort of going off my BP grades as well, because you guys watch BP. The best BP I thought of the whole first round was Manny Lantigua. Number 23 on gold. He's a switch hitter. He's pretty new to left-handed and looks good, but he has such a nice right-handed swing. He's the 24th ranked player in the class. Joe Forbes, number 27 on gold, kind of caught my eye. He had a nice, nice bat speed at the plate. He had some good demographics, pop times and such during the drills as a big-bodied 6'2", 195 catcher going to Arizona. And, of course, Gabe Gralla, you mentioned he ran the top time and swung the bat pretty well, too. So those would be 3 guys from each team that I'm starting to hone in on. But the whole point of an event like this is you're watching everybody. As a scout, you're trying to learn how the players have improved. You're getting first looks at some other players. So we're scouting all 300 of these kids equally. Trust me, Steve.
Team Gold, the roster and the lineup, and a couple of guys at the top, Rashad Hayes and Manny Lantigua, who Dave mentioned there, had a great round of batting practice earlier today. And again, we will have, as we continue to look at the roster here, and these are the players that we'll have coming up in game number 1. We'll have a second game later this afternoon, Team Black versus Team Gold, and then later this afternoon we've got another matchup with Team Gray and Team Green. Dave mentioned that Gold and Black will play today, tomorrow, then they'll be on their way to other events, to tournaments around the country, and continuing their baseball throughout the course of the summer. And a lot of schools, a lot of these players just wrapping up their high school seasons, their sophomore year. Again, the players that we're going to see today and over the next 5 days total, wrapping up on Wednesday, these young men are going to be preparing this summer to get ready for their junior year in high school come late summer, early fall.
And these kids have an incredibly busy summer schedule. They're going to be, by the end of by early August, they're going to be looking forward to, Mom, Dad, when can I go back to school and actually get home for a few days? June is when most of the tournaments start off, but July is the big tournament month. These kids a number of them will spend literally the whole month of July traveling with their travel teams, going to big tournaments, around the country. And then August comes back and is kind of a big showcase month before they go back to school. So there's a rhythm to the summers, whether you're, new to perfect game stuff, whether you're new to the travel ball circuit or a veteran like Dean Moss or Jacob Kendall. They have busy schedules, though.
Getting you set for game 1 on this first day of the 2023 Junior National Showcase in Marietta, Georgia. The workouts will be continuing tomorrow with 2 more games on the schedule. Brett Dolan and Dave will be on the call tomorrow morning and late morning, and then we'll have the workouts for 4 more teams coming in as, again, we take a look at the Junior National Team Black roster for this afternoon and game number 1. The workouts are one thing, the games are something different. How do you sort of adjust and take a player and what you're watching in terms of gameplay, whether it's in the field and playing a position or with their at-bats at the plate?
Well, the instructive thing about the hitters, what you're seeing from the hitters, is, BP is BP. It's a very controlled environment. Lloyd Thompson and Rico Billups, the 2 BP pitchers today, are 2 of the best in the world. But when you face games, especially when you face good pitching, and they will be seeing, a lot of really good pitching, maybe, upper 80s, low 90s arms, and seeing how they react to game speed versus batting practice speed is always very instructive. We know it's a fairly small sample size. We'll only be seeing them with 4 or 5 at-bats during the games. But how they handle the quality pitching is kind of the first thing we look at. Whether they had 1 hit or 3 hits or something, that doesn't matter. The stats are irrelevant. It's how they, perform, what their timing's like, what their bat speed's like when facing the live pitching.
Mark Brissy is going to get the mound start for Team Black against Team Gold. And Brissy, big right-hander with the thick back. Young man from Batesville, Arkansas, and an Arkansas commit.
Yeah, he marks a big, strong 6'3", 210 righty, ranked 59th overall in the 2025 class, 3rd overall in Arkansas. But yeah, he's a young man. We've seen him up to 93 miles an hour before, so we're going to start off with some velocity here, and I don't think we have seen Mark yet in 2023 looking down this, but a talented 2-way player, also a strong bat, and we watched that in batting practice as well.
Rashad Hayes from Bishop O'Dowd High School in Oakland, California. Stanford commit, starts things off for Team Gold. Brissy to the plate, misses up and away with a fastball, and we are underway. Our first of 2 games on day number 1 of the 2023 Junior National Showcase from the East Cobb Complex in Marietta, Georgia. Comfortable early afternoon. Brissy fires a strike, and it's 1-1 on Hayes.
Hayes was very impressive in workouts. Young man I've never seen before. Nice, long, lean, very projectable, very athletic body.
Still 15 years old, 6'1", 175 for Rashad Hayes.
And you always like to see that with a young man, Ari, with a Stanford commit. Shows he's taking care of his work in the classroom as well.
All-league first team is a freshman and sophomore at Bishop O'Dowd High School. Takes a pitch in on the hands, and the count now 2-2. Walks will be charged to the pitcher, but as we'll see throughout the course of the next 7 days with the junior and sophomore national showcase here in Marietta, no walks or no hit by pitch in terms of taking your base as the hitter. You'll continue the at bat with a runner on at first base.
Yeah, a few different things. There are, like Steve said, there are no walks, there are no hit by pitches, and you get all fastballs after that. It's also a 10-inning game. Yeah, we keep score, but the score is kind of irrelevant.
On the ground to shortstop, toss over to first base. In time, Ethan Bauerschmidt at shortstop, tossing across to Colin Lynch.
And there is another thing I mentioned as we see this ground ball again. Good sinking fastball there from Brissy. But there's also a limit of 5 batters an inning. If we get 3 outs before then, that's fine. We'll turn the inning over. But there's a maximum of 5 hitters at any perfect game showcase, just so the pitchers don't have to throw too much.
Manny Lantigua retired on the ground out to second base. Lantigua, Florida State commit, #1 shortstop and #2 overall ranking in the state of Florida as a 15-year-old by perfect game, and number 25 nationally. So 2 up and 2 down, 2 ground ball outs.
That was a really nice changeup from Mark Brissy. Kind of unfair. Lantigua.
Leah from San Diego, California, Oregon commit. And he takes a first pitch strike from Brissy, 0-1. Glad you're with us on PerfectGame.tv. Leah mentioned Oregon commit. How about the Ducks last night coming from behind and winning?
Promote those West Coast schools. There's not many of them left. Yeah.
That's certainly been a topic of conversation since the Field of 64 was announced for the Division I NCAA baseball tournament back on Memorial Day.
Brissy's really mixing it up. He's been up to 90 with the fastball. He also looks like he's throwing some 2-seamers in the mid-80s. Threw that nice changeup earlier, a couple breaking balls.
That one taken care of by the shortstop, Bauerschmidt, and a 1-2-3 inning with 3 ground ball outs for Mr. Brissy here in the top of the first inning.
And I believe that last one was a changeup as well. So he picked up 2 really soft routine ground balls on quality changeups. And to see a young man that age, going to the changeup, having confidence with it in this environment is really impressive. Just looking at Brissy's age, he's 16 years, 6 months old. If you're out here watching, what were you doing when you were 16 and a half years old? Well, Mark Brissy's out throwing some big league quality pitches.
I think I was out mowing lawns. Brissy, All-State honors as a sophomore. Again, an Arkansas commit. As we take a look at the starting pitcher for Team Gold here in the bottom half of the first inning. Gold going down 1-2-3 in the top of the first. And Blaine Metz is on the mound for Team Gold, young man from the state of Indiana.
Young Indiana commit, 6'3".
Young man is ranked as the #1 right-handed pitcher in the state of Indiana by Perfect Game and number 44 national. I think I have that.
I believe Metz would be an example of somebody that we've gotten really good reports on from the spring. He's only pitched at a couple PG events and topped out at 79. But our scouts are out seeing games all spring, watching the top teams, especially trying to find the best players, specifically to invite to a game like this. And Metz was obviously seen by one of our Midwest scouts out there at Floyd Knobs, Indiana. Floyd's Knobs. I lived in Indiana for 6 years. I have no idea where Floyd's Knobs is. But so I think that's how he got here, on his strength of how much improvement he's made this spring. And we'll see what he brings to the mound.
Ranked number 192 nationally. Mentioned #1 ranking as a right-handed pitcher in the state of Indiana. And it'll be Jacob Kendall batting from the left side. First batter to face Metz. Kendall up there, aggressive early in the count. Perfect Game, 14U Player of the Year. Currently ranked number 6 nationally by Perfect Game. Florida commit. Shared with us on his player profile. Attended a camp in Gainesville. Knew right away that's where he wanted to go, like Kevin O'Sullivan and his staff, plus the facilities that are still relatively new in Gainesville.
Yeah, to give you some idea of Kendall's hitting ability, and he might be the best pure hitter in this class. He's a career .461 hitter in 239 perfect game events going through the year. And you can just even hear over the audio a little bit different sound of the bat there. You know, he went oppo on that and hit it down past the bullpen. He's just such an advanced hitter. He's starting to get strong. As I mentioned earlier, he's transitioned from infield to outfield, and that will just give him, you know, kind of more time to hit. Sometimes playing that middle infield can take away from a player and the amount of time he gets to hit. And Kendall having more time to hit's a scary thought for pitchers. Maybe not for Mr. Metz, who's already 89-90 on the fastball.
Count holds at a ball and 2 strikes.
Just like we saw with Brissy, he's in 4 pitches. He's shown us a fastball 89-90, an 81-mile-an-hour changeup there, and also thrown a mid-70s breaking ball.
Count stays 2 balls and 2 strikes on Kendall.
That was nice there. He got the fastball on the inside half. He has quick enough hands to pull them in and hit a harmless foul ball. It's not a pitch he's going to do anything with. It's good location by Metz.
Kendall dealing with an injury this year. Missed 3 months after having surgery on his hand. .6'1", 175. Bats from the left side, as you see here. Throws right. That one gets through the catcher and goes to the backstop. So a full count on the leadoff hitter. Justin Summers behind the plate for Team Gold. And the runner now on base. Fastballs the rest of the at-bat for Kendall. We've got the runner on now after he delivered ball 4.
Something we just do for the National Showcase and Junior National. When there's a walk or hit by pitch, the rosters are deep enough and the coaching, there's enough coaches in the dugout as opposed to a smaller showcase to put that runner on.
Kendall hits this one well to center field, and the catch is made out in center by Carlo Colon. So Kendall retired, 1 down here, and the home first inning. Team Black and Team Gold getting things underway with game action. Blaine Metz, a walk but a fly out against the leadoff hitter. He works with a runner on. Batter now is Dean Moss. Moss towards second. They will get the force out at second base, and Moss is safe at first, reaching on the fielder's choice. Preston Youcher up the middle at second, getting it to Fleming, the shortstop covering the bag. And Moss is on at first base. Young man Moss from IMG Academy in Florida. Vanderbilt commit, announced his commitment to Vandy and Tim Corbin back in November of 2021. So Moss, a base runner, and 2 outs in the inning. And the batter now is Ryan Mitchell. Another terrific young talent for Team Black.
I probably should have mentioned Mitchell when I gave the quick rundown of players. He took an outstanding batting practice. Very good athlete, ran a 6'8", 60, but really impressed in batting practice with how fast his hands are. Showed very good barrel control.
Mitchell from Germantown, Tennessee. Houston High School. Runner goes, throws, sails into center field. And Moss now a 2-out base runner in scoring position. Catcher Summers airmailing that one. And we will see runners aggressive on the base paths.
Oh yeah, they've been told to be aggressive, and a lot of these kids, have the speed and the base running ability to be aggressive anyway. But it's encouraged in this showcase environment. What the score is, the count is irrelevant. You're trying to show off your own abilities, and that gives us a good measure on how to get evaluate the catchers as well, because catching in the game is obviously so much different than in a drill setting.
Moss leads away from second. Mitchell takes a pitch in. So fastballs for the rest of the at-bat for Ryan Mitchell. Georgia Tech commit. Ranked number 2 overall in the state of Tennessee. 6 foot 175. Plays for the Houston Mustangs in the high school ranks. Good pitch there by Metz as he picks up the called strike. See at the bottom of your screen the outfield velocities from earlier today. There's a lot of new wrinkles for 2023 Dave Ronsley that Darren Sutton, Jim Jenks, and Perfect Game putting together for the National Showcase here in Marietta. Metz delivers. And Mitchell stays alive at the plate, fighting that pitch off that was up in the zone. Mitchell, you can say now, has international experience. Won gold with Team USA and Hermosillo, Mexico. Mitchell right now making Blaine Metz work on the pitcher's mound.
Yes, running up the pitch count here. And when you're in an all fastball situation, and Metz is doing a good job just not grooving one. He's not backing down, certainly. But when the pitcher knows that it's going to be a fastball, it's such a huge advantage, as you could well understand.
Liner opposite way into left field. Moss racing around third. The throw is offline from the left fielder, Carlos Rivera Fortuno. And into second base, RBI base hit for Mitchell, goes to second. And the ghost runner is now at third base. And Team Black on the board against Metz with a 2-out RBI base hit by Mitchell, who extended that at bat and is able to deliver the runner Moss from second base.
Yeah, such a quality at bat, but he had how many pitches, or maybe 10 pitches, only one of them breaking ball, and that just gives you the chance to time up the pitcher so well. But it takes a good hitter to take advantage of it, because that was an 86-mile-an-hour fastball he drove into left field.
Landon Schaefer at the plate. Young man from Fayetteville, Arkansas, is going to stay right at home if he can, and played for Dave Van Horn and the Razorbacks, making that commitment to Arkansas. Listed as an infielder on the left side, also an outfielder and right-handed pitcher for Landon Schaefer. Cut on and missed, and he's down in the count of 2 strikes.
And it might be a chicken or the egg thing, but in the last, since the Arkansas program has risen so much over the last decade, really 2 decades, it's gone in hand with the amount of high school talent in the state of Arkansas. I think having that dominant big school program in a state like Arkansas has really raised the whole tide of talent in the state of Arkansas, because we're constantly seeing quality athletes coming out of the state now.
Pop up, short center field. That one is taken care of by Colon, and that retires the side. Mitchell RBI base hit, 1-0 Team Black going to the second here in Marietta. Mark Brissy goes back to work here in the second inning. Brissy, 3 ground ball outs, Dave Ronsley in the first inning, and now with a 1-0 lead. We do keep score at Baseball. We are basically a baseball broadcast today. There will be some wrinkles in there, as we saw with the 4-pitch walk earlier in the bottom of the first inning. Here's a fly ball, center field. This one's sending back the center fielder to make the catch. A nice grab there by Gabe Holsling. And that is out number 1. 4 up, 4 down, retired by Mr. Brissy.
Yeah, just pumping strikes, mixing his pitches so well, and really showing such nice maturity on the mound. That one got away, though.
This is Joe Forbes in the lineup. Brock Silvers was retired on the flyout to center field for Team Gold. Forbes, Arizona commit. Committed to Arizona in January of his freshman year, 4 months after his brother committed. Brother was also being recruited by Arizona, and his brother Jackson is going to be going into his senior year late this summer, early fall. They both play together at Mountain Ridge High School in Mountain Ridge, Arizona, and Peoria, Arizona, actually. That one hit foul at the plate off of Forbes. It trickles up the first base side. I may have seen their father, Kevin Forbes, play in the minor leagues back in the late 1990s and 97 when Kevin played for the Vermont Expos in the New York Penn League. Brissy trying to pick up his first strikeout, and Forbes does a nice job fouling that pitch off. Brissy got 3 ground ball outs in the first inning, and the count runs full, 3-2.
And he's working mostly
Charlie
upper
Wortham.
80s. Has a touch to 91, but again, doing a good job mixing in that changeup especially. Seems to have more confidence in his changeup than in his breaking ball, at least in this outing.
Got Antigua on the changeup on a ground out to second in the first inning. That caught Dave's attention. Liner into left center field for a base hit. This one's going to split the alley and roll all the way to the base of the wall. Forbes to second, and he will stop there with a double. First hit allowed in this game by Brissy, and a base runner in scoring position for Team Gold here in the top of the second, down 1-0.
Yeah, nice swing by Forbes. He showed his power in BP very well, went yard, mostly pull side, but that scooted up the turf gap in a hurry. A lot of power in that young man's future.
Dean Moss giving chase. Runner at second, 1 down. The batter now, Isaiah Ibarra. Ibarra will see time behind the plate later in this game. Ground ball, shortstop. Bauerschmidt takes care of it. Ibarra retired on the ground out, and Forbes, with the play unfolding in front of him, takes third base. He's now at third with 2 away.
Brissy back to doing what he does so well, and that's inducing the soft ground ball contact.
Vaughn Coleman, 5'11", 170, just turned 17 years old. Bats right, throws right. Arizona State come in, ranked number 181 nationally. Brissy trying to leave the runner at third base. And he misses in tight, ball 1.
Coleman did a really good job of showing his tools in the drills. Ran a 6.84 in the 60 through 93 from the outfield.
93, that's in the upper percentile in terms of velocity from the outfield. Inside it hit him. And a base runner will now take over at first base, and the at-bat will continue for Vaughn Coleman. What is average for this class of 2025 from the outfield? About 77, 78 miles an hour?
Probably, and that's taking, all the tens of thousands of readings we get, during the year at our showcases and such. Generally, I think before this, we were talking about which things to highlight on our, on our social media and stuff, and we thought anything over 88 or above was going to be the highlight throws from this elite group of players. So to take it up into the low 90s, or like Martinez did to 97, that's getting more and more impressive.
Carlos Colon, the runner at first base after the hit by pitch. Coleman trying to deliver with 2 down here in the top of the second. Upstairs, throw down to second base, safe. And the stolen base now second and third for Team Gold, as Carlos Colon is now in scoring position. And Forbes, who doubled earlier in this inning, is the runner at third base. Good pitch there, taken for a called strike 3. And Mark Brissy works out of trouble here in the second, starting to pair in scoring position. Mark Brissy, 2 scoreless innings for Team Black, Dave Ronsley.
Yeah, and I like the maturity that I saw a lot from Brissy. I've mentioned a few times already, mixing in different pitches. His fastball was consistently, upper 80s, 88, 89, touched to 91. But that changeup was a good pitch that got him a few outs. We saw one of them right there. And I think just even on that last pitch, he saw the hitter freeze and take a fastball right down the middle. I think that's because he was looking for a changeup, because even in a short 2-inning outing, Brissy had already established that as a go-to pitch for him. So he really got another out just from freezing the hitter with a good fastball.
Brissy, 2 innings, 1 hit, 1 strikeout. And Blaine Mentz, who gave up the run in the first inning, will take the mound here in the second for Team Gold. Steve Lennox, Dave Ronsley, day number 1 of the 2023 Junior National Showcase at the East Cobb Complex in Marietta, Georgia. Brett Dolan, Cameron McElwaney will be on board tomorrow morning for the 2 games. Then we'll be back tomorrow afternoon for workouts for 4 more teams here in Marietta. We'll see Maroon, Navy, Orange, and Purple on Sunday with their workouts. Then they'll get their games underway on Monday.
I want, as we look at Blaine Mentz coming out for his second inning of work, want to highlight how much these players can improve in a relatively short amount of time. We saw Blaine Mentz in June of 2022, and he topped out at 79 miles an hour. Turn the clock forward 12 months, almost exactly 12 months later, he's topping out at 93 miles an hour. 14 mile an hour gain. in his max fastball velocity in one calendar year.
Damian Ganson starts things off here in the home second for Team Black. Ganson looks at a strike, the count 2-1.
That might have been Metz's best breaking ball. He has a tendency to drop his arm slot on the breaking ball and get hit under it. He got on the top of that much better.
2-2 the count on Ganson from Mobile, Alabama. Has committed to South Alabama. Touted as the 5th overall best prospect in the state of Alabama, according to Perfect Game, and the number 2 ranked outfielder in the state.
Does a good job laying off that breaking ball to work the count full.
So on the payoff pitch, Mets missing away to Ganson, and we'll have a runner at first base. Ganson, 16 years old. Bats and throws from the left side. Swing and a foul tip. Catcher holds on. Ganson out on strikes, and Mets picks up the strikeout for out number 1 here in the second inning.
Good old hard ball there. Reach back for a 90-mile-an-hour fastball, and Gatson had a good cut at it, as you should when you know it's going to be a fastball. But Gatson didn't cut down the swing, took the flag. Might have been a little late on that, but he doesn't see too many 90-mile-an-hour fastballs back playing high school ball in Alabama.
Runner takes off for second. The throw down safe. And KT Thompson now in scoring position picks up the stolen base. Shortstop Cooper Fleming taking the throw from the catcher Justin Summers. And
Summers did a good job.
Team Black.
Summers did a good job getting tough pitch to throw through from his knees. One of those it's obviously the best thing to do, and made it a play, made an accurate throw, and did a good job.
Chris Levy Gutierrez from American Heritage High School in the state of Florida. Young man with an athletic frame, solid projection, wiry strength. Nice job by the pitcher, Metz, going to the third base side of the pitcher's mound, and he retires Levy Gutierrez, and on the play, the runner moves to third.
There's that little low slot breaking ball. He might call it a curveball. It's sort of whatever generic slurve term we use, but it's a lower slot than his fastball, but it's still, as you see there, an effective pitch.
Colin Lynch at the plate with a runner at third and 2 down. Chases a pitch up in the zone, down to the count, 0-1. Like to see Mets right here leave that runner stranded and keep it a 1-0 ball game. Colin Lynch from Doylestown, Pennsylvania, takes that offering inside for a ball. Doylestown about 50 miles or so north of Philadelphia. Lynch 6'2", 185, 16 years old. 1-2.
Metz works like he's in a hurry up there. I like seeing young pitchers who work with the fast pace, and obviously one of the changes in our game, Steve, is that pitchers have to work faster, at least at the big league level, than they might have used to being able to throw, and Metz seems very comfortable with that from a young age.
And Blaine Metz on the mound, and Mets pitcher Max Scherzer has been one of the veteran pitchers at the major league level who hasn't always agreed 100% with the umpires' interpretations of how things go. Scherzer recently in an outing was between innings and warming up, swing and a miss, and was upset that he didn't get 1 or 2 more warm-up tosses, but the way the rules indicate now, he was supposed to get the inning underway. Metz does a nice job there picking up the strikeout against Lynch, and he leaves the runner at third base. It's 1-0 going to the third here in Marietta between Team Gold and Team Black.
Well, I mentioned at the top of the show, Steve, that there's a lot of pitchers that we've seen before, a lot of players that we've seen before, and we're seeing how much they've improved. Well, we really haven't seen Blaine Metz very much, and I have to say that I'm extremely impressed with him. He's going to go from not being a ranked player to being a very, very healthily ranked player. Up to 93 early on his fastball, pretty much sat 90 after that. Got some outs on that breaking ball, slurvy thing, up to 77. But just a really, really talented 16-year arm who's improved so much. And one of the things you get when your pitchers improve so much is you got to go, wait a minute, he's still 16, he's baby-faced. How much more is he going to prove from here? And that was a fun outing, and I think the young man might have seen his life change a little bit today with how he threw.
Pitcher for Team Black. As we get our first look at another right-hander for Team Black again, Rissy going 2 innings in this outing. And Christopher Moore, right-hander and a Virginia Tech commit, is now on.
Yeah, Moore has thrown a ton at perfect game events, 106 innings over the years, going all the way back to when he was, I think 12 years old. Nice build on a 6'2", 170-pound right-hander. Still 16 months old, as most of these players are. Has been up to 87 on his fastball late last year. Last time we saw him throw was at the Junior World Championships in early October 2022. We'll see how much how his stuff has improved over the past, 8 months.
Moore from McCallie High School and Signal Mountain, Tennessee. Quinn Carson at the plate for Team Gold here in the top of the 3rd inning as we move right along. We'll have our second game coming up, 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, scheduled first pitch. That will wrap up day number 1. Dave mentioned earlier, these two teams will wrap up with their second game on Sunday. Then it's off and running. Pack up the bags and hit the next town or city. That liner into right center field, and it goes all the way to the wall. And on his way to third, landing gear down, and in with the triple. A nice job of hitting right there by Quinn Carson.
Yeah, I've got a note in my batting practice notes. The young Canadian mostly hits to right center field. It's sort of an inside-out swing, and he got a breaking ball in the middle of the plate there and did the same thing he did in BP. Drove it up that right center field gap, showed his speed, legging it out to third base.
So runner at third base, and the pitch is in tight, ball 1. Jackson Clayton starting at third base. Takes a pitch just below the knees. And Clayton takes down and away. Clayton from Brookfield, Wisconsin. Brookfield Central High School. Ranked number 7 overall in the state of Wisconsin. Sends this one in the air to left center field. The catch is made, tagging and coming in to score from third as that ties up the game at 1-1. Nice job of hitting right there. Clayton brings the runner Quinn Carson in. Carson a triple, scoring the tying run, and we're 1-1 here in the 3rd inning.
Yeah, just a nice swing there. Kept it short and direct. Wasn't trying to do too much, and if that ball's hit 30 feet to the left or the right, he might be on third base with a triple himself. Very good barrel.
Carter Wojcik at the plate. Wojcik, 16 years old, from Coral Springs Charter High School in Coral Springs,
Steve,
Florida.
so you would like me to shag and then come back and get third going home as well?
Wojcik is going to see time in this game. We've got the defensive assignments throughout, and he's at first base. One of the few players that will stay at the same position throughout defensively. Just off the corner.
Tough pitch to take there with 2 strikes.
Christopher Moore, second pitcher used by Team Black. Well, he took a pitch just off the outside part of the plate and swung through that offering that was up near the letters.
Ball 3, certainly, and sometimes that hanging curveball, and that's what that was a hanger that just stayed up there. Sometimes that's just too tempting to lay off.
Those eyes widen in a hurry. Carlo Colon at the plate.
Like we mentioned before, Colon ran a 6.65 60. Put himself atop the leaderboard after this first group of players as far as 60 speed, also threw 88 from the outfield.
And that's better. On the perfectgame.org website, I had him at 6.68 in the 60 in March, so taking a couple tenths of a second off that time this morning here in Marietta. Chopper, right side, taken care of by the second baseman, hustling down the line, Colon. And he's going to be a base runner with 2 down here in the inning.
Well, we were mentioning that speed, and that's where the speed comes into play. You know, just a simple 2-hopper at the second baseman, but Colon busted it out of the box and reached first base safely.
Ryan Mitchell unable to get the out to end the inning. And the inning with that extended as Moore continues to work here, giving up a run so far in this frame. And Colon with the hustle play now on, and certainly a threat to run. And there he goes, swinging a foul ball. In and out of the glove of the catcher. Preston Youcher, infielder, starting the game at second base. That one may not have gone into the glove, but actually off the face mask.
Ouch.
Diego Rosa Burgos behind the plate.
Nothing like taking an 85-mile-an-hour fastball right in the eyes.
Youcher from Verona, Wisconsin. Perfect game. Listed top 500. Throw down to second base, and the ball is dropped. And the stolen base. And there safely, Carlo Colon. So again, his speed on the bouncer to second. He's able to reach with 2 outs, now in scoring position, picking up the stolen base.
I think Colon was fortunate there. I don't know what
right, man. I catch you ready to eat.
And we do apologize for our technical difficulties here on PerfectGame.tv. We're in the top of the fourth inning. Team Gold versus Team Black. Gabe Berlau at the plate. Young man from Jupiter, Florida. Facing Christopher Moore here in the top of the fourth inning. We have the base runner at second. And that breaking ball missing to Berlau. Marietta, Georgia, East Cobb Complex. Runner at third base now with one down for Team Gold in the top of the fourth inning. Christopher Moore now on in his second inning and delivers upstairs. Steve Lennox, Dave Ronsley, and the count now full 3-2 on Gabe Berlau, his first at bat of the afternoon.
Berlau, much like young Mr. Cologne last inning, a threat to get on with his wheels, a 6.63 runner in the 60. He takes strike three there. I thought that was, he might have caught the corner. Kind of a slow reaction to acknowledge it by the hitter.
Two down in the frame. We're in the top of the fourth inning. Carlos Rivera Fortuno, outfielder for Team Gold, stands in for his first at bat. And looks at his strike from Moore as he pours in the fastball. Moore's fastball has been 85, 86 miles an hour. Works with the runner third and two away. Hit hard but foul.
Fortuno, one of the many young Puerto Rican prospects in this game, and I'm sure we'll see more of them later this week.
High chopper off the plate area. Moore, underhand toss to retire the batter, and he strands the runner at third base here in the top of the fourth inning.
I like what I saw from young Christopher Moore from Tennessee. Nice long loose arm action. You can really see him picking up his stuff as he fills out that 6'2", 170 frame. Just look how long and loose that is, and just think about as he gets stronger what's going to happen. Threw some nice breaking balls in there. Again, like a lot of young pitchers, tends to drop the arm slot on the curveball, but he'll, as he gets repetitions, he'll learn to get on top of that pitch more often. But a bright young, talented young arm with a bright future.
Do you have a comp?
Oh no, with kids this young, that's hard to do. If I had a list of players in front of me, but a lot of the players, you see who really start to throw hard when they're 20, in their young 20s, have a similar physical package with the height, that he's not anywhere close to strong yet. And again, that long loose arm, as he gets pitching coaches at higher levels, he'll probably get that arm action a little bit shorter, a little bit more on line, and get powering downhill a little bit better using those newfound muscles.
Team Black scoring its run early on. Team Gold with 2 runs across.
We missed Ben Goodacre's first inning of work during those technical difficulties. He's a 6'3", 170-pounder from Ancaster, Ontario, 16 years old. And he had a nice 1-2-3 inning. Looking at the box score, 11 pitches, 2 of them getting called strike threes on breaking balls. So that looks to be, at least in the first inning of this outing, his pitch. Worked mostly 84, 87 on his fastball.
Mixed in a curve and a couple of sliders in his first inning. Now on for his second inning for Team Gold. Diego Rosa Burgos. Skies one in the air. Well hit, left field. And that one is taken care of by the left fielder, Angel Leia. Diego Rosa Burgos back to the dugout. 16 hitters in the lineup, so J.C. Martinez, his first at bat. Thumbs up empty on the big cut. Pitch above the belt. Martinez from Coconut Creek, California. Was 87 off the bat back in December of 2022. Class average is about 77 miles an hour off the bat with the exit velocity. Good breaking ball there.
I can see why Goodacre picked up a couple of looking called strike threes in his first inning work with that breaking ball. He gets on top of it well, really gets some sharpness and depth to it. I'll be interested to see what the spin counts on that. We don't have the TrackMan spin rates on all these pitches. Of course, the Perfect Game scouts behind the plate are recording all those, and they'll be in the reports afterwards, but that's got to be at mid-2500 spin rate at least on the eye test.
Goodacre goes 6'2", 160. So certainly time to fill out with the frame. His player profile says he can get swing and miss action. Got a check swing there, and he went around. And Goodacre picks up the strikeout, his third in an inning plus. And that will bring Gabe Holsing to the plate. Holsing from St. Louis, Missouri. Holsing, schools of interest: Ole Miss, Arkansas, Florida, Missouri, with a new head coach, and Mississippi State. Go figure, from St. Louis, and loves watching the Cardinals play, although maybe not so much here in 2023.
Well, I haven't seen any Cardinals fans switching to being Cubs fans and vice versa, so that might stay the same. That isn't done.
Second baseman takes care of it. And that retires a side here in the fourth inning. Rashad Hayes taking care of Hilsing. And we'll go to the fifth in a 1-1 ball game here in Marietta. Fifth inning, and Team Gold 2-1 lead, scoring 2 runs against Team Black in the top of the fourth inning, and we get our first look at left-hander Josh Holst, who is now on in a 1-run ball game.
Yeah, Holst, a 6'2", 205 lefty, our first lefty, Steve, from Libertyville, Illinois. Haven't seen him at a PG event in 2 years, so this must be a young man we saw during the spring, or have heard good things from his travel coaches. Mature-looking man, although still only young man, only 16 years, 8 months. But you can see in that body right now, has some maturity and strength to the build.
How much conversation do you have throughout the course of a year with travel ball coaches?
I personally do not, but there is a huge amount, with our operations staff, and it's not just on, getting to events and doing that. It's about their top prospects, because all the top travel ball coaches, the ones with the best organizations, have been in the PG realm for years. You develop the close personal friendships, and when they say, hey, this guy's a junior national player, this guy's a national player, is really improved, you take that face value. A top coach tells you that. So there is a lot of conversations. The travel coach's role in promoting a player has never been more important than it is today.
Justin Summers at the plate, 6'5", 185 from Warrentown, Virginia. Dayton commit. High follow for perfect game right now. He's the last hitter in the lineup. 16 hitters in the lineup for Team Gold, so we'll go back to the top for Rashad Hayes here in the 5th inning.
Change up.
Out in front. The host picks up the strikeout. Slowed his motion up just a little bit. Thought maybe that was coming.
He's enjoying it. He's looking in the dugout. Pulled the string on that one. Left-handers are allowed to smile big when they fool a hitter with that changeup. You can see the hitter, way off balance. He slowed a bit, but he still kept the arm speed pretty well.
Rashad Hayes. Nope. Not back to the top just yet.
Well, I think they made an adjustment in the batting order. Brandon Rosenthal, a primary right-handed pitcher, and who just took an outstanding batting practice. Went deep in right field a couple times. I don't think he was in the lineup, but after that BP, they added him.
Out recorded. And Rosenthal goes back to the dugout. Good range there by the second baseman. And Jack Zeller going out on that ball. Dave, we're in the part, and it was they give us the defensive alignments for all innings. If we do go to the 10th inning, all bets are off. There's a lot of scribble marks on the printout that I have for Team Black. Here is Rashad Hayes with 2 down and the base is empty.
Yeah, things are always fluid in perfect game showcase games. Even with pitching rotations, there's things that just change, and because it isn't played like straight baseball, everything's done to accommodate the players. For Rosenthal, it was just he was so impressive. Put him in the lineup. Kids may decide even amongst their own, hey, you take second base this inning, I'll take shortstop. There's a lot of that because it isn't set in stone. A lot goes on in the dugout and with the people actually on the field. Greg Sabers and Jared Goodwin running the showcase to change things, just to optimize our ability to evaluate players.
Hayes shared with us on his player profile favorite meal breakfast is mom's pancakes, eggs, and bacon.
I'll sign up.
Waiting for the invite. Right.
There's another
good job by host
out there. Another out with the changeup. Nice pitch for him. Worked 84, 85, 86 with that mid-70s changeup, and changeup's impressive. Mr. Hayes doesn't like it, that's for sure.
Connor Jones on the mound for Team Gold here in the bottom half of the 5th inning. Jones, the third pitcher used by Team Gold. Ground ball back up the middle. Diving is the shortstop, but that one sneaks through into center field. And a leadoff base runner here in the bottom of the 5th. Jack Zeller reaching with the base hit.
Exactly, Jack Zeller, who showed a lot of range at second base last inning. Gets the lead off this inning, does so in impressive fashion.
So Jones now from the stretch. Connor Jones working to Bennett Gary. Gary from Marjorie Stoneham Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida. High follow according to Perfect Game. 3.9 GPA. His head coach, Todd Fitzgerald, communicated with Todd via email this week on Bennett Gary, young sophomore. They brought him up at the end of the year to Stoneman Douglas. Wanted another left-handed bat in the lineup. This will move the runner up as Bennett Gary is retired.
Keeping in mind that Stoneham Douglas is one of the elite high school teams year to year in the country. Had another outstanding year this year, and for a sophomore to be called up during the season is pretty impressive with a program like that.
You want a number, Dave? I've got one for you. Their state title, their third in a row in 2023. Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School this year hit 35 home runs as a team. Okay, that's a big number. Their pitching staff, Dave, pitched to a 0.89 ERA. Allowed a total of 33 total runs. That was, again, confirmed this week by their head coach, Todd Fitzgerald. Hit 35 home runs, allowed 33 runs total as a staff throughout the entire season, and a state title.
Yes, that is impressive. That is impressive.
Charlie Wortham. Mets Goodacre, now Connor Jones. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry about that, Steve. Yeah, Connor Jones, it may look like on camera there that he's throwing a slider every pitch. He's just getting outstanding cutting action on a mid-80s fastball. And it's cutting action every single pitch, so it's just part of his natural release point. And that's an effective pitch when you can get that consistent of movement. Young man, 6'2", 180 pounds from Spring, Texas. Goes to Concordia Lutheran, and every time I see Spring, Texas, I think back to watching one Josh Beckett pitch there in high school many, many years ago. Many decades ago, actually.
That's a hotbed for pitchers. I believe Chris George, who pitched in the Royals organization, was a member of the gold medal winning team in the 2000 Olympics, was from that Spring, Texas area.
Yes, I believe he was. Jones appeared at the Perfect Game main event underclass showcase at the end of December, was up to 88, received a PG-9 from that event. That's the thing that will put your name quickly on the recruiting map.
Zeller a base hit, now at second. Mets went the first two for Team Gold. Then Goodacre, Mets and Goodacre both impressive in their outings. Inside, it hit him. Wortham will not take his base here. Instead, we'll get a runner at first, and that will set up first and second with one down. Off the end of the bat, foul. Wortham, 6 foot, 187. Catcher with a 1.90 pop time behind the plate. And those numbers from February of this year. And the runners will move up to second and third. Now 2 in scoring position with 1 down.
Wortham with a 77 arm strength, 1.91 pop time and drills. And I'll be honest with you, Steve, pop times and drills are largely irrelevant to most scouts in the scouting community. I know the players don't realize that, or they wouldn't put so much effort into trying to cheat the drills. But really, most scouts will not pay attention to that pop time because it's under artificial conditions. It's how you throw in a game that really matters. And hopefully in these games we'll get a number of chances to see the catchers throw.
Wortham delivers one down the left field line. It goes all the way to the wall, and it's going to play 2. Wortham to second. He'll stop there. As Hayes right behind, coming in to score.
Well, that was a fastball that didn't cut, got too much of the plate. Wortham did a nice job getting the barrel out in front. You see the big left field wall there at East Cobb that makes the 315 down the line play a lot bigger.
Pardon me, Gadsden scoring. The runner. And Wortham, nice job of hitting right there, plating a pair of runs. Team Black going up a run against Connor Jones. Jacob Kendall getting his second at bat. Kendall 0 for 1 so far.
I think that was a changeup, actually, a cut changeup from Connor Jones. Giving another look. Everybody in the baseball world knows, this baseball world knows who Jacob Kendall is, and Jones is pitching very much like he knows about the 5th-ranked player in the country, with an assortment of sliders and changeups and.
And Jacob Kendall. Wortham delivering 2 runs with a double. Kendall out on strikes, back to the dugout. And Dean Moss will stand in for his second at bat of the day.
And that was a classic example of mixing your pitches and making your fastball play up by Jones. You know, he went slider, changeup, threw him for strikes, got ahead, 1 and 2, and that 86-mile-an-hour fastball looked more like, you know, low 90s to Kendall. He was late and expanded the zone.
Dean Moss, IMG Academy from Atherton, California. His younger brother Dylan is also at IMG Academy in Florida. Dylan is a catcher, and he is class of 2026 and has made a verbal commitment to Stanford. Dean Moss, verbal commit to Vanderbilt. So right there, Dean and his brother Dylan, Dad Kane and Mom Maha Ibrahim, they're shining nationally on the diamond in their sport of baseball, but a commit to Stanford, a commit to Vanderbilt, we know what that says about what they're doing academically.
Exactly. And that's always great to see. And there's, of course, you know, tons of very good academic schools that have good baseball programs, but those two kind of stand out.
That one sneaks into center field for a base hit. It'll play to run as Wortham comes in to score. And 3 runs across in the inning as Dean Moss picks up the RBI base hit, 5th batter of the inning. And with that, the inning comes to an end.
Yeah, that was a good piece of hitting by Moss, but that was a tough road to hoe for Connor Jones. He faced some really tough hitters, threw some good pitches, got some over the plate as well, and that's what good hitters will do with pitches over the plate.
Day number 1 of the 2023 Junior National Showcase here in Marietta, Georgia. Steve Lennox, Dave Runsley, glad you're with us. Brett Dolan And Cameron McElhaney will be on board tomorrow morning. They had the workouts with batting practice and the 60-yard dash, and the outfielders throwing, the infielders going through drills this morning as well. This is day 1 of 5, and Dave, you mentioned it. These two teams will wrap up tomorrow with their second game. They've gone through the workouts, then they'll be on their way out. This Junior National Showcase here in Marietta will take us all the way through Friday. 12 teams total and 300-plus players in Marietta for this event.
Yeah, it's worth noting that these teams are just sort of randomly put together when you have an event this long that you're breaking up. Team players will specify, I want to be in the first group, I want to be in the second group, I want to be in the third group, based on their own schedules, their own travel schedules with their teams, their own travel schedules with their parents and such. So these teams it's like putting together a giant jigsaw puzzle with 300 pieces. You put the pieces together, you get the rosters with your 10 pitchers and your 2 catchers and your 4 middle infielders, and it's like a giant jigsaw puzzle that people like Greg Sabers and Jared Goodwin, Vinny Servino put together, behind the scenes to make this event all come together.
How much do you guys sit down? Tough to say that there's an off season for Perfect Game. But how much tinkering will go on when you have an idea to implement for the next calendar year? Does a lot of that go on?
Oh, yeah, it's a constant. We're constantly updating lists. Not a day goes by when there isn't a half a dozen, what we call scout notes in our email system, updating players, recommending players for top events like this. It's a continuing, ongoing process. I was just out in Denver, Colorado, literally Tuesday and Wednesday, seeing players that I could recommend for this event. So it goes up to the last minute. It's a continuing process, and it really does go on all year.
Manny Lantigua starting things off against Josh Holst.
I'm hoping to see Lantigua on the mound. He's a primary shortstop and a very, very talented one, but he's got a special arm, and I'd love to see him just throw an inning on the mound at some point in this event, or maybe even later this summer.
Base hit in the center field off the bat of Manny Lantigua, and a leadoff base runner here in the 6th inning for Team Gold. That always cracks me up. Batting gloves come off, oven mitt goes on.
I've heard people say that one of the speed up the game rules should be, anything that you wear to the plate, you have to run the bases with.
I like that.
Yes.
There's a parody in there somewhere.
Yes.
You get to first base, you take out the car keys.
I'm not a big fan of the oven mitt. I just don't see it. I think that's the piece of equipment that, the shin protectors, the thing like that. Hey, that's fine.
Arm guards.
As good as you can. No on the oven mitts. Sorry.
I think we're early on enough in the oven mitt where we have to identify who was the first player to come up with it. Because it trickles down, right? Finally makes its way somewhere, and all of a sudden you see a teammate with the oven mitt, and that's the thing to have in the bag. I can't imagine what would be next.
Somebody's trying to think of it today.
Could be $1 million opportunity, right? Multi-million-dollar opportunity. But then again, you don't hear injured list stints for guys at the big league level as much as you used to with jammed fingers. Also helps not to go in head first with the slide. Angel Leia at the plate for Team Gold, runner at first base. Nobody out here in the 6th inning as Josh Holst gets his 2nd inning in relief.
Yeah, but sliding on, I'm thinking back to when I played, last century, literally, and we didn't have turf fields back then. At least I never played on one. And sliding head first on a turf field must be fun. The things you could do, hook sliding, just having that confidence that you're not going to tear the skin on your arms off on some dirt field. And
layup, pop up, short left field. That one's taken care of. That'll bring up Brock Silvers.
Brock Silvers is an interesting young player from the state of Idaho. Middleton Academy in Middleton, Idaho. And he's ranked 130th in the class right now. And I'd be hard pressed to remember the last player from Idaho that was ranked that highly. Very strong player, outstanding right-handed bat, really took a nice batting practice, turns his hips really hard on the ball. And at 6'4", 200 pounds, he's got the strength already to drive the ball.
Moved from Texas to Idaho right before starting his freshman year in high school. First week in Idaho, started football practice, and that opened up the doors to making new friends. Kentucky commit. When he visited Lexington, he talked fly fishing with head coach Nick Mangione. And I believe he got hit there, will not take first base. And that's something Kentucky did as a team more, I think, than anyone else in the nation this year, the hit by pitch. And he shared in his player profile, Brock Silvers, really on the radar last summer when he attended the Perfect Game All-American games at LSU in Baton Rouge. After that, he got invites to school camps. Felt right at home in Lexington with the Wildcat baseball program. Fights that one off in the count 3-2. Antigua now at second base, a base hit into center field for Manny Lantigua here in the inning. Pitch missing. And fastballs, steady diet right now to Silvers at the plate.
And he's going to get another fastball here after being hit earlier in the at-bat, of course. Chases that
Chases
one
a
up.
pitch. Yep. Could not lay off. Hulse picks up the strikeout. Silvers back to the dugout. And Joe Forbes, who doubled and scored in his first at-bat, stands in. Forbes handing the baseball over to the home plate umpire right there. What else has he got back there in the pocket? Forbes mentioned brother Jackson will be going into his senior year in high school, both committing to Arizona. That one is taken care of. And that retires the side. Actually, KT Thompson taking care of it. And Dave will take a look at Josh Holst in his outing, over 2.
Well, as I said, we hadn't seen Josh Holtz in a while, so this was kind of an open book.
This is Jones.
Oh, we get Connor Jones, actually. And talk to Jones about the cutter, that fastball that has that constant cutting life to it. I don't know whether he knows that can be a weapon yet. He throws the breaking ball in the mid-70s and such. I don't know whether Connor Jones realizes how, much like on a different scale entirely, that Mariano Rivera or Kenley Jensen used that cutter, that they threw in the mid-90s and used the break on it, the lateness to create mismatches against hitters.
I can maybe do a slow pull out of that when you get ready to come back.
Day number 1 of the 2023 Junior National Showcase here in Marietta, Georgia, the East Cobb Complex. Lots of baseball, lots of workouts for the soon-to-be juniors in high school, starting late summer, early fall, depending on where the players hail from across the U.S. Players also from Canada in Marietta this week, and Puerto Rico as well.
And we will see Connor Jones for another inning of work. That's what I suspected.
Mark Brissy, 2 innings. Christopher Moore, inning and 2/3. Hoist with 2 innings for Team Black. And for Gold, it was Blaine Metz going 2 innings to open things up. Goodacre was also impressive, striking out 3 and 2 scoreless. And Jones is on the mound here as he'll try to complete a second inning of work. Ryan Mitchell will be the first batter for Team Black here in the inning. Mitchell going up there, first pitch swinging, and he's aboard with a single to left.
Different approach, same result. His first at bat, Mitchell has had a great at bat, fouling off a lot of good pitches before he, on pitch number 10, I believe, singled to left field. A little different approach, but as I said, same result. Solid single to the opposite field.
Landon Schaefer at the plate.
And see, Mitchell's the example of a young man. You say, okay, the difference between batting practice and games earlier. He was one of my highest graded hitters in the hit tool in batting practice, and he's doing the same thing in the games. That ability to control the barrel, hit the ball hard. I haven't seen him turn the barrel, obviously, in games with 2 extra base hits, but he's sort of backing up the advanced hit tool that I saw in batting practice with his game performance.
Good breaking ball there. And a swing and a miss. Schaefer takes outside. Mentioned Schaefer, Arkansas commit. Swing and a miss, and Schaefer out on strikes for the first out here in the inning.
Last inning, when he was still probably excited, Jones threw some breaking balls that I was going to call a slider that were shorter and didn't have the depth of the last few he's thrown. I kind of like the deep ones. He gets some verticality to it. You know, got Schaefer to expand the zone now because of that depth. Could be something that morphs into 2 pitches there. That looked like the harder slider. Maybe it was the fastball. Perfect location for it. So a young man who has some ability to change shapes with the ball, move it around.
Damian Ganson at the plate, 0 for 1, struck out swinging in his first at bat. Mitchell now in scoring position, was off and running on the pitch and went to the backstop. Ganson, a pop-up, and he is retired. Mitchell will have to stay at second base. And Dave, reading the player profile that Connor Jones filled out for Perfect Game prior to this event, shared that diagnosed early on with ADHD and ADD, shared that it's been hard to focus for him at times and really has to deal with it on a daily basis. His brain, he's had to train his brain to focus in very short intervals. Down the road wants to study business or engineering. And baseball's helped him with his focus in those short stints. So Mitchell, a base hit, left in scoring position. A nice job by Connor Jones to navigate his way through the bottom half of the 6th inning. An 85-pound right-hander, 17 years old, out of the state of Wisconsin, is now on for Team Black here in the 7th inning. Steve Lennox, Dave Ronsley with you. Day one of the Junior National Showcase here in Marietta. Urban, the fourth pitcher used by Team Black, as he goes to work here in the 7th inning.
Steve, I'm shocked that you didn't try a pronunciation on the town in Wisconsin that young Adam Urban is from.
Wauwatosa?
I guess it's got to be Wauwatosa. There's some names in Wisconsin, though. That's for sure.
There are.
Curveball there?
I think they can rival Hawaii with the alphabet and all the, as Isaiah Ibarra is at the plate, with all the vowels that are in there. Ibarra sends this one into left field, and the catch is made for out number one. Damian Gadsden taking care of it in left field. Gadsden has also seen time earlier in this game, patrolling center for Team Black. Ibarra retired, Von Coleman at the plate. Coleman also playing several outfield positions in this game for Team Gold. Urban goes to work. Swing and a miss at a fastball just above the belt, 0-1.
Urban's got a nice, strong young body. Just turned 17 years old this month. Has been up to 87 perfect game events before. Nice breaking ball right there. You can tell he's got good feel for spinning the ball. Gets out in front with it well.
Touted as the number one right-hander in Wisconsin for the class of 2025 by perfect game. Pulled on the ground, and this one gets into left field for a base hit. So a one-out base runner as Coleman is able to reach. And that will bring Quinn Carson to the plate for his second at bat. Runner goes, pitch taken for a ball, throw down, arrives late. Ibarra picks up the stolen base there. No, that's
Von Coleman.
Coleman, pardon me. Coleman with the base hit. I won't say scorecard because I'm not using that. Carson batting from the right side.
Probably a courtesy runner to enable Isaiah Ibarra, primary catcher, to get his catching gear on ready for early for next inning. Carson working ahead 3-0. He had an outstanding swing his first time up, driving a ball up the right center field gap for a triple. Young right-handed hitter from Ontario, Canada.
Came in to score a run for Gold in that inning.
There's something you won't see very often in a regular baseball game. A young pitcher throwing a 3-0 curveball. But these pitchers, especially the ones with experience, and there's another nice curveball for strike two. They know that if they get that ball forward, they can't throw that curveball anymore.
Chopper towards third, and this one gets through into left field. Coleman to third base, and Carson is a base runner here in the inning.
That's a good swing for Carson. Adjusted to the inside pitch and turned on it pretty well. I think it kind of ate up the third baseman there.
See Gadsden, the left fielder. So now a corner situation against Urban with one down here in the 7th inning. And Jackson Clayton at the hot corner for Team Gold. Looks at strike one. Clayton 0 for 1.
Makes one wonder if Clayton and Urban, both from Wisconsin, have much experience playing together in their home state.
Stolen base for Carson. He's now in scoring position. Clayton, a big swing, comes up empty.
Well, the two young men from Wisconsin don't play on the same travel team, as Urban plays for Hitters Baseball and Jackson Clayton for GRB Rays National.
Hitters Baseball has several players participating here in the Junior National Showcase. We'll see them throughout the course of the next handful of days.
They also have a handful of players playing in Major League stadiums next to you. That program is well named. They produce hitters, outstanding hitters, Jared Kelnick being the one that comes to mind immediately. But it's a long list.
I think did Gavin Lux come through there?
Very possibly. Another Wisconsinite that I wouldn't be surprised at all isn't a Hitters Baseball guy.
He is the one player that he's the one player, Lux is the one player that most of the Wisconsin players here have as their favorite player. And some of them are familiar with Gavin Lux when he comes back home for off-season work. Clayton to left field. Gatson plays it back in. That'll plate the runner from third base as Coleman scores and Carson goes to third and Clayton moves into second.
It's so unfortunate for Gavin Lux that he was forced to miss this entire season with injury. Unfortunate for the Los Angeles Dodgers as well.
Carter Wojcik at the plate. That was a big one. This was the year for him really continue to establish himself. This one to left field. Gatson is going to chase after it, pick it up off the warning track. It's going to plate a pair of runs. Throw comes in, and that's going to allow Wojcik to move to second base.
I think Wojcik got those big, strong arms extended on that, drove it off the left field fence here at East Cobb. And I believe that's the fifth out batter of the inning. A productive one it was for the Gold team.
So Adam Urban will come off the field. Got a view there of Gatson, pardon me. And that'll end the top of the seventh inning. Second time that we've had a pitcher fail to record a third out in an inning. As Team Gold plating a couple and getting a little closer here. We could call it stretch time because it is the bottom of the seventh inning. And a one-run ball game. First of two. Second game scheduled for day one here in Marietta, Georgia. Will start approximately 30 minutes after the completion of this game between Team Gold and Team Black. Our first game on day number one. We go to the bottom half of the 7th inning. Steve Lennox, Dave Ronsley, glad you're with us on this Saturday afternoon. East Cobb Complex. And Connor Jones back out on the mound for Team Gold here in the bottom half of the 7th inning.
Wasn't expecting a third inning out of Jones. As at most of the national events, pitchers only throw 2 innings. There must have been an issue with the pitcher scheduled to throw later this game. Or one of those changes that we talked about just happens in the dugout. You never know, and people behind the plate probably have figured it out. But it gives Connor Jones another chance to show his stuff on the mound against this black team.
Colin Lynch at the plate, starting things off here in the 7th inning. Lynch struck out in his first at bat earlier today.
I was just thinking that the thing that if you get that natural cutting action on your fastball, the thing that it's most important for you to do is to learn how to throw inside, both the left-handed and right-handed batters, because you can create some real uncomfortable swings when a hitter is thinking here the ball's okay, going to be inside, it darts over. It's going to be over the plate, it darts in. And controlling that movement can become a real weapon if you understand the movement. It can make it consistent.
Whether present day, 5 years ago, 2 decades ago, pitchers learning to pitch in. It's usually a work in progress. That one goes to the backstop, and the runner will move up to second base. Gabe Hilsing is the runner, with Jones issuing the walk on Lynch, and Lynch continues the at-bat. Now the runner taking off for third base, and Hilsing gets in there safely.
Nice aggressive base running. That ball didn't get past the catcher very much. In fact, I don't think the catcher even had in his mind that it got away far enough for Hilsing to move up. But using that speed and it'd move up, he did.
This one popped up, first base side, in foul territory. And the catch is made down the line by Wojcik. And Hilsing will come in to score. Wojcik did a nice job staying with that ball down the line. And that's not Wojcik. That is, nope. Go back to our rosters.
That's Braden Rosenthal.
And that's our hitter. That's Rosenthal. We saw him with an at-bat earlier, and now at first base.
And playing first base at East Cobb 1 is very difficult because the low brick wall there is so close to the field, and you run out of space so quickly. This field with very unique dimensions. It's one of the most iconic fields in all of amateur baseball, but it's also one of the most unique.
Safe at first base. Ethan Moore able to get down the line in a hurry. And a base runner with 2 down for Team Black here in the 7th inning.
Yeah, if you grow up on the West Coast this goes back generations. The field that everybody played on when they were young is Blair Field in Long Beach. And East Cobb 1 is much the East Coast equivalent of that. If you've played baseball on the East Coast, come up through high school, and are a good, solid player, you have played on East Cobb 1 at some point. It's such an iconic field. I've seen so many future big league players here, I wouldn't even want to dare to try to count them.
Ethan Bauerschmidt into left field for a base hit. And Bauerschmidt, one of the 7 players from Wisconsin participating in the Junior National Showcase. We've touched on the Wisconsin players. He is on at first base. Bauerschmidt, legit two-way prospect. Led his team in hitting this past season at Tremper High School in Pleasant Prairie, Wisconsin.
Indeed, the number 1 ranked player in the state of Wisconsin, 80th overall, and number 1 in the state of Wisconsin in the current perfect game rankings, which will change fairly soon after this event as we have so many new evaluations in.
Now, we mentioned Gavin Lux, and Bauerschmidt's one of the players that shared that he's a fan of Lux, and same hometown, same travel ball team.
2 outs to 1 out. They changed that double play to 1 out.
KT Thompson at the plate for Team Black here in the 7th.
No, he didn't score.
Thompson sends one foul, third base side, as Jones continues on the mound. Moore, the lead runner at second base. Thompson looking at schools like Ole Miss, Coastal Carolina, Tulane, and Florida State. Perfect game, top 1,000 ranking. Thompson, honorable mention All-State for football this past year. Also plays basketball, so busy. Fall, winter, spring sports.
The 3-sport athlete is maybe a little more rare than it used to be, but it's certainly not extinct.
Remember, you'd identify for a time there where the football, baseball player would be drafted by a big league team and try to continue playing football at the college level. Doesn't seem to happen as often anymore. This one on the ground to second base. And that retires Thompson. And Connor Jones does a nice job in this inning, stranding a couple of runners as we go to the 8th inning on day 1 of the Junior National Showcase in Marietta, Georgia.
Hard to see what's happening out on the field, really. You know, if a ball's hit into the outfield, it's hard to say, was it fly ball? Was it a hit? Did they advance after the catch? You know, is there a runner on? Yeah, it is, you know. Yeah, since we got the velos back, I haven't even looked at time and cast, so.
Players from Team Gray waiting in the wings. They will play in our next game to wrap up day 1 of the 2023 Junior National Showcase here in Marietta. Team Gray, Team Green coming up approximately 30 minutes after this one is complete. Adam Urban continues on the mound for Team Black. His second inning on the mound. And And the first delivery misses down low. 1 ball, no strike count. That one goes to the backstop, 2-0. Carlo Colon lines one opposite way into right field. And the leadoff man aboard. Ball played back in by Kendall. And Colon with a single to get things going. That'll bring up Preston Youcher. Youcher early in this game, seen time at second, has also spent time on the infield at shortstop for Team Gold. Urban misses down and away, again falls behind early in the count on a hitter. Youcher again from Verona, Wisconsin. Stolen base there for Carlo Colon. Youcher from Verona, Wisconsin. Perfect game, top 500. Luis Francisco Lindor of the Mets is one of his favorite players. Youcher goes the opposite way, down the right field line. And this one's going to land fair. Youcher to second, and Colon will make it to third base. So second and third against Urban here in the top of the 8th inning for Team Gold. Kendall back to his position in right field. Could not catch up to that one. There is Carlo Colon, who likely had to wait getting to second base. If he got balls more on the line, that ball was in the air, so he had to hold up to make sure it wasn't caught and goes first to third. Cooper Fleming, his second at bat. Urban was unable to get the final out in the 7th inning and faced the maximum 5 batters. First 2 reaching here in this inning, and that one sent foul out of play. And Urban has fallen behind each of the first 3 hitters, Dave, in this inning so far. Fastball up and away. Urban has been right at 85 with a fastball so far in this inning. Fleming is able to single through the left side. That's going to plate a run. Youcher will stop at third base. The first 3 batters have reached in this inning against Adam Urban. That's going to be Gabe Grillau, to the plate for his second at bat. Grillau goes 6'2", 170 from Jupiter, Florida. Outfielder who has thrown 87 from the mound. Base hit into left center field. That's going to plate Youcher, moving to third base. Fleming is able to get there. And Grillau follows him up as he gets into second base. The first 4 batters have reached in this inning. All 4 have just done a nice job going with the pitch. Carlos Rivera Fortuna at the plate. This should be the 5th and final batter for Urban in this inning. He has not recorded an out to this point. There's a strike. Urban to Fortuna. That one gets through the catcher. Here comes a runner from third. And scoring standing up is Fleming. Grillau right behind him. He moves into third base. On the ground, shortstop. That one is handled nicely. They get the out, but 5 batters for Urban in the inning, and that'll bring the inning to an end. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning, or the bottom of the 8th inning here in Marietta. Game 1 between Team Gold and Team Black. Home 8th inning, new pitcher on the mound for Team Gold. It's right-hander Carter Wojcik, Dave Ronsley. So Wojcik is now on. Wojcik from Coral Springs Charter High School in Coral Springs, Florida. And he delivers a strike. Facing his first batter here in the inning. It is Diego Rosa Burgos. Wojcik was 88 off the mound in late May. We have seen him at the plate in this game. 6'3", 220-pound right-hander. Strikeout of Diego Rosa Burgos. And that's the first out here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Batter now for Team Black is J.C. Martinez. Martinez takes the pitch for a ball. Martinez recently turning 17, 6'1", 175 pounds, from Coconut Creek, Florida. Was 87 off the bat with his exit velocity. In December of 2022, class average is 77. Martinez back in the box from the right side. Wojcik now pitching with a runner at first base in the inning. And delivers a belt-high pitch for a strike. KT Thompson is the runner at first for Team Black here in the 8th inning. That one up and in. Get to this point in games, we've seen Metz, Goodacre, Jones, who worked 3 innings total, and now Wojcik for the 8th inning. A lot of the pitchers that we'll see late in the games, the runner goes, and a stolen base is a throw into the runner, and that's going to allow Thompson to move to third. As a throw sailed into center field, and Thompson might be breathing a sigh of relief right there as he wasn't hit with that one. Joe Forbes behind the plate. Forbes had a double earlier in the game. That one upstairs. At bat continues for J.C. Martinez. Martinez stays alive at the plate, but mentioning Wojcik, more of a position player, secondary pitcher, but getting the numbers on him, getting a feel for what he has the ability to do on the mound. And again, Martinez fouls one off. Over on the first base side, and the catch is made right up against the dugout. Nice job by Rosenthal. Rosenthal twice, last inning I believe it was, went down the right field line and made the catch on a pop-up in foul territory, that time right in front of the dugout. Stayed right with it. So Martinez retired. Gabe Hilsing at the plate for Team Black. Wojcik with 2 down, trying to strand the runner at third base. And he picks up a strike there. The count evens out at 1-1. One and two the count. Count, I believe, 2-2 here on Hilsing. Again, Thompson, a runner, leading away from third with 2 down. There's a strike, and that retires the side. Carter Wojcik works a scoreless bottom half of the 8th inning here in Marietta. We'll go to the 9th.
lining up. Yeah, we should be good.
Tall, lanky right-hander Ethan Bauerschmidt is now on for Team Black. He's the pitcher here in the top of the 9th inning.
Okay. Let's do it.
Bauerschmidt, we've seen at the plate.
Spurts here and there where it's about
And now we see him on the mound. Ryan Mitchell, 2 base hits for Team Black. Dean Moss has a base hit. Charlie Wortham has a double. And Bauerschmidt now on here in the top of the 9th inning. Team Gold at the plate. Justin Summers, I believe, will be followed by Braden Rosenthal. Then back to the top, Rashad Hayes is going to get a third at bat. That one goes all the way to the backstop. Good breaking ball there from Bauerschmidt, in for a strike. Bauerschmidt, again, another pitcher late in the game. Secondary pitcher, number 1 in the state of Wisconsin, the number 1 touted shortstop, number 1 prospect overall for the class of 2025. Will turn 17 in the fall. They listed him at 6'2", 178. Room to grow. Breaking ball right there. Thought he had a called strike 3. Didn't get it from the home plate umpire. Again, he thought he had strike 3. Went back to the well, did not get the call. So a base runner for Team Gold here in the 9th inning against Bauerschmidt. Now it's fastballs for the rest of the at-bat. Up and away, runner goes, throw down, stolen base. Carlo Colon, the stolen base. He's now in scoring position. Summers continues his at-bat here. The leadoff hitter in the inning now up there with a runner in scoring position and nobody out. That one goes to the backstop. And that allows Carlo Colon to move to third base. Bauerschmidt, back-to-back breaking balls, and the first one, certainly an argument for a called strike 3. The second one, borderline, but the first one, really thought he had it. Again, fastballs with the walk. This one fouled back as Summers loses his helmet. You see the frame for Bauerschmidt on the mound. Again, highly touted shortstop in Wisconsin. Number 1 ranking overall in the state. But he's got the build. You go back and look at pictures of Cal Ripken Jr., Derek Jeter, high school into their early years of pro ball, tall and skinny. Summers continues to battle and takes up high. Bauerschmidt again misses up high. Summers trying to work that walk. Bauerschmidt has thrown a lot of pitches to his first batter here in the top of the 9th inning. He's been 86, 87 with the fastball. And gets the out there against Summers. 1 out in the frame. Take another look, 87. As Summers swings right through it. Bauerschmidt got it down in the zone just a little bit more. That one was still at the letters. Previous 2 pitches were up at eye level. Rosenthal at the plate, his second at bat. Runner goes from first, throw down to second, not in time. The runner coming home from third and scoring ahead of the throw is Carlos Carlo Colon. So Gold with a run here in the inning. And now a runner at second with one down, and Bauer Schmidt working against a left-handed batter, Braden Rosenthal. On the play, Carlos Rivera Fortuno going to second and then making it to third base. Rosenthal takes a strike from Bauer Schmidt. This one pulled on the ground, foul outside of first base, and Rosenthal going down to one knee appears to be okay. Rosenthal from Calvary Christian Academy in Delray Beach. Rosenthal has a very interesting background. His dad pitched in the major leagues, and his father, Wayne, is the head coach at Calvary Christian now. Wayne Rosenthal pitched in the majors, I believe, for 2 seasons with the Texas Rangers. Took over as the pitching coach in season with the Marlins at the time in 2003. And that 03 Marlins team went on to win the World Series over the Yankees. His dad was born in Brooklyn, played at St. John's in New York. Rosenthal, the second out of the inning, back to the top for Rashad Hayes. Hayes is third at bat of the game, hitting here in the 9th inning. Breaking ball from Bauer Schmidt is a strike. Breaking ball has been 74, 75 miles an hour for Bauer Schmidt. Hayes tried to hold up, one around, inning over. A run comes in to score. Long at bat for Summers. Bauer Schmidt comes back and strikes out 3 batters in a row. We go to the bottom half of the 9th inning here in Marietta, Georgia. Well, this game is complete after 8.5 innings. Team Gold and Team Black completing their game. They'll play again on Sunday. And that is going to do it for our first game here on day 1 of the 2023 Junior National Showcase. Coming up in about 40 minutes from right now, scheduled first pitch, our second game of the afternoon between Team Green and Team Gray. For Dave Ronsley and our entire PerfectGame.tv crew, I'm Steve Lennox. We say so long from Marietta. Welcome, everyone, to the East Cobb Complex in Marietta, Georgia. It is day number 1 of the Junior National Showcase. Along with Dave Ronsley, I'm Steve Lennox. Happy to have you on board on this Saturday afternoon. We've got game 2 of the afternoon from Marietta. Team Gray taking on Team Green. Well, we saw a matchup in game 1. The two teams going at it in game 1, and now we've got game 2. Dave Ronsley, we'll see what comes up here this afternoon. What are you looking to see with these two teams? Any individuals sticking out for you?
Well, there were some individuals that definitely jumped out during the drills and such. I'm looking forward to seeing Team Gray. They have a little middle infield with Tanner Fagino and Gustavo Melendez that really looked well in both the fielding drills and BP. They've also got a big catcher from Huntington Beach I've never seen before, Trent Greinlinger, who really took a strong BP. And for Gray, that's kind of who I'm looking at. Green, there's another big hitter, Luke Billings, ranked 46 in the country. He can really mash, showed his strength in BP. And there's a catcher that I wasn't expecting, Peter Visconti, who took one of the best barrel rounds of the day in BP, had 9 barrels and 10 pitches. I'm looking forward to seeing what he does against live pitching.
Take a look at our Green roster for this afternoon. And the Green team will be the visiting team, as we are scheduled to go 9 or 10 innings, or perhaps 8.5 like we saw in game 1 earlier today. But some of the players on the roster today as we'll go throughout, and we've got the two teams with their pitchers as well. Likely we'll see the first 2 or 3 pitchers go 2 innings if they're able to. And in the first game we did see a couple of pitchers that were not able to complete the full 2 innings as they faced the maximum 5 batters allowed.
Yeah, and that's one of the things about any perfect game showcase is it's hard to determine even as the game goes exactly how many innings are going to play, and we'll just see how it goes. Hopefully, all the pitchers throw well. We saw a young man, Shane Metz from Indiana, top out at 93. I believe that was our best velocity fastball from the first game, and we'll see what this game brings, especially the first pitcher for the Gray, Grant Wren.
And Dave, I'm going to give it to you for just a moment as I'm having a little technical difficulties.
All righty. First pitch of the game from Wren, a big 6'4", 190-pounder from Melbourne High School in Melbourne, not Florida, Melbourne, Arkansas. In fact, he is a Arkansas commit. Throwing from that over-the-top arm angle and throwing straight downhill to the plate. Leading off for Green is number 1, Jordan Yost from Sickles High School in Tampa, Florida. Yost laces that one to center field, where it's caught by the center fielder for the first out of the game. Grant Wren, 87, 89 on those first 2 pitches, and I said I love that downhill angle. That brings to the plate number 11, Luke Billings. Mentioned Billings a minute ago from Prosper, Texas, a Tennessee commit. He mashed a few home runs in batting practice and just really had a well-timed, repeatable swing and pretty much squared up everything.
I think we're back up and running now, Dave.
Good to hear.
Grant Wren, you mentioned from Melbourne, not Melbourne, Florida, but Arkansas, the Arkansas commit. Heard Brett Dolan and Cameron McElwainey talk about Billings earlier today during the workouts for Team Green and Team Gray.
Yeah, Billings listed 6'2", 190, and up close he seems a little bigger than that. He's got a pretty mature build. He's got some room to grow, but there's plenty of present strength there.
All fastballs for the rest of this at bat for Billings.
Billings 16 years, 10 months old.
Takes the fastball there down low. Plays his travel ball for the North Texas Longhorns. Also plays football in the fall at Prosper High School. Shared on his player profile, Billings, if pro ball doesn't work out down the road, would like to be a professional firefighter. Swings and lines this one to left field for a base hit. And this one's going to go all the way to the corner. Billings is going to make the turnaround second. The aggressive turn. Now the runner coming to the plate. And out at the plate as the tag is applied on the play as Chase Sutherland with the tag at the plate.
Yeah, we definitely had some confusion on the bases. I think that's Austin Wagant there, who was the ghost runner. Ball's in left field and bobbled, and he stood up. Billings was right down his back. Billings was 15, 20 feet behind him and had to turn around, and Wagant, of course, thrown out at home plate.
So the out recorded, Billings with a double. He's at second with 2 down in the inning, and Tyler Wood at the plate. Wren got the out at the plate to cut down the runner. Tyler Wood ranked number 1 in the state of Missouri by perfect game, 6'3", 190. Academic All-State in the spring. Good pitch there, taken for a called strike 3, and that retires the side. Billings a double. They cut down a runner at the plate, and Billings stranded in scoring position here in the top of the first inning. No score going to the bottom half of the first inning. Team Green starting Joseph Perillo on the mound. Young man from Kingwood, Texas. Lefty is ready to go to work against Team Gray.
No, I'll good.
As you said, Perillo, big body, 6', 190, lefty. It's been up to 87 at PG events. He went out and did drills in both outfield and first base earlier today and threw 89 from both those positions. So there's plenty of arm strength there. I hope he didn't sap any of that by going out and getting loose this morning twice. Has pitched a bunch in perfect game events, 62 innings over the last few years, 76 strikeouts in those 62 innings as we take a look at the Gray roster.
A lot of top 500s. Grindlinger listed at number 52 for Team Gray. Grant Wren, we saw him pitch a scoreless top of the first inning. Gustavo Melendez at the plate to start things off for Team Gray. And takes up high from Joseph Perillo, 1 ball, no strike count. Melendez from Puerto Rico. Wake Forest commit. Touted number 1 in Puerto Rico for the 2025 class. And number 95 overall with the ranking from Perfect Game. Hits this one sharply up the middle, and a base hit into center field off the bat of the leadoff hitter, Gustavo Melendez.
Kind of just a continuation of what he did during batting practice with the solid barrels. But very interesting that the Puerto Rican native Melendez has already committed to Wake Forest this early. Like
Here's Lincoln
no question
Garcia.
He has the tools. We talked about Greindlinger before. Am I mentioning he's from Huntington Beach, California? Garcia also plays for Huntington Beach High School and is a Vanderbilt commit.
Melendez picks up the stolen base. He's in scoring position with nobody out. Same there with Lou Rodriguez for Team Green. Pitch misses up and away. 3-ball, no strike count on Lincoln Garcia. Garcia, travel ball team, Trotsky National, plays for Abe Ruiz. Ball 4, that'll put a runner at first base and first and second out for Team Gray. Swinging a foul tip at home plate.
And Garcia has one of these classic third base profiles. This is a primary shortstop now, like many young players are, but 6'3", 190 pounds, going to get bigger and fill out, obviously. Big arm strength to play third base at 90 miles an hour in drills. Plenty of right-handed power.
Talk with Huntington Beach head coach Benji Medor earlier this week via email on Garcia, third on the team in hits as a sophomore, clutch hitter. Huge hits and big games for Huntington Beach. Handles the big moment well up here with first and second, nobody out. A throw down to first base and the runner back in safely.
You know, that's really the only scouting you need to do when you see a player like Lincoln Garcia who is playing and contributing at a high level for a program like Huntington Beach. You know, we mentioned the first game, a young man playing at a school in Florida, you know, high level team. And when you're a sophomore, you know, competing against juniors and seniors who've been there for years and are more mature, it's so impressive that they can contribute that early. And as I said, it's an easy way, cheap way to scout, just saying, wait a minute, he's hitting third for Huntington Beach as a sophomore, he can play.
So Team Gray with a runner at second and a runner at first with one down. Trent Greindlinger at the plate. Greindlinger, like Garcia in front of him, from Huntington Beach, California, and playing for Benji Medor. And you've got Goldenets right behind him. So the three in a row from Huntington Beach.
I hadn't even seen Goldenets yet. He's a outfielder, Huntington Beach, a TCU commit. We'll see in a little bit, a left-handed hitter.
It's interesting. They go back to back to back in the lineup.
I have a feeling that's not a coincidence.
Give you a note on Greindlinger in just a moment from head coach Seth Medor. Bring up a name, Dave, I'm sure you're familiar with. As he swings and lines this one to right field. And the catch is made. The runner will tag from second and head to third base. Now a corner situation with 2 outs in the inning. Greindlinger started as a freshman and hit behind Ralph Velasquez, one of the best hitters in America right now.
That is impressive. Ralph Velasquez, I'm almost certain we're going to hear his name on July the 9th in the first day of the Major League Draft. One of the top power hitters in the country, a PG All-American last year.
Goldenettes, third straight Huntington Beach High School hitter in the lineup for Team Gray. Terrific speed. Coach Medora saying that Goldenettes, tremendous leader, infectious attitude. That get the bat? Goldenettes going down, pops back up to his feet. Home plate umpire. A couple of words for the pitcher on the mound for Team Green, Joseph Perillo. This is upstairs and in tight. Left versus left here. Goldenettes and Garcia, two batters before him, both play for the same travel program, Trotsky National. Perillo trying to strand the bases here and picks up a strike. He's walked two in this inning and now loading up the bases. Facing Trevor Goldenettes.
Goldenettes has all these signs of the classic leadoff hitter who's going to go up there, he's going to take pitches, he's going to make the pitcher work for it, and is going to be confident hitting with two strikes, for instance, like he has here.
Did he go?
Tried to hold up, one around. And the count with two strikes on the batter. We've already had the walk issued in this at bat with 4 balls. Inside, Perillo wanted that pitch from the plate umpire. Missing off the corner. And on the hands, again, he continues to battle inside on the lefty hitter. Gustavo Melendez led off the home first inning with a single. At third with 2 down. Battle continues.
I think Goldenettes would like to see a pitch on the outside half, maybe something he can go the other way to left field with, and Perillo keeps throwing it on the inside half and making him uncomfortable with his swings.
Pop up into short center field, and it gets by the center fielder. Goldenettes to second, and 3 runs are going to come in to score. All 3 with 2 down as Goldenettes finally comes through in the at-bat and wins the battle with Perillo.
Got a pitch and made the adjustment. Still a pitch on the inside half, but he pulled his hands in early. Got the ball just out there beyond the second baseman, and base runners running aggressively. Now a 4-0 game for the Gray.
Jack Kennedy at the plate. Goldenettes taking off for third and makes it in ahead of the throw. You see the trail behind him. Pitch is fouled back. 2 ball, 1 strike count.
We have our 4th straight California hitter, and Jet Kennedy from Carlsbad, California, a Cal Berkeley commit.
That one lined to left field. That's going to fall for a base hit. Kennedy the single. Goldenette scores from third. And that'll bring an end to the inning as 5 batters come to the plate in the frame. And Team Gray doing a terrific job adding on.
Nice way to finish the inning by Kennedy with the base hit. Scores the 5th run. We have 5 runs in the first inning. Rare event for a perfect game inning. We'll see whether the green team can answer when we get back.
Here we go. Let's go, offense. Come on.
Top of the second inning. Day number 1 of the 2023 Junior National Showcase. Players participating today and through Wednesday here at the East Cobb Complex in Marietta, Georgia, will be juniors later this summer. Early fall, Team Gray down, or Team Gray ending the inning against Perillo with the base hit off the bat of Jet Kennedy in the bottom half of the first inning. And now Dave Ronsley. Grant Wren goes back to work.
And Wren had a very impressive first inning, up to 91. I've mentioned a couple times already that big downhill angle, and flashed a little sharp little, he probably calls it a slider, 76 miles an hour, that downward plane just really magnifies. So he's got 2 present solid pitches. He's been keeping the ball down in the zone, which is a challenge for somebody from that arm action.
Andrew Duncan lines one to left field. Duncan aboard with a base hit to open up the second for Team Green. Nice response.
Yeah, almost a duplicate, not quite as pulled as much, but to the double that Luke Billings hit in the first inning. A strong right-handed hitter, Duncan, 6'2", 190, just turning on the inside fastball, getting the barrel out front.
Jack Pellet stands in. Pellet from Cedarburg, Wisconsin. Lake County Lutheran High School, plays for Dave Barr. Wren giving up the leadoff base hit. And that one goes to the backstop, gets through the catcher, and Duncan now in scoring position with nobody out.
A virtual impossible pitch to block. One fastball that bounces it well in front of the plate.
Chase Sutherland behind the plate for Team Gray here in the second. Applied the tag and got the out at the plate on a base hit to left in the top of the first inning. Ran a peek towards second base, misses down and in. Sutherland tries to block that one. Runner takes off for third, and in there with the feet first slide is Andrew Duncan. He's now at third with nobody out.
We're seeing Wren is having trouble adjusting to going from the windup to going from the stretch. Hasn't got his arm quite synced up yet. The man on third will go back to the windup. Bounces another one.
86-87 as Duncan scores from third. First run of the game for Team Green. Pitch misses, so we'll have a runner at first base for Team Green. At bat continues. Jordan Yost is the runner at first for Team Green. And that one is fouled off by Pellet.
Good to see Wren get the strike call on the outside corner there. This Pellet's, I think, a pitch 10 for this at bat. And let those strike three. That was.
First out of the inning. Cameron Uzilia at the plate. Uzilia from Calvary Christian High School in Tampa, Florida, North Carolina State commit. Calvary Christian, one of the top baseball programs in the state of Florida and known nationally.
Well, they had the almost unprecedented achievement of having not one, not two, but three PG All-American pitchers on their pitching staff this year.
That will get you noticed. Uzilia, first baseman and a pitcher. Runner goes from first. And Yost now in scoring position as he picks up the stolen base. Uzilia just turned 17 recently. You mentioned, Dave, with Grant Wren, different from the windup compared to the stretch as the leadoff man reaching. He's worked from the stretch primarily in this inning. What do you notice with him from the stretch?
It's something that's very common with especially taller young pitchers. It's just so much more of a challenge, and you see Wren still goes from that high leg raise delivery of getting your arms synced up with your lower half. That means, landing and then, then getting the arm swing going forward. It's just like a hitter who gets his front leg down too fast, he's always going to be late. If you don't sync up that upper and lower halves in your delivery, you're going to be either missing high or missing low, and Ren has been consistently missing low. He just needs to slow it down and let his arm catch up to his lower half. And some of that's just young anxiety. Some of it's growing into your coordination and just getting the repetitions necessary to make quick adjustments on the fly. And it took, Ren's back in the strike zone now, but it took him about 10 pitches to make that adjustment.
Yost dancing off second base. At bat continues for Cameron Uzilia. Four straight fastballs at 86 on the radar gun. Misses away. Runners at first and second for Team Green.
Zelia probably looking fastball again here. Ren hasn't really shown the ability to throw the breaking ball for a strike. Maybe he can. Another fastball, another foul ball.
Yost off and running on the pitch. Gino, the shortstop, moving back and forth. The lengthy at bat continues.
That was the 12th pitch of the at bat. And we have had the ball 4, so it is an all fastball count.
Yost again taking off, swing and a miss. Ren finally wins the battle, picks up the strikeout of Uzilia.
And I think he did it somewhat against the rules with that looked on the velocity like a slider. But Uzilia, took some good swings at the fastballs earlier in the count.
Nate Shoemaker at the plate, bats from the right side, takes a breaking ball, strike, 0-1.
No, we hadn't seen that pitch yet from Ren. That was the old-fashioned slow get me over curveball.
At 71, that pitch that Uzilia struck out on was at 77, so his fastball gone 86 down to 85, 83, then that 77-mile-an-hour pitch that he swung over the top on.
Thus, I'm thinking it was a slider.
Shoemaker, bat almost parallel to the ground, and taps that one up the first base side. It'll trickle foul.
That was, I think, Ren's first changeup. The first one that I've noted, straight change. Did a pretty good job keeping his arm speed up on it. Did get the hitter well out front, so it did its job. This is where you come back with the good fastball, preferably inside, and you've slowed down the hitter's bat with 2 curveballs and a changeup. Let's see a good fastball here to end the outing. Went back to the breaking ball.
Pitch is taken for a called strike 3, and Team Green scoring a run in the inning, but stranding 2 in scoring position against Team Gray right-hander Grant Ren. We're through an inning and a half.
And Ren showed lots of ability as a scout. real pleased with the work. There's a high ceiling here, 6'4", 190 pounds. And when that fastball was on, it was good because he creates so much angle with it. And it was 88-91 early, and I think going from the stretch, he lost a little bit of confidence in it. We saw him go to the breaking ball and change up, both slider and a curveball late. But there's a high ceiling potential there. And, someone like Arkansas, if he gets there, is going to take great, be very happy and mold that piece of clay.
Team Gray at the plate against Team Green right-hander Joseph Perillo here in the home second inning. Check swing. And Nico Taylor down in the count. No balls and a strike. Taylor, Tanner Fugino, and Damian Montañez due up for Team Gray here in the second. As Joseph Perillo roughed up a bit. Did not get the final out in the bottom of the first inning. As Team Gray able to take advantage of a couple of walks. Goldenets came through the base hit that played at 3 in the inning. He came in to score for a 4th run on a base hit off the bat of Jeff Kennedy. Taylor takes the pitch off the corner. Taylor, young man from the state of California, middle infielder at second and short. Cal commit. 6 foot 165 pounds. Working the count here.
Yeah, Taylor, don't have any run times or drill times for Taylor. I think he got here late today, coming all the way across the country from California. I suspect he will do his drills with the next group of 4 teams and do his BP and everything like that, so we can get some measurements on his base tools.
Plays for the EJ Sports Warriors, his travel team. Plays for Eric Johnson. And Perillo misses up and away. Taylor sends one in the air to left center field. Coming on is a center fielder to make the catch. Nice grab in center field by Austin Wygant.
Or did he grab it? Looks like Nico Taylor still at first. It certainly was a great effort. A full dive.
Got it. That's Garcia at first. I believe he, on the walk, he took the base.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I am mistaken. Great catch by Wagner.
Batter now, Tanner Fujino. Shortstop will play second base as well for Team Gray in this game. Fujino from Honolulu, Hawaii. Perfect game ranking of 308.
And I really love Fujino in drills, especially. He's so light on his feet, and in the middle infield playing defense, that quickness and balance just stood out so much. He's always been a real solid hitter, despite the 5'8", 140-pound build, a career .343 hitter with 3 home runs and perfect game tournament play. So a nice combination of twitch and just a little bit of strength in there as well.
Run at him. Sprint.
Garcia now caught up. And the tag applied by Joey Arachi, the shortstop. Garcia, you may have heard someone yelling instruction for the pitcher to run at the runner. And I thought Garcia initially had plenty of time to get back to the bag at second base.
I was thinking the same thing. I'm not sure what was going on in his mind or something, but not a good base running decision.
And Tanner Fujino out on strikes. Joseph Perillo works a scoreless second inning, and we're going to the third here in Marietta.
Hey, if you get in the second inning, please, you guys, volunteer. Get some work on the bases. When you come down during the game, 2 guys down in the enemy dugout, please. If you get in the second inning, nice job pitching on that. We have to keep the rundown, boys. Good work.
Casey Carpenter starts things off for Team Green here in the top of the third inning. He'll be the first batter for Team Green to face Team Gray right-hander Sawyer Deering, who is now on.
Deering, a 5'11", 180-pound right-hander from Menasha, Wisconsin. One of our many fine Wisconsin players here in this first grouping.
Deering attends Kimberly High School in the state of Wisconsin. Carpenter swings and whacks one in the air to left center field. And this one is going to get to the wall just to the right of the 365 marker. And a leadoff double. Team Green getting things going here in the third inning, as Carpenter with a ringing double to left center.
Yeah, that was a well-hit ball. Deering's coming out throwing 88 miles an hour, and Carpenter had the bat speed to match it. And he was a young man who started off slow in BP, but once he got his timing, really started driving some balls. Just like he drove that one. Center fielder realized right away he didn't have a shot at it. But yeah, he's a young man who can really accelerate that bat when he gets comfortable and on time.
Charlie Buckles at the plate, young man from Bethesda, Maryland, Tulane commit. Played on the varsity as a freshman at the Bullis School.
Well, when
Credits
you're
his
down on the
mom,
field-
Monique,
Okay.
being his inspiration and role model. Go ahead, Dave.
Now, when you're down on the field, there's some big kids down there. Make no mistake. But Buckles stood out amongst these, listed at 6'6", 210. It's a very believable 6'6", 210, and there's just so much strength here. He just stands out physically.
Shared on his player profile, he's always been the big kid, whether it's been in sports or with his friends or in a class out on strikes there. Buckles, one thing that he shared I found interesting, recently completed a project collecting baseball equipment to send to Columbia and the Columbia Baseball Foundation, which was founded by Mike Toomey, longtime former scout of the Kansas City Royals, used social media to help collect equipment. Buckles out on strikes there, and here is Lou Rodriguez.
Steve's still on comms, so I think I lost him.
Yeah, Colombia is actually maybe the fastest growing baseball country in Latin America now, with so much political issues and such in Venezuela. A lot of the shift from the prospects there in the northern rim, South America, has shifted from Venezuela, although still many fine prospects coming from there, over to Colombia, which has a rich history of baseball. It's just getting in a better position for those young players to play.
Lou Rodriguez from Goodyear, Arizona commit. Casey Carpenter leadoff double. Leads away from second with one down. Grant Wren went the first two, had base runners in the last inning. And Sawyer Deering now on for Team Gray. Rodriguez sends one foul back behind the plate area. Rodriguez 5'9", 150, 16 years old. Full count, 3-2.
Dering's showing some maturity on the mound. He's throwing both a two-seamer at 84 miles an hour and a four-seamer up like the last two at 80, 88, 89. He's shown a really nice curveball in the mid-70s. That might be the pitch right here to throw.
Rodriguez retired, two down in the inning. And Carpenter with a leadoff double now stands at second with two down. That's going to bring up Joey Arachi. Arachi, shortstop for Team Green. From Ocean City, New Jersey. And Dave, we saw him last year, and I believe he was in Louisiana as well, in Baton Rouge at LSU. Joey Arachi, and I think I'm going to remember this name for a long time because this is something I've put off all the way to present day. But I looked up Joey Arachi, known as Joey Baseball. He's big on social media. So I was looking up Arachi, and I have this Time magazine from September of 2017. Now, I don't remember where I was traveling and what airport I was in, but Time magazine had Joey Arachi on its cover in September of 2017. Article by Sean Gregory on how kids sports turn pro. And he's on the cover of Time magazine. That's Joey Arachi. You remember that one?
I remember it, and if I hadn't, Jeremy Brown reminded me of that this morning. Jeremy Brown, our Northeast scout, who's so tied in up in the Northeast. Just an amazing story. It's great to see him, and he is tooled up. I tell you, he's a 6'8" runner, 92-mile-an-hour arm strength. So Joey Baseball's got some talent too.
Retired there, and Carpenter, the leadoff double, stranded in scoring position. Team Gray, Team Green. Day number 1 of the 2023 Junior National Showcase here at the East Cobb Complex in Marietta, Georgia. Steve Lennox, Dave Ronsley. Dave will be on board on Sunday morning with Brett Dolan for our 2 morning games on day number 2 for Marietta. First pitch, Dave, tomorrow, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Second game, 11.
I was hoping you were going to say 9 a.m. first game so I could get an extra hour of sleep. But, oh well, 8 o'clock it will be morning baseball.
Early morning baseball. I think you and I could possibly have early morning baseball during the upcoming week for the Sophomore National Showcase. Damian Montañez at the plate from Killeen, Texas. John Rodriguez from Boca Raton, Florida, right-hander. Perfect game, top 1,000, is on the mound here in the 3rd inning. Joseph Perillo went the first 2 for Team Green. Into left center field. And this one's going to be played back in. And the out recorded. So Rodriguez picks up an out.
Yeah, a little bit on Rodriguez. You can see the body there. So athletic. 6'3", 190 pounds as he drops that really nice curveball in. Now, I've followed him for a couple years because he's always had the great body. He's very young for the class, just barely 16 years old. He's working mostly in that 84 to 86 mile an hour range, but I think there's a lot of velocity there. He's played a lot of other positions and all. I think it's a matter of just getting a little more physically mature and concentrating more on pitching. He's certainly spinning the ball well right now.
Alakai Kiakona from Hawaii, outfielder, perfect game, top 500. Kilikoa on the check swing and able to hold up. Kilikoa we see in left field and right field in this game for Team Gray. And Rodriguez works the count full, 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Looks like another good time for the curveball. Picks that to throw his worst curveball. Looking at Rodriguez's number, 93 strikeouts and 68 perfect game innings over his PG tournament career, and I would bet you that curveball has provided many of those strikeouts. That one just got away.
We'll have to put it in his back pocket now. Runner at first base, the hit by pitch on the 3-2. That one goes to the backstop. And the runner will move up 90 feet. Team Gray with a runner in scoring position, up 5-1. Nico Taylor is running at first after the hit by pitch. Kiakona trying to deliver the runner from second. Out on strikes as he chased the pitch up in the zone. Rodriguez has been 84, 85 with his fastball so far. Runner goes, and no throw, and a stolen base. Taylor now at third with 2 down.
Perfect pitch to steal on. Low curveball. Catcher's just concentrating on keeping it in front of him and catching it cleanly.
Quinn Shambo at the plate, and the count 2-0. Ball 4, and that will put a runner at first base. Shambo will continue the at-bat at the plate.
Rodriguez throwing the curveball for strikes, but really struggling right now with the fastball command. And he's a little disjointed again in his timing. He has a double tap. He brings the ball out of his glove, puts his ball back in his glove. It's a shorter arm action than I remember from seeing him before. And there's just some elements there that are different.
Now they've got the runner coming towards home plate. And they get the out. Good foot race there. And the out is recorded for Team Green. How about the way that ended and unfolded? A.J. Terry in a foot race.
Yeah, he got caught leaning too much and bodies all over the place at the plate. That's a wild end to that inning.
So Team Gray threatening to score and failing to do so, up 5-1 as we go to the 4th. On to the top of the 4th inning. Team Gray denied in the home 3rd inning, but still leading 5-1 as they plated 5 runs in the 1st inning. And we get a look at Sawyer Deering, who is on for his 2nd inning on the pitcher's mound.
And Deering's a different type of prospect than the first pitcher for Gray, Grant Wren. You can see Grant Wren with the 6'4" frame really developing into a prospect by the time he's draft eligible. Sawyer Deering's the type of pitcher I would love if I was a college coach. He can spin the ball like you just saw there. He's already 88, 89. He throws strikes. He's not going to get big pro interest, 5'11", right-hander. He's fairly mature physically. But he's got the pitches. He throws strikes. He's only 16 years, 3 months old. If I was a college coach, I'd be all over that package.
Austin Wygant at the plate to start things off for Team Green here in the top of the 4th inning. Wygant to Marion Abrams to follow. Pulls that breaking pitch foul. I think your words were mature physically, but where is the growth physically?
I don't think there's some upper body growth there, but I don't think you're going to see anything more than just normal mature thickening. And players his age are going to continue to add velocity almost always, but he just has that package. You're going to have to do a lot of projection on Grant Wren in terms of command, in terms of growth. There's just not a lot of projection here, and college coaches love that. They love a guy who can tease him and say, well, he might be able to pitch as a freshman. He might be able to contribute right away, whereas a Grant Wren type of pitcher is a farther down the road, higher ceiling type of pitcher, I think is what I was trying to say. And that's not to say that 5'11" writers like Sawyer Deering don't develop into pro pitchers. You'd be surprised how many 5'11", 5'10" pitchers there are in the big leagues who are listed at 6 feet or 6'1". Well, I've done studies on that before, so.
There's a strike. Casey Carpenter is the runner at first base. Wygant caught looking for the first out here in the top of the 4th inning.
And that was a nice fastball right where he wanted to throw it. Again, right where he wanted to throw it, low and outside, a difficult pitch, almost impossible to square up for a 16-year-old hitter, and he just executed his pitch.
Outfielder Demarion Abrams at the plate. Abrams slated to play all 3 outfield positions in this game. Young man from Fort Meade, Florida.
Abrams is another young guy. When you see him on the field, you can really appreciate how strong he is. He has almost those football legs. Wouldn't surprise me at all if he wasn't a two-sport standout with those legs. When you see him in uniform from a short distance, that strength in his lower half really stands out.
Listed at 5'10", 190. Has another month before he turns 16. At least another few weeks. Daring misses inside with the off speed. Chased a pitch up in the zone there. Abrams, we mentioned, from Fort Meade, Florida. Favorite player, Andrew McCutcheon, from the same area in the state of Florida. Plays for the Florida Heat travel team out of the Tampa area. Plays for Reggie Williams, and Gary Sheffield is also a part of that program as well.
Yeah, McCutcheon, that's great to hear that name, Andrew McCutcheon, because it's great to see him having such a good year this year, too. He was one of the first PG All-Americans, and will probably go down as the only player ever to get 4 hits in a PG All-American game, because most hitters simply don't get 4 at-bats anymore with the larger rosters. But, yeah, when he was a PG All-American, I don't have the year in front of me, picked up four hits in the All-American game.
And they are excited about their baseball and the Pirates in Pittsburgh once again.
Oh, yeah. They had a little rough
Been a
stretch
while
there in late May, but it's so nice to see them, going here in mid-June with a winning record and competing every night.
Abrams into left center field. The catch is made. And the runner, Casey Carpenter, has to scamper back to second, gets in there safely. Abrams, not sure he barreled that one up, but did hit it on a line. Retired for the second out. Peter Visconti will be the batter with 2 down. Might be Carpenter left at second for the second straight inning. Led off the last inning with a double and did not score. Still trying to get over the bottom of the third inning, and how that ended with the runner tracked down at home plate. A.J. Terry was able to get the runner, and Carpenter now at third base as the ball got through the catcher.
The dual dive by the third baseman and the base runner. Who's going to dive to the plate first? Pierre Visconti mentioned him pregame. Took just an outstanding batting practice. You think, batting practice against a world-class batting practice pitcher, it should be easy to hit. Well, it's still not hard to hit. Baseball is hard. And he barreled up 9 out of 10 balls, and I mean solid line drive, gapper-type balls, and just looked so well-timed, such a short, efficient swing. Let's see if he can do that live against a pretty good young pitcher.
Deering fires him right by him.
A little shake of the head from Visconti, knowing that he was late.
Breaking ball off the catcher. It goes to the backstop, and Carpenter stays put at third base. Deering doing a nice job coming to the plate.
Yeah, the backstop not very far from the catchers, from the plate here at East Cobb 1, and the players know that, and they're a little wary trying to score from third base, and always have been, and probably always will be.
Believe it is Quinn Shambo who is behind the plate. Tapper foul. Deering trying to get out of the jam here with 2 in scoring position. Ground ball up the middle. And they get the out at first base to retire the side. 2 left on, middle of the 4th inning here in Marietta, Georgia. It's Team Gray up 5-1.
A lot of chance to talk about, but see it more. This is a consummate college right-hander for me, and I did a little more research. He's taking care of it in the classroom with a 3.71 GPA, and he even got a little list of colleges he's interested in now: Arizona State, Florida, Mississippi, Oklahoma State, Texas A&M. Now those are the kind of colleges he can end up pitching for, as he continues to get older. It's only 16 years, 3 months old. A nice outing there by Wisconsin's Sawyer Deering.
Team Gray with a big first inning and leading 5-1 as they come to the plate here in the bottom half of the 4th inning. Day number 1 of the 2023 Junior National Showcase in Marietta, Georgia. These 2 teams will play again on Sunday, then wrap up. And Dave Ronsley, John Rodriguez on for his 2nd inning on the mound.
And what I wish from Rodriguez as a scout in his 2nd inning is fastball command. He did a good job throwing a really nice curveball for strikes in his 1st inning, but maybe only threw about 30% fastball strikes. And I would, as a scout, I'd really like to see him show that fastball command. There's going to be a lot of power in that arm. Like I said, I think he's undergone some delivery arm action changes since the last time I saw him. He may be still adjusting to that. But let's see some fastball strikes and let him leave the mound after his 2 innings feeling good.
Quinn Shambo was at the plate when Team Green got the final out in the last inning on a rundown play that resulted in a foot race going towards home plate. And third baseman A.J. Terry was able to apply the tag on the runner. And that was after the first runner, who'd come on after, I believe, a walk, had taken off for second. They had the runner hung up between first and second, then looked plateward as the runner had broke from third base, and they got the out.
Yeah, rundowns can always be interesting in showcase games because these players have not played together before. They don't have that insignificance of having done it before with the same team. They've all been coached on how to do rundowns. As you get a weak ground ball to second base for the first out, but actually executing it with people you've never played with before is a whole nother matter.
One down, base is empty. Chase Sutherland at the plate. Up the middle, and Sutherland retired. A couple of ground ball outs. John Rodriguez retiring the first 2 batters, and Jack Roventini scheduled up for Team Gray here in the bottom half of the 4th inning. Roventini from Poly Prep Country Day High School. The school is in Brooklyn, New York. He's from Bell Harbor in Queens. Talked with his father, Matt, who is his head coach at Poly Prep Country Day earlier this week via email. Shared some notes on his son and the baseball program. His dad, Matt, took over for former longtime head coach Harlow Parker, who is now in the ABCA Coaches Hall of Fame. Had well over 400 wins during his coaching career. Jack, center fielder and right-handed pitcher for his dad, Matt. Was the number 2 hitter during the course of the season. Surrounded by a lot of Division I talent, hit almost 400, led the team with 19 stolen bases.
Yeah. This is the last game for today. All right. Thank you, man.
You can almost tell his dad's a coach from his approach in batting practice. It was a very, very advanced, professional, if I could say, approach in batting practice. So lots of hard line drive barrels. And you can only imagine how much batting practice, how much soft toss, how much drill work he's gotten as a left-handed hitter over his 16 years.
Breaking ball tapped up the first base side. And Rodriguez comes over with the runner and batter Roventini coming at him. And the bat will be extended. That one down and in, just below the knees. And we'll get a 2-out base runner for Team Gray here in the home 4th inning. Swing and a miss, strikeout for Rodriguez. He gets 2 outs on the ground and a strikeout here in the 4th inning. We're going to the 5th with Team Gray up 5-1.
And we'll take another look at Rodriguez, and appropriate to see him throw that big curveball on those first 2 pitches, because that was his pitch. He picked up some outs on the fastball in the second inning, but the curveball was the pitch that he went to. Very talented young athlete. I mentioned I've seen him a number of times. Still has a lot of growing to do with his mechanics, but a pretty nice arm talent looking down the road.
Top of the fifth inning at the East Cobb Complex in Marietta, Georgia. Team Gray up 5-1. And Reed Worley now on for Team Gray. We've seen Ren Deering and now Worley.
Worley, a young man from Georgia, in fact, a Kennesaw State commit, and Kennesaw State University, at least a couple miles away from this East Cobb Complex. But Worley pitched in a tournament here at East Cobb a few weeks ago and was up to 89 on his fastball with a power 79-mile-an-hour slider. So we could be seeing some heat here from the young right-hander.
6'2" and 180 pounds. Will turn 17 over the next few weeks from Cherokee High School. Preston Armstrong at the plate for Team Green. Armstrong, I believe, will be the final hitter in the lineup and will turn it back over to Jordan Yost. Not sure if they perhaps added a hitter or two after Armstrong. His first at bat, backstop early on, doing the catching duties. 4 innings total behind the plate.
I looked up his numbers from last year through 44 innings in PG tournament play. Undoubtedly a lot of them on this or the surrounding East Cobb fields. 44 innings, 24 hits allowed, 48 strikeouts, only 16 walks. So quality stuff with good command for a young pitcher as well.
Good pitch there. Picks up the called strike 3 against Armstrong.
See that one again. Nice slider. I think he calls that a slider. It was 79 miles an hour. Yes, that's a slider, and just locates it perfectly.
And the lineup extended with Austin Weiss at the plate. Young man from Rockville, Maryland. Plays at Georgetown Prep, a Maryland commit.
Same situation, Steve, as the first game. We had a pitcher who wasn't scheduled to hit here go out and hit so well in BP that they added him to the bottom of the lineup. And Weiss just crushed during PP. I gave him an 8+9, hit a home run or two. And, those are big grades for 16 years old, but not a whole lot of problem for Reed Worley with the quality of strikes that he's throwing.
It got me in game 1. I had my radar up here in game 2 with the added batter.
Last pitch, 89, right where you want it with 2 strikes. Close enough to the strike zone to swing at, but not really a pitch you can hit.
Back to the top for Jordan Yost. Nope, we're adding another batter in the lineup. Christopher Hemmings.
Yes, Christopher Hemmings, right-handed pitcher from Tampa Jesuit, who also took a strong BP.
Worley trying for a 1-2-3, top of the 5th inning. Missed with that slider. Hemmings gets into one to left center field. And this is going to get down for a base hit. And Hemmings on his way to second. We'll stop there.
There's a boost for pitchers everywhere. You get put in the lineup as a right-handed pitcher, and you go out, and Worley had been cruising, and nope, the pitcher got him that time. Good swing on a low fastball.
Cole Lasher and Roventini, the left fielder, going over into the gap and keeping Hemmings at second base. Now we go back to the top for Jordan Yost.
Third time's a charm on that one, Steve.
There you go. Yost, Florida commit, Sickles High School from the Tampa St. Pete area. Several players from Florida play for Addison Maruzak at CBU for the CBU scout team. Former pro ball player. And Yost, his brother Hayden, who is class of 2023, also committing to Florida. Yost fights one off and fouls it back. Yost has followed the Florida athletics program since he was very young. Both parents attended Florida. Jordan, with his brother Hayden, won the 6A Florida State High School Baseball Championship in May, the first in school history. Hemmings leads away from second. Yost wraps one on the ground to second base. The ball booted, and everybody's safe.
Hard to see that cleanly.
Fugino at second base.
Barreled it up, and I think that just ate up the second baseman. It probably got a fast hop off this turf. But leaves runners on first and third with 2 outs.
And Luke Billings comes to the plate. Billings, I believe, is the only one just kind of looking over the defensive assignments that were given prior to each game. We could see him for 2 innings on the pitcher's mound later on in this game, forecasting ahead. Worley got the first 2 batters of this inning. Billings trying to plate at least 1 with 2 down. And there's a strike. 1-2 now on Luke Billings.
Curveball time. Oh, like a sinker.
Billings pulls one on the ground and threw into left field for a base hit. That's going to score the runner Weiss from third. Billings delivered, and Green with a little 2-out magic with a run here in the top of the 5th inning.
And what a nice, mature approach there. I was thinking, okay, this is a showcase. Billings is a power hitter. He's going to go up there ripping with 2 strikes and runners in scoring position just to get his at-bat. But it's a nice, controlled swing that worked out very well for him. Scored another run on the board for Green.
Hemmings coming in to score with that run.
But a little bit best of Reed Worley from that inning. And we'll see Reed, I believe, for another inning when we come back.
Well, Luke Billings, we were forecasting ahead, and he was scheduled for innings 7 and 8 on the mound. Instead, it's Luke Billings on the mound. Dave Ronsley here in the bottom of the 5th inning.
Yeah, and Luke Billings is doing the true utility routine today. He worked out in the outfield. He worked out in the infield. He worked out behind the plate catching. Now we're going to see him on the mound, and we also have seen him pick up 2 hits so far today, including a loud double into the corner. So he's showing us a lot. He's going to be one tired young man at the end of the day, even for a 16-year-old.
Even for a 16-year-old. I like how you wrap that up there.
Even 16-year-olds can get tired.
So Billings ready to go to work. Perillo and Rodriguez so far. Cole Lasher, his first at bat for Team Gray. Lasher looks like he's got the hood on underneath the gray top. Peeking out from behind over his shoulders. Breaking ball, and Billings immediately looking at his fingers.
I saw that this morning, him in the outfield. I said, you have a towel around his neck or something? Must be a distinct look that he's comfortable in, because it's certainly not cold here in Marietta, Georgia in July.
High chopper towards short. And the ball gets through the shortstop, ends up in short left center field, and a leadoff base runner for Team Gray.
That looked like an AstroTurf hit where you're trained to charge that ball so hard, and it's just going to take a different bounce on the hot AstroTurf as well. And Lash will probably go down in the books as a base hit.
So leadoff base runner. Team Gray up 3 runs here in the 5th inning. And Clemson Julian going the whole game at first base. Toss over to first and Lasher back. See, with that white, you lose the nameplate. Julian, his first at bat of this game. Takes in on the hands for a ball.
As I suspected, Julian's a hitter. You know, the young Hawaiian hit .427 in 39 games, 102 plate appearances in perfect game events last year. Walked more, as the same number as he struck out. 1056 OPS, 520 on base percentage. So this is just a left-handed hitter with a patient, polished approach and a very good barrel. Only 16 years, 2 months old.
Swings and hits one the opposite way to left field. This one carrying pretty well, and the catch is made. Out in left field by Tyler Wood. Out recorded on Clemson Julian. And Dane Ray will stand in for his first at bat.
Just a note on Clemson Julian. I went to his college interest for him, and he lists Cal State Fullerton first, but naturally he lists Clemson second, his namesake.
There you go. Clemson at Clemson. Ray delivers into right center field for a base hit. Lasher to second. He'll hold there. And 2 on with 1 down.
Well, Billings playing 3 positions and running the bases and everything else hasn't hurt his arm strength. He's been pretty much 88 to 90, but the gray hitters have certainly been comfortable with what he's throwing so far.
And a jam with 2 on and 1 down. Gabriel Coltman, the batter. Coltman from Portland, Oregon, Lincoln High School. Perfect game, top 1,000.
.6'4", 220 pounds, the type of body you'd be thinking first base on right away, but actually a 7-1 runner with 88-mile-an-hour arm strength. So very, very good athlete for his size.
Coleman seeing time on the corners in the outfield in this game.
He was definitely looking fastball right there.
Fills up the right side of the batter's box at 6'4", 220. That one gets through the catcher, and the runner's going to move up. Lasher now the lead runner at third base. And Ray follows up. He's now at second. This should get the runner home. Coltman does his job. Puts the ball in play. Lasher scores from third. And Team Gray adding on here in the home 5th inning. How much do those little things go down in a report in terms of the infield back, runner at third, less than 2 out, situational hitting?
In a showcase, it probably doesn't go down maybe as much as it should, because essentially, the players, actually, I'll correct that a bit. The players surprisingly know for a showcase game what the score is at all times. And I guarantee you the coaches on the benches who have little, not real side bets, but they like to brag about what their records is, know what the score is. I know Frank Foltz, the coach at third base, who's a great baseball man, I know he knows what the score is. So in the context of scouting, probably not much, but it helps for the quality of the game and the competitive level and how the kids are competing.
Gustavo Melendez at the plate for Team Gray. Up with the runner at third and 2 down. Billings delivers. They appeal on the check swing. He was able to hold up. Billings back to work. And misses again to Melendez. Melendez swinging and lifts one foul out of play back behind the plate area. 12 teams total, roughly 300 players appearing and participating in the 2023 Junior National Showcase here in Marietta, Georgia. Down low to Melendez. And now a corner situation with 2 down.
You can just see how well Melendez is seeing the ball right now. How well he's seeing the ball. Pitches that are missing by just a bit, he's not even tempted to offer at. He's taking aggressive pitch swings at the pitches he should. Didn't see that curveball till late, but that's one of those you swing to foul the ball off. He had no intention of driving that. He was just trying. He was fooled with on a 3-2 count and just fouled off that curveball so he could get another pitch. But if Billings throws a fastball in the near middle of the plate, I just sense Melendez is going to jump all over this.
Swinging, lost one in the air to left field. And that retires the side. On to the 6th we go. Gray up 6-2 on Team Green. Well, Reed Worley struck out the first 2 batters that he faced in the 5th inning, ended up facing the maximum 5 batters for the frame. And Worley will get the 6th inning for Team Gray, up 6-2 on Team Green. Day number 1 of the 2023 Junior National Showcase here in Marietta. Day 2 tomorrow underway at 8 a.m. Eastern. The first 4 teams that we see today in game action will wrap up their play. First game at 8, game 2 at 11 with Dave and Brett Dolan. What would you like to see from Worley here in his 2nd inning?
Thank you for asking. I was about to volunteer that. Last inning you highlighted, he came out really strong and retired the first 2 hitters without much problem. And I think he got away from his breaking ball. He got much more fastball dependent. And I think he's the kind of pitcher who he also showed a changeup in that first inning who can be a real 3-pitch pitcher. He led off with the breaking ball there for a strike. But, a 40-40-20 mix would be great for him. And I think he lost that inning a bit when he went with the fastball a few too many times.
A.J. Terry is hit, I think, right around the nameplate on the back of the jersey, and a base runner for Team Green.
Worley a little disappointed in himself. He just thrown a really good breaking ball for a strike, and I think he tried to throw an even better one and just lost it. It's a temptation for pitchers everywhere. They throw a pitch, and then they want to throw a better one. It's like, wait, you got a strike on the first one. You don't have to be better. A.J. Terry from Randolph, New Jersey. North Carolina commit, shortstop at Randolph High School. 2 years of varsity baseball, a year of varsity basketball. Runner goes, throw down to second base. And we've got our first true caught stealing, I believe, of the game. Who do we have behind the plate there, Steve? That was a nice throw. We've had a few opportunities, but that throw was right there, an easy play. for the shortstop to put down that tag.
I have Trent Grindlinger to third base, across the diamond, and Terry is retired. Dane Ray at third. Clemson Julian going the whole way at first base for Team Gray. So the caught stealing, and the bounce out to third, quickly 2 down for Reed Worley.
Grindlinger threw 82 from catching and drills at a 187 pop time. I don't have the stopwatch out now, but I'm sure the scouts behind the plate do to get that game pop time. But it looked like something that might be in the high 1.9s, which is excellent for game action. But with those numbers, I had Grindlinger as the highest graded out catcher in the drills as well. So he's showing it on defense, or certainly did on that play.
Worley now facing Andrew Duncan at the plate. Have that right? Time called for a moment. Duncan, same time in right field, and also patrolling center field in this game for Team Green. And another hit by pitch. Second batter that Worley has hit in this inning.
Duncan's going to remember that one because that got him right up on top of the shoulder, probably right on the back shoulder blade there. And that up and in pitch, of course, always the one you're going to remember. And Duncan's going to get a few seconds to walk that off. In fact, we might even switch up hitters. Perfect Game Showcase games will do that. If somebody gets drilled particularly hard, we'll let him take a batter off and maybe have him lead off the next inning just so he feels good about himself at the plate and can show him his skills the best he can. So it looks like Duncan's still up there for fastballs only.
I got a fastball count. I'm sticking with it. Taps this one to the left side. Worley does a nice job in the inning. Does hit 2 batters, but works a scoreless frame. We're going to the bottom of the 7th here in Marietta.
We'll get another taste of Reed Worley, the outstanding young pitcher from Cherokee High School. And as I mentioned at the top of the inning, I think the key for him moving forward, something he's going to really be able to do, looking at the quality of his pitches, is just mix and match and pitch different situations with different pitches. I think he's going to be a strike thrower despite hitting those 2 hitters once he matures, but a nice overall effort from the young right-hander.
And he'll continue that effort right here.
Oh.
Back to live action as he's going to face another batter in this inning, and Jack Pellick gets an opportunity. Yost is the runner at second base for Team Green. 2 hit batters in the inning, a caught stealing. A couple of bounce outs to the left side. Late swing, this one to the right side. And Clemson Julian will take it to the bag himself. That ends the inning. 6-2 Team Grays. We go to the last half of the 6th inning. Luke Billings back to work for Team Gray here in the bottom half of the 6th inning. Team Gray at the plate and leading in this game right now. Lincoln Garcia at the plate, the first of 3 straight hitters in the lineup for Team Gray from Huntington Beach, California, and all 3 at the same high school at Huntington Beach. Garcia retired. Nice play in center field by Abrams, who was able to close ground in a hurry. And 1 up and 1 down. Trent Grindlinger at the plate against Billings. Hits one sharply past the second baseman into right center field. This one's going to get up the alley. On his way to second and stopping there with a 1-out double is Grindlinger. He wasted no time.
In fact, I just went to the list of players from Huntington Beach High School that include 11 big leaguers, including current Kansas City Royal Nick Prado, former first rounder Hank Conger. So a school with a deep history of talented baseball players.
Back to the mound. Billings looks towards second, gets the out as Trevor Goldenetz is retired. And that's the 2nd out of the inning, and Grindlinger staying at second.
I might have been wrong when I said that Billings has to be tired even for a 16-year-old, because if anything, he's throwing a little harder in the 2nd inning of work, pretty much sitting at 90 and doing a very good job throwing strikes.
A double, nothing else doing for Team Gray here in the 6th inning. We're on to the 7th in a 6-2 ball game.
Here we go, fellas. Top of the 7th. This is an 8-inning game. If you hit last inning, please. Volunteer to learn. You need to learn how to base run. Take advantage of this opportunity.
Starting out of ball.
Seventh inning, 6-2 ball game. Team Gray got on the board early with a 5-run first inning. And the new pitcher in the game for Team Gray here in the 7th is Keegan Russell From Ontario, Canada, from Whitby, the right-hander is now on.
Russell measures in at 6'5", 225. Still young in the face there, so not anywhere close to physically mature, 16 years, 4 months old. And one of many Canadian players we've seen. I think Perfect Game has really tried to step up its Canadian scouting, its relationship with the CPBL and the eastern part of the country, over the last few years, and go a little deeper in the scouting. Brian Sikowski doing a lot of that scouting work.
I did the Senior League World Series for ESPN Plus last year, and Team Canada was one of the teams that I had on, I believe, 2 different occasions in the early rounds. And talking with their coaches, baseball's still on the rise. Basketball has almost pulled even with hockey in Canada in terms of popularity. And that's really happened over the last decade plus. But baseball's sort of always been there in the background.
That's interesting about basketball. Now that you mention it, that I'm a big hoops fan, and that would very much be the case. As a nice single up the middle for Cameron Uzziah. But yeah, there's always been that baseball presence in Canada. I just don't think there's enough athletes. But there's always going to be some real standouts. You're always going to have a big league team in Canada to highlight it. And you're right, it's going to continue to grow, I think.
And there's a lot of guys now are coming down to play in the States at the Division I college level from Canada. Edouard Julien a few years ago comes to mind. I believe he's in the big leagues right now, or has been at some point this year. Played at Auburn. To right field, the catch is made.
Yeah, Julien has been starting and leading off for the Minnesota Twins as they try to get their offense back in gear.
Lasher retired, and here is Casey Carpenter. Pardon me. Go to the other side. That was Shoemaker on the line out to right field. Hitting that one hard, and Carpenter at the plate. Carpenter a double earlier in this game. Twice he's been left stranded in scoring position. Came on as a runner. Runner goes from first base, throw down to second, and they get the caught stealing. That's a second base runner we've seen cut down on a straight caught stealing at second base over the last few innings.
Is that still Grindlinger behind the plate?
Confirm that right now.
That wasn't even close. That was all on the release.
Sutherland, I believe.
Sutherland.
That's what we have for the 7th inning. Keegan Russell fires one that misses down low. Carpenter takes a strike as that one picks up the outside corner. Carpenter seeing time at third base in this game for Team Green. Two and two the count.
Looking at here, players from Canada. Of course, in the past few years, the headliners from Canada have been the Naylor brothers, both PG All-Americans. And they have another brother this year who could be a top 5 round draft pick. But looking down some other players, of course, you have the great Joey Votto, future Hall of Famer there, and 2 Hall of Famers from Canada in the Hall of Fame now, in Larry Walker and Ferguson Jenkins.
There you go. Was up in Cooperstown just a few weeks ago. Tapper up the third base side, and Carpenter will watch it go foul. Russell right now all fastballs. He's been 85, 86, 87.
And that's a little bump from the top of 84. We had him last September, excuse me. Did a good job throwing that fastball for strikes.
All four teams that were seen play in action today, back in action on Sunday. This one to right field. And the catch is made as Russell does a nice job in this inning. Catch made in right field by Kiakona. And that will bring the inning to an end. 6-2 Gray as we go to the bottom of the seventh. Team Gray up by 4 runs as they come to the plate here in the 7th inning. And Austin Wygant is now on for Team Green.
Wygant's another young man who's going to feel a full day of baseball when he sits down tonight back in his hotel room. Just worked out in the outfield, but I think he's been their designated runner for walks about half the time. And he seems to have been involved in so many base running plays. Picked up a base hit himself, so he's been on the bases. You know, it seems like every inning this game, and he may have literally been on the bases every inning with the ghost runners that we use. And now he comes on to pitch here. He's been up to 85 in the past from the mound. A primary outfielder with a strong arm, through 89 from the outfield during drills.
Wygant from Miami, Florida. Schools of interest: Vanderbilt, Texas, Georgia, Kentucky, and Clemson. Plays at Westminster Christian. We were talking about high schools and alum. Westminster Christian, of course, in Miami, Florida, known as the high school for Alex Rodriguez. Doug Mankiewicz, former big leaguer, also played with Alex Rodriguez at Westminster Christian. And then Doug Mankiewicz went on to Florida State. And then to the big leagues. JP Arancibia.
One of the best fielding first basemen ever.
I did a game on the ACC network just before the COVID shutdown with Doug Mankiewicz at Miami in 2020. And one of the pitchers for Miami, we had talked to him, I think, the day before. And young man didn't really know Doug's name, but I'm a Red Sox fan. We're like, well, let's go back to the Red Sox in 2004. And Mankiewicz actually talked recently on a podcast about what he did with the baseball from that World Series win for the Red Sox. Ground ball to short, 1 up and 1 down here in the bottom of the 7th inning for Team Gray.
Nico Taylor with that ground ball to short.
That'll bring up Tanner Fujino, shortstop, second baseman for Team Gray this afternoon. Wygant listed at 6 foot 175, right-handed pitcher, right-handed batter. Named to the 2022 National Underclass Showcase main event. Top prospect list. Known to be a solid student in the classroom. This one hit on the ground. Deep shortstop. And nice play across the diamond. Shortstop right there, Jordan Yost. Two down, base is empty. And Wygant picks up a called strike. Damian Montañez at the plate for Team Gray. Last one in the air. Short right field. Catch is made by the second baseman, A.J. Terry, side retired. Wygant doing a solid job. We go to the 8th inning here in Marietta, Georgia. A reminder, the 2023 Junior National Showcase continues Sunday morning. Back-to-back games for the first 4 teams. Underway at 8 a.m. Eastern with Brett Dolan and Dave Ronsley. Team Black, Team Gold, Team Green, Team Gray will all wrap up on Sunday and be done by the early afternoon.
We have Keegan Russell back for his second inning of work, and it's been fun watching the pitchers work the last couple innings because it's been strike throwing machines, and Russell did that in his first time, but threw almost all exclusively fastballs. I'd like to see he threw but one curveball and one changeup in that first inning, and from a scouting perspective, I'd like to see him break out some of those other pitches, although he's having plenty of success just throwing fast 87, 86 mile an hour fastballs right now.
Buckles retired on the fly out to center field. That one taken care of by Trevor Goldenetz. Batter now, Lou Rodriguez. Arizona commit. Popped out in his first at bat. Ray got on the board early against Joseph Perillo. He faced the maximum in the first inning. 2-0 to count on Rodriguez. Russell to Rodriguez, the 3-1. This one hit well to right field and towards the corner, and a foul ball. Turned on that one pretty well.
Yeah, got the pitch inside, and if there's any place you can steal a cheap home run at East Cobb 1, it's down that right field line. It's got left field has that 35-foot fence. Right field certainly does not have it, and right field is just as short, playing about 315, if that.
Russell on the comebacker. Rodriguez retired for the second out here in the 8th inning. Lot to like from Keegan Russell through an inning and 2/3 on the mound. And that will bring up Joey Arachi. Touched on Arachi earlier, Time Magazine cover in September of 2017. Joey Baseball has over 60,000 followers on Instagram. He started his account initially so his family on the West Coast could see him on the diamond. Josh Friedman, Dave, wrote an article for the Cherry Hill Courier-Post back in April, and Arachi was putting his hitting videos online at an early age. You mentioned he's sort of filled out here and grown physically. Favorite player is a guy he grew up watching in high school in New Jersey, Anthony Volpe, now the starting shortstop for the Yankees. But in Josh Friedman's article earlier this year in the Cherry Hill Courier-Post, initially when he was doing his videos, he actually got a shout out, that's what we'll call it, or acknowledgement from Miguel Cabrera. That when Arachi was 10 years old. Cabrera had seen one of his hitting videos, and then Arachi ended up meeting Miguel Cabrera in Philadelphia when the Tigers were in town to face the Phillies.
Pretty heady stuff for a 10-year-old. That's fun stories.
Pop up on the infield, and that one is taken care of, and that retires the side as Kennedy put it away. 1-2-3 inning for Keegan Russell. We go to the bottom of the 8th in Marietta. Bottom of the 8th inning, Team Gray coming to the plate with a 6-2 lead over Team Green. Team Gray got on the board in the first inning, and they have not trailed. And saw Keegan Russell finish up 2 impressive innings on the mound, and now it'll be Austin Wygant trying to do the same for Team Green.
And he certainly was impressive in his first inning of work. 7-pitch inning, 1-2-3. Made it quick, 84-86 on the fastball, but he threw a curveball, and I mean a curveball, not a slider, 77-79 that had some serious yak on it. And I want to see that curveball a few more times while seeing pretty much the same proportion of strikes. That would be a great way to finish off this game. I believe this game, Steve, is only scheduled for 8 innings. That's what we've been told, although we've learned never to completely seal the deal, end the game until the game's over. It's not over until somebody sings.
Dave's already got the car and the air conditioning on in the car out in the parking lot. So Dave, I want to ask you this, because you mentioned that impressive curveball that he broke off in the last inning. We get the text thread of the radar readings throughout the course of our games as we're both remote. Dave a little closer to the East Cobb Complex, in fact, at the East Cobb Complex, although away from the diamond. When we see 4 stars on a pitch, what does that mean?
He came back over and he said
4 stars on a pitch?
Yeah, I've seen, like, there's been a couple of radar readings with 3 and 4 stars on the indication when we get them in the text thread.
I am honestly not sure what you're talking about there. I know when you're a scout, you sort of make note of those pitches.
Right.
But
just trying to scroll through. There's been 3 and 4 stars on certain pitches.
Oh, he caught that.
This one down the right field line, and the catch is made down the right field line. With the grab right there. In right, and to Marion Abrams.
Get a better look at it there. Outstanding. That would have been a fair ball if Abrams hadn't hauled it in, and you always got to be thinking about that wall there, but just a defensive play of the day, really.
Yes, sir.
Abrams has played all 3 outfield positions for Team Green. 1 out, base is empty. Quinn Shambo at the plate. Shambo will pop up. And he's retired.
Wygant now at 5 outs and 10 pitches.
Economical.
It may not be a record, but it's well above average. In fact, it may be a record. Who knows?
Rozilia at first base, taking care of that one. 2 down, base is empty. Chase Sutherland. Actually, it's Jack Roventini. Throw to first in time. And an impressive outing for Austin Wygant as he goes 3 up, 3 down for the 2nd straight inning.
I think the average pitch per batter in Major League Baseball is 3.9. And he just threw 11 pitches to 6 hitters and got 6 outs. So what a fun way to end a ball game. As I mentioned, the pitchers in this game were, for the most part, really strike throwers. We had some mature pitchers, some pitchers who really filled up the strike zone. And after that loud first inning that didn't go so well, we saw nice, clean baseball. We saw a lot of good defensive plays and good ball game, good way to wrap up the day.
And that does wrap up day number 1 of the Junior National Showcase at the East Cobb Complex in Marietta, Georgia. We invite you to join us tomorrow morning. These 4 teams that we saw this afternoon from Marietta back in action. Brett Dolan, Dave Ronsley. Get your Sunday underway at 8 a.m. Eastern with teams 5 and 6, or teams 1 and 3 in action tomorrow at 8 a.m. Eastern. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday, everybody.